I was caught up in a hero summoning. Lane 13. Story. Caught up in a hero summoning, Mama Kaito came to the other world Drinya after meeting and forming a bond with the underworld king Kuramuina, the Death King Isis, Lilia, and the others. Kaito decides to live in this world. The Six Kings Festival was to be held for 7 days in the Demon Realm, and Kaito and his friends headed for the island in the Demon Realm where the festival was to be held. There, they find a spectacular sight. After seeing off Kuro and the others as they get ready for the opening ceremony of the festival and killing some time, I decided to head out as well. The opening ceremony itself will be held in the plaza where the central tower is located, so I could easily attend the ceremony by just going outside. I was actually planning to meet up with Lilia-san and the others, as even though you could only attend this festival if you have an invitation, I heard that quite a few people had gathered. It seemed like it would be difficult for us to meet up though, so Lilia-san sent me a hummingbird saying that we should decide on a place we could meet up afterward. Therefore, I decided to watch the opening ceremony alone. After teleporting through a magic circle, I found myself outside the central tower, standing before an amazing sight. On the plaza stands a huge number of participants. Some of them were several meters tall, while some were as small as fairies. The crowd before my eyes is far more than in that temple we had visited to receive our blessings. But well, now that I think about it, this festival is being held in this entire city, so it would make sense that it would look like this when all the participants are gathered in one place. However, when I looked closely, there were not many people near the central tower. I mean, could it be that this place I was in is off limits for them? Let's quickly move away from here. Realizing that I was standing in a place where people were clearly avoiding, I tried to head for the crowd a few distance away, but at that moment, I heard a familiar voice. Kaito-san. Lilia-san? When I turned around, I saw Lilia-san approaching me while waving her hand. I thought it's gonna be hard for us to meet up. No, that's the thing. Apparently, the rank of the invitation determines where you can attend the opening ceremony. Is that so? Yes. It seems that the area around this central tower is only for those with gold rank or higher invitations, while their companions and those with lesser invitations aren't allowed to enter before that flag stands. From what Lilia-san told me, this huge plaza was acting as a ward itself, and that the invitations restrict where we could enter. I see, that's why there are so few people near the central tower. So, I've left Luna and Siag in charge over there, and I've come to meet up with Kaito-san. Thank you. To be honest, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find anyone I knew. I was really grateful that I was able to meet up with Lilia-san, and her presence makes me feel calmer. Just as I was about to express my thoughts to her, I heard someone's voice. That youth over there. When I looked in the direction of the voice, there was a mermaid with marine blue hair. The same person who had helped me with Dr. Veer's matter a while ago, Her Majesty Laguna. As I thought, it's young Lilia and Kaito. If it isn't Her Majesty Laguna. Young Lilia. We haven't met since that time, right? Well I've thought of it back then, but you've gotten a lot stronger, haven't you? If I get negligent, young Lilia might just take the title of the strongest of the human realm away. No, I'm still inexperienced. I'm still no match against Her Majesty Laguna. When Her Majesty Laguna saw us, she approached us with a happy smile on her face and exchanged a few words with Lilia-san. Did I ever tell her my name? No. Well, even though it wasn't my intention, I apparently became famous for all sorts of things, so I guess it wouldn't be surprising that she knows me. Well, anyway, now that we've met, I guess I should give her my thanks for her help back then. Her Majesty Laguna. It's nice to meet you. My name is Mama Kaito. Thank you very much for your help the other day. What? Don't worry about it. We're quite close, so helping you that much is nothing. Rather than that, I'd like it if you stop talking to me like a stranger. Just call me Laguna. Somehow, doesn't it feel like Her Majesty Laguna? No, Laguna-san's reaction is strange. This should be the second time we've met, but she's acting all familiar. Or rather, it's as if we've already met before. Lilia-san's eyes narrowed in response to Laguna-san's words, but I hurriedly shook my head. No, seriously, I wasn't hiding it from you, Lilia-san. Even I don't know what she's saying either. When I conveyed this to Lilia-san with gestures, it seemed like she understood, making her tilt her head. Her Majesty Laguna. Can I ask if you're acquainted with Kaito-san? Oh, that's right. We even fought together against a formidable enemy. He's my comrade in arms, if you will. Well, Tilda, I've always thought he was a good man, but now, I like him even more. Hey, Kaito. As I had asked you before, how about you become my husband? Huh? No, wait a moment. You're Ma Laguna-san. Didn't we first meet at that time with Dr. Veer? What? Oh, come to think of it, that's right. I really didn't understand what Laguna-san was saying, so when I hurriedly asked her that, she puzzledly looked at me. And a few moments later, she clapped her hands as if she noticed something. That was the case, right? My bad. I certainly didn't have this appearance back then. I'm the old man who fished with you back in the Hydra Kingdom. Well, Tilda, I forgot that I had a different appearance at that time. Why, you're that grandpa from that time? The grandpa I chatted with almost every morning while fishing during my stay in the Hydra Kingdom. He seemed kind of important, so I thought he was a senator. So, he was just Laguna-san who had changed her form. I see. When she said that we fought against a formidable enemy together, she was talking about that fish. Kaito-san, where should I direct these feelings now? I understand that Kaito-san wasn't lying to me, but in the end, you met her. With this, you've met all the top of the 3 realms. Kaito-san, you're scary. No, how should I say this? I'm really sorry. As it turns out, Lilia-san's fears were completely correct. No, it isn't a situation where she could get angry at me. But well, even so, I'm sorry. As a king, Laguna-san seemed to be planning to attend the ceremony as well, so she left after a short chat. After that, as I was waiting for the ceremony to be held with Lilia-san, the people who had been crowded together a short distance away suddenly split apart. The crowd that split in two looked like one giant road. Right after that, a loud shout rang out. She has come. Creator God Sama. As soon as that person shouted, as if in unison, all the people gathering in this place kneeled down and lowered their heads. Matching our surroundings, Lilia-san and I also got down on our knees, bowing our heads and got into a prayer position. However, I slightly moved my eyes to see what was going on. When I saw Kronos-san's appearance in the temple before, I thought it was like a white wave of humans. But this is on a different level. Shiro-san's invitation rank was definitely black. Hence, she must have brought almost all the gods with her. This was definitely quite a tremendous sight. Gracefully walking in the lead was Shiro-san, the creator god. The 3 supreme gods lined up behind her, and further behind them, dressed in white vestments, the gods followed in perfect order. They were truly like the pinnacle of this world, and those standing before them felt overwhelmed with their presence. Even I, who was used to interacting with Shiro-san to some extent, was overwhelmed by their presence, so the tension might have been even greater for the others. The fact that Lilia-san next to me was slightly trembling was proof that they were feeling a lot of pressure. Shiro-san continued on her way at a steady pace, and on the way, all the gods except the supreme gods stopped. It seems that even the gods must observe the entry restriction. After a certain amount of time, Shiro-san stopped, and the people who had been bowing their heads began to stand up, to which Lilia-san and I followed suit. She's amazing. Creator God Sama, I mean, her presence is just so divine. I never thought I'd see her outside of the Festival of Heroes. Praise God for gracing us with her presence. Almost as soon as I heard that voice, Shiro-san glanced at me and slightly waved her hand. Could you stop that? I'm talking about that reaction as if you've found someone you know. No, I'm certainly someone she knows, but she's just drawing too much attention. The moment Shiro-san waved our way, all the surrounding eyes immediately turned to us. No, seriously, give me a break. Lilia-san is already ghastly pale, you know. She's going to faint soon, you know. The buzzing around us gradually became noisier and cold sweat began to run down my back, but luck still hasn't given us up yet. Before our questions could be put into words, a loud sound rang out from the central tower. When I looked over there, I saw a part of the central tower sticking out like a stage, and on top of it came out Guro and the others. The 6 kings. Though I say that, Magnoel-san couldn't get on the stage, so he's just sticking out his head near the central tower. The opening ceremony is going to start soon. Oi, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be over there? I asked Alice, who appeared next to me as if it were a matter of course, and after breathing out a light sigh, she told me why. Well, even though I'm reluctant about this, the one beside you today is a clone. Main body Alice-chan is on the stage over there. I see. Yes, I'm one of the organizers, so as expected, I can't just have my clone participate. Well, don't worry. This newly created perfect clone Alice-chan is created by cancelling out 18,000 of my clones scattered around the world, so this clone's performance was almost equal with the main body. I'll do my best to protect Kaito-san. I have lots of things I wanted Tsukumi about. 18,000? You have that many clones? No, I certainly knew that she had quite a number of clones, like the one in the Hydra Kingdom and the one tending the store. But 18,000? Yes, well, most of them are Alice-chan clones disguised. The reason is that the clones are responsible for transmitting the information gathered by my subordinates to the main body, so they were deployed here and there. I see. Even so, that's quite a lot, 18,000 clones. No, if it were clones without autonomous thinking or information control abilities, the main body could operate at least 1 million but... This won't do. I just can't measure this guy by my common sense. No matter how stupid she usually is, Alice is still the Six Kings. One of those beings who are beyond human understanding. Even so, 1 million clones. She's already a one-woman army. Well, the reason why I made this body this time was also to conduct an experiment, but that's a story for another time. It seems like it's starting after all. When I heard Alice's words and returned my gaze to the stage, Kuro stepped forward and spoke. Everyone, for participating in the Six Kings festival that we organized today, thank you very much. Is she using loudspeaker magic? Kuro's voice was loud and echoed throughout the plaza. The opening ceremony has now commenced, or so I'd like to say. But before that, on behalf of the Six Kings, I'd like to express my gratitude. In contrast to her usual cute image, Kuro now has a sense of dignity befitting a king. Thus, her voice seemed strong and imposing. This year's Six Kings festival wasn't prepared by us Six Kings alone, but with the help of many others. It's thanks to everyone lending their strength to everyone. There's our demon realm, of course, the god realm, and human realms Symphonia Kingdom, Archlesia Empire and Hydra Kingdom. It's thanks to everyone's help that this momentous day came to be. Thank you very much. I see, Shiro-san and the kings of the human realm were also helping out at Six Kings Festival. As I was thinking about this, Alice quietly whispered to me. Shallow Vernal Sama was our sponsor right from the start. In addition to that, we asked for the cooperation of the human realm as well. Well, it's that so-called external measures. To be honest, we have enough subordinates under our command and all the supplies we want as long as Shallow Vernal Sama cooperates with us. However, if we keep going like that, the human realm would be left out. That's why we asked for their cooperation. The three realms are equal after all. I see. Just as I nodded my head in response to Alice's explanation, Kuro broke off her speech. Slowly looking around the crowd for a moment, she opened her mouth again. Well then, before we announce the opening of the festival, we'd like to show everyone a little performance. A performance? Well, just relax and enjoy the sight. They're having a performance. When Kuro announced this, the first person to move was Magnoel-san. Pulling back his neck that had been leaning over towards the plaza, he slowly turned it towards the sky. Magnoel-san let out a tremendous roar that seemed to split the air, but there was no shockwave reaching our location. Kuro and the others must have put up a barrier. Even with the barrier though, I could still feel a tingling sensation as Magnoel-san's roar seemed to shake not only the air, but the earth as well. Then, some distance away from the city where the venue is located, the earth rose up, forming a huge mountain range that surrounds this city. Looking at the mountain range of rocks as huge as Magnoel-san, reaching thousands of meters high even when I look at them from a distance. The people gathered here were astonished by the power of Magnoel-san, who created this with just one shout. However, as if it was obvious, it didn't end there. Next, jet black magic power gathered around Kuro, and like a conductor of an orchestra, Kuro raised her hands, and the donut-shaped mountain range that had surrounded the city immediately floated up into the sky. Amazing. Without any chance or magic circles, for her to lift up such a large mass. I heard Lilia-san's voice as she dumbfoundedly muttered, but I didn't have the room to look in her direction. After confirming that the mountain range had risen quite high, Megito-san thrust out his right arm, which was clad in crimson flames, towards the sky. Thereupon, a tornado of flames that seemed to burn the heavens was released from his fist, shattering the floating mountain range with a huge explosion. Just as I was admiring the tremendous amount of firepower Magnoel-san had, before I knew it, in the center of the explosion, Isis-san appeared, pushing away the smoke from the explosion. Then, as Isis-san's body spun around as if she was a fairy dancing in the air, not only the shattered pieces of the mountain range, but she also froze the flames blazing brightly, and a huge number of ice lumps appeared in the sky. Looking at the ice lumps slowly falling down to the ground, the thought that the ground would be turned into a hellscape because of this rain of huge ice lumps popped into my mind. But that didn't happen. As if to enclose the city, 3 trees appeared, and their branches extended out at a startling speed, catching the falling ice lumps as if these trees had a will their own. I'm sure that the one who did was Lilywood-san. Those 3 huge trees, which don't look inferior compared to the world tree, seemed to show how powerful Lilywood-san was. Then, as a finishing touch, Alice, clad in her black robe, leapt high into the air. And then, Alice's body blurred out as if it was going through static, before a tremendous number of clones appeared, filling my field of vision. If the main body controls them, I heard that she can create 1,000,000 clones, but actually seeing them was quite an amazing sight to behold. Alice's clones ran like meteors through the branches of the trees in all directions, before they returned back to Kuro and the other's side as one. Just a few seconds had passed. That's all it took for the entire scenery to suddenly change. The 3 trees surrounding the city were gorgeously and beautifully decorated with multicolored ice, and the 3 trees were connected by flames trapped in ice, forming like a ring around it. And carved on these 3 trees were the words human, demon, and God, the name of each realm. I see, the 3 trees are the 3 realms. I guess that means that the ice ring that encloses fire, giving off a shimmering light, is showing that the 3 realms are connected. It may be simple if they just said it. However, this decoration that surrounded the city, to be able to create such a thing so easily, the 6 kings really are amazing. As admiration and astonishment could be heard from everywhere, Kuro spoke again. This year marks exactly 1,000 years since the Treaty of Friendship was signed between the 3 realms. The 3 realms have carved out their history by standing close together and helping each other. We are proud that this treaty stands for a millennium, and we are proud that we were able to hold the first 6 Kings Festival on this day. And in the future, I hope that for another millennium. I hope that these days when we walk hand in hand with our dear neighbors will continue forever. Leaving these words, I hereby declare that the 6 Kings Festival to be held. At that moment, the plaza was engulfed in a round of applause. Amazing, amazing. They've even changed the terrain itself in an instant. As expected of the 6 kings. For such amazing 6 kings to call us dear neighbors, we should act in a manner which we wouldn't be ashamed to call ourselves as such. Yes, we may not be able to compete with them in terms of power, but the humans have their own strong points, just like the demons and gods do. Let's do our best to help each other. Of course. Here and there, words of praise for Kuro and the others, and words of pride for the Treaty of Friendship rang out. And then, as if it were a matter of course, we heard voices telling us not only to help others, but also to help each other out. This world really is a good world. Everyone is trying to look forward to a better future, doing what they can do without feeling spite towards others. This should have been a really difficult thing to do, but the beautiful scene of humans, demons, and gods smiling and cheering together everywhere is a sight that will show the many races living in this world that even though we look different, we would always be close neighbors. Dear Mom, Dad, I thought to myself once again, that I was glad to have come to this world. I could feel the warmth of the atmosphere around us, uniting our hearts. I can also feel that little by little, I'm also becoming part of everyone. Somehow, just like the others, I also felt really proud. The crowd cheered at the announcement of the festival's opening, and after waiting for the cheers to subside, Kuro spoke again. The 6 Kings Festival lasts for 7 days. For the first 6 days, each of the 6 kings has planned their own festivals for everyone to enjoy. The order is War King, World King, Dragon King, Death King, Phantasmal King, and then mine. In other words, a festival planned by the War King Megiddo will be held today. Here, Kuro announced the order of the festivals. However, I already knew the order of the festivals in advance, as it was written on the invitation. It didn't really matter much for people like me who would attend all 7 days, but for people like Dr. Veer, who had difficulty attending all 7 days, they would have to look into the schedule and choose the days they would attend. Incidentally, this order is drawn by lottery. I see. The 6 kings really are close friends. As I nodded in assent upon Alice's additional information, Kuro stepped back on the stage and Megiddo-san came forward. Alright, let me take over the explanation here. Since today's festival was planned by Megiddo-san, it was quite natural that Megiddo-san would be the one giving the explanation. However, the festival that Megiddo-san planned, no matter how I think about it, I can only see it as something battle-related, so I'm quite anxious about it. The theme of my festival, well, as everyone had guessed, is battle. I knew it. Rather, if that isn't the theme of his festival, I would be surprised instead. Well, though I say battle, that doesn't mean you need to put yourself on guard. This day is basically a festival. It's a day where everyone should have fun. Well, in spite of his appearance, Megiddo-san is a pretty considerate person, so I don't think the festival he prepared would be that violent. It's a bit of a hassle to explain all the details, so I'll keep it simple. I've prepared a variety of attractions throughout the city. Each attraction has one of my subordinates in it. If you clear the conditions they give you, you can get a stamp. As for the stamp card, it will be given to you at the first attraction you visit. I've never been there, so it's just a guess, but could it be that it's like a stamp rally at amusement parks? It would still depend on what attractions they have here, but I think this festival would be pretty fun. Don't worry. The attractions aren't all about physical combat. There are also quizzes and sports. They're designed so that even kids can enjoy the festival. The stamps you collect can be exchanged for prizes at the exchange point in this plaza. You can certainly exchange one stamp for something, but obviously, the more stamps you collect, the better the prize. Do you understand? Not like I would explain everything again though. What should I do? That sounds like something I can normally enjoy. Collecting stamps from sports and quizzes, then you can get prizes accordingly. If I just ignore the physical combat, then even I can enjoy this festival. The fact that my subordinates are in charge of the attractions. That obviously means that it includes the War King's 5 generals. The attractions of my 5 generals are combat only, but of course, there will be handicaps depending on the strength of the participants. If you win against any of the generals, you will receive an extra large stamp. Collect all 5 of these stamps. Well, that is to say, if you win against all of my 5 generals, come to the central tower, for you will receive the right to battle against me. There were wild cheers from everywhere, but well, it didn't really matter to me. I mean, I'm exactly the type that could fight against others. According to Megiddo-san himself, I'm only as strong as a slime. That's why, it has nothing to do with me at all. I almost forgot. Oi, Kaito. You especially, have to defeat them all and come fight me, okay? That will be my revenge match. Why the heck are you pointing me out by name, you stupid gorilla? I'm getting a lot of attention now, you know? No. Even more than that. What kind of unreasonable thing are you saying? Are you telling this slime like me to defeat all your confidants? Go to Baka's place first. I've already talked to him about it. You understand, Kaito? You definitely have to come. Whether, I got off track. Well, that's about it. Other than the attractions, there will obviously be stalls. Have fun to your heart's content. Hearing Megiddo-san's words, the people around me were filled with loud cheers once again, but I wasn't even thinking about it anymore. With my mouth still opened wide, I just stood there in a daze. After Megiddo-san's explanation, each of the 6 kings explained their plans in turn, and the opening ceremony was over. Then, Lilia-san and I met up with the others, but as expected of Mama-sama, to be directly called out by War King Sama. How enviable. In that case, I will gladly swap roles with you, so you can have it, Luna Maria-san. Ha ha ha, surely you jest. She's really lively today, this useless maid. You really think that my misery is funny? Kaito-senpai, good luck. Aoi-senpai and I are going to play in the normal sports area. I pray for your safety, Kaito-san. I see that both of your faces have been thicker. My own compatriots immediately cut themselves away from troublesome matters. The growth of my two kuhais brings tears to older brother's eyes. According to Phantasmal King Sama's guidebook, the place where Bacchus-sama should be is up north of this plaza. Well then, why don't we all go over there for the moment? Sayaka-san informed us while looking at Alice's guidebook, to which Lilia-san suggested that we all head there. I was almost relieved that we could all go there together, but things didn't work out that way. When Fear-san and Rei-san peered into the guidebook from behind Sayaka-san, they looked as if they had noticed something. Wait a moment, Sayaka-chan. There's a warning written here. Let me see. Only those who have collected at least 10 stamps can challenge War King's 5 generals. However, those with a black rank invitation can unconditionally challenge them. Or so it said. They placed a restriction. Moreover, they've thoroughly exempted me from that rule. Well then, how about we just go around and collect some stamps? My lady. This is just a suggestion. But why don't Mama-sama check out Bacchus-sama's place first? Luna? Since War King-sama went to the trouble of designating Bacchus-sama first, I think he must have some explanation or message to give him. It would be rude to keep him waiting too long, so I think it would be better to have Mama-sama go ahead and just listen to what he has to say. He can also just check out first and challenge him later. I see. What do you think, Kaito-san? Luna Maria-san's words certainly make sense. Since Mejido-san specifically mentioned going to Bacchus-san's place first, there must be something there. I think it would be best to go there first and wait for Lilia and the others to come after collecting the necessary amount of stamps. Yes, I'll do that. Well then, I'll be going first. Master? I don't have to participate in the attractions, so if you don't mind, would you like me to accompany you? It's alright. Since we're at a festival, you should also have some fun, Anima. I understand. If Master says so. When I agreed to go alone, Anima worriedly asked me if she could go with me. I was really happy to know that she was concerned for me, but I told her that I wanted her to have a good time, and that it was okay if I went alone since it isn't like I would be suddenly eaten alive. Parting ways with the others, I headed to Bacchus-san's attraction where he was waiting for me. Oh, there you are, Mama Kaito. Long time no see. Long time no see. Bacchus-san, are you fully healed already? I'm fully recovered. Looking at the guidebook, I arrived at my destination, which looked like a large arena of sorts. There were no seats for spectators though, so it seemed to be a place only for fighting only. Bacchus-san was waiting for me in front of the arena and greeted me with a hearty smile, but after exchanging greetings, he puzzledly looked at me. Even so, did you come here alone? Yes, everyone else has gone to collect the stamps needed for the challenge. NHNN, I should have known. I was going to explain it to you when you all got here, but I see. Yes, so, I thought I'd at least ask you about it first. Alright, I'll give you a brief explanation. When Bacchus-san heard what I said, he nodded his head once and took out a large crystal ball. We are going to have a battle in this place, but of course, there is a handicap depending on the challenger's ability. This crystal is a tool that determines that. How about you try it out? Touch it. Yes. When Bacchus-san urged me to touch the crystal ball, some kind of glowing number appeared in the air. This is a magic tool that measures the strength of the person that touches it based on their magic power. Though I say that, it can't exactly show one's talent, so it just gives us a rough idea. Fume. Mama Kaito's strength is Fume 3 stronger than a slime, but weaker than a goblin. I'm really weak. No, but this time, I was told that I'm stronger than a slime. That's progress, I'm telling you. Even if it's a lie, I would have liked it if it showed that I'm stronger than that. In this case, the handicap that I give you is that I won't attack, I won't use both of my hands, one of my legs, magic power, and my movements are limited. In that state, if you can touch me even slightly, you win. That's a tremendous handicap. Well, even in that state, I won't lose so easily. How should I say this? I'm just glad that there was that clause that he won't attack. Well, seriously, I'm just glad that he won't attack. In all sorts of meaning. Incidentally, the time limit is 20 minutes, and you can only try once. That means if you lose, you'll never reach Mejido-sama. Why is Mejido-san even doing this? It seems to me like Mejido-sama has something he really wants to teach you. Something He wants to teach me? I don't know about it, but I hope you can live up to Mejido-sama's expectations. I will do my best. Ha ha ha. That doesn't mean I will be cutting corners though. I still don't know what Mejido-san's true intentions are when he told me that I should definitely challenge him, but just as Bacchus-san told me, I want to live up to Mejido-san's expectations if I can. Well, if I wasn't able to meet his expectations at that time, I will just apologize. Oh, I forgot to mention that you can also have a proxy participate in the challenge. Is that so? However, the person who can act as your substitute is limited to the companions you invited. In that case, we will measure their strength again with this magic tool and will battle with the corresponding handicap. I see. I understand. Ha ha ha. Well, it doesn't matter who your proxy is. I won't let you win so easily. I'm one of War King Sama's 5 generals. I can't just let you see me in the same unsightly state as back then. Proxy, ha. Even if it's limited to my companions, I could have Anima as my proxy, so I think the odds of winning are pretty good. I guess that's all for explanation. Mama Kaito, are you going to give it a go now? No, I'd like to have someone as my proxy, so I'll wait for the others. I understand. It's only natural for mother to help her child. Just as I said that I will wait for the others before challenging him, someone's silhouette appeared before me, pure white wings on her back, beautiful blonde hair, and this overwhelming pressure. Eden-san, you're Mama Kaito's proxy, huh? You have a lot of magic power, that should mean you're very powerful. Here, touch this magic tool. I don't think such a thing holds any meaning, but suit yourself. Wow. Eden-san, who appeared as if it was a matter of course, nodded and touched the crystal that was held out to her. And it shattered to pieces. For your magic power to be immeasurable. Foo-fa-foo, this gets my blood boiling. You would be a worthy opponent. No, Bacchus-san, you can't fight her. Seriously, you can't fight her. Be Bacchus-san, you can't fight her. Run away. Seeing Bacchus-san looking really motivated with a great axe in hand, I recovered from my confusion and reflexively shouted. Run away. Seriously, run away. After all, Eden-san completely intends to kill you. Foo-fa-foo, what are you talking about, Mama Kaito? I am Iron-Blooded Bacchus, one of War King's 5 generals. No matter how strong the opponent is, such a shameful act of turning my back against opponents and running away isn't something I will do. Turning a deaf ear to my child's advice, this is an irredeemable disrespect. Very well. I shall teach this fool a lesson in reality. The sight of Bacchus-san holding his great axe without any hint of hesitation made me think of a warrior who had fought in many battles. However, this isn't the time to care about that. No, this isn't the time to act cool. Bacchus-san, run away immediately. Listen here, Eden-san. Be gentle, okay? Gentle. Be as gentle as you would pluck a flower. I understand, if that's what my child wishes. Does she really understand what I'm saying? I'm really worried about that. However, Bacchus-san is so motivated that he won't listen to me even if I stopped him. I just hope that Eden-san will take it easy on him. In front of me, half resignedly offering my prayer for his sake, Bacchus-san took a strong step forward. The impact cracked the ground, and Bacchus-san's magic power raged like a storm. Shall we begin? Powerful being whose name I don't know of. One of War King's 5 generals, Iron-Blood Bacchus. Ready for, with his vigorous speech, Bacchus-san powerfully kicked off the ground, and his figure immediately disappeared. And before I knew it, his upper body was stuck like a dart in the wall behind him. Bacchus-san. Before I could even perceive it, he was already defeated, even though I already told him that Eden-san isn't someone he should fight. She seriously isn't someone he should fight. Moreover, this is already her holding herself back. She's seriously the incarnation of a cheat. I don't know if he's already unconscious or not, but as Bacchus-san was stuck against the wall, a helplessly awkward silence fell around the arena. It was an unpleasant incident. After that, I asked Eden-san to heal Bacchus-san's wound. Well, it seems that Eden-san took it easy on him, so the damage he received wasn't that serious. After he regained consciousness, I received a stamp from Bacchus-san and went outside the arena to wait for Lilia-san and the others. Eden-san. Thank you, and I'm sorry. Eden-san is too strong, so I won't be asking you to be my proxy for the next battles. I see, my child wants to do his best on his own. Seeing my child's growth makes mother very happy. However, I'm worried. It would be a disaster if my child's body is harmed by the trash of this world. Yes, my child's body is the treasure of the world. Mother can't help but be worried. However, yes, it's also a mother's duty to watch over her child's growth. I'm very worried, but for the sake of my child, I'll be patient. But still, if things continue as they are now. That's right. Let's increase my child's physical abilities by 1,000-fold. Let's also increase your magic power, so that you can wipe out the trash of this world. Yes, that's a good idea. My child is the supreme being, and no worthless trash should ever surpass my child in any aspect. Yes, that's right. Frustrating it may be, I'm forbidden from cleaning up the trash of this world because of a promise I made to the god of this world. However, if it's making my child stronger, this should be no problem. Yes, let's do that. With my help, my child will rise to greater heights. How wonderful. That's right. I should also stop. Eden-san, stop. She really is scary. Why the heck are you casually speaking about turning me into a superhuman? I'm fine the way I am now. Modifying my body like that is. You're right. My beloved child is already supreme at this point. Aren't you? My apologies. Mother is being foolish. Yes, it is as you say. My child is a sacred being that can't be tainted by anyone. Even if I'm your mother, it is unforgivable of me to change my child's body without permission. Thinking about it, there was no way I could have improved my child, when he was already the ultimate miracle. I just can't do that. Yes, that's right. My beloved child is most superb and wonderful in his natural state. But don't worry. Even if my child doesn't possess the strength to fight, Mother will always be here to protect you. That's right. Mother will protect my child better than anyone else. I'm begging you here. Can you just step on the brakes for a second? I hurriedly called out to Eden-san, whose eyes started to take the shape of murky hearts. I really feel like something terrifying will happen if I don't stop her while she's like this. Anyway, I'm already fine now, so Eden-san, you can go back to sightseeing. I understand. I'll do that. Where are you headed next, my child? My next stop is the nearby arena. I've already learned my lesson. If I said here that I would wait for Lilia-san and the others before moving on, she would definitely say something like making my child wait. How disrespectful. Or something like that. So, let's just tell her where I'm going next and let her go sightseeing as soon as possible. I said that, thinking that it was a great Eden-san countermeasure, but it seems like that was quite naive of me. I see. Well then, Mother will send you off. Now, I bid you well. Do your best over there. Mother is looking forward to your success. Wait, As Eden-san gave me her most beautiful smile, my body was enveloped in light and the scenery instantly changed. I see. So that's what she's going to do. She teleported me. What should I do? I won't be able to meet up with Lilia-san and the others like this. As I'm unceremoniously teleported to a position quite far from where I was before, I thought for a moment. I don't think it's a good idea to move without a thought. I'll just explain the situation here with the hummingbird and meet up with Lilia-san and the others over there. After gathering my thoughts, I quickly sent a hummingbird to Lilia-san. Now then, all I have to do is wait. I will never know what will happen when I enter the arena, so let's just wait in this place. You've arrived. I've been waiting for you. Why the heck are all things going against my expectations today? Why is there a 3-meter-tall gorilla with a horn approaching me? No, what I'm saying isn't a metaphor. The person approaching is seriously a gorilla. It has black hair, big arms, and even the way it walks is just like a gorilla. The only difference it had with a regular gorilla is the one big horn on its head. No, wait, calm down. It would be rude to think of someone as a gorilla just because they look exactly like one. It's just that they resemble a gorilla. I'm one of Walking's 5 generals. The gallant Kong. I'm glad you're here, youngster from another world. Even your name screams gorilla. I'm Mama Kaito. Nice to meet you. The fact that you're here means that you've already defeated Bacchus. Even though you have such a seedy body that's as thin as a branch, you're really great, aren't you? No. The one who defeated Bacchus is. The next one you're challenging is me. Alright, let's get started. Just so you know, I'm not as naive as Bacchus. No, I'm still waiting for someone. Now, follow me. This way. The gorilla. Or rather, Kong-san carried me on his shoulders. and I was forcibly taken to the arena. This gorilla isn't listening to me at all. I can't even establish a proper conversation with him, you know. When we entered the arena, Kong-san set me down, beat his chest with both of his hands and spoke. That's definitely drumming. There's no mistaking it. This guy's a gorilla. Alright, let's get started. Don't worry, I know you're weak, so I'll give you a handicap. If you want to send a proxy, that's fine too. Come on, get yourself ready. No, that's why I've been waiting for the proxy who might be able to represent me. You're the one who forced me into this situation, you know. However, what should I do? I can't just call Eden-san now. She may be really kind to me, but she's really unforgiving to the inhabitants of this world. I mean, she's even calling them trash. She may have taken it easy against Bacchus-san, but I don't know if she'll do it again. So, I would like to ask for another proxy, but what should I do? Someone, can anyone help me out here? Rude and uncivilized. This is why I hate walking subordinates. Did you really think that a gorilla with no intelligence or dignity can talk rudely to Mama-sama? Pandora-san. Just as with Eden-san earlier, Pandora-san suddenly appeared in front of me. Why the heck is this happening? One after another. Mama-sama, please leave it to me. As Mama-sama's proxy, I will make sure that this rude person will be dealt with. No, but Pandora-san is. Don't worry, thanks to Shiltia-sama's consideration, I also have the badge that shows I'm Mama-sama's companion. Alice? Why the heck are you increasing my companions without my knowledge? Also, it's just a hunch, but I think Pandora-san is a very dangerous person, you know? Don't worry. I will not simply make those who have been rude to Mama-sama faint. I will make them regret being born, and then, educate them so that they will never speak rudely to Mama-sama again. I'll make sure he'll scream so hard that he won't have the strength to scream anymore. Just after Eden-san, why did such a dangerous person appear? Even though I'm not Lilia-san, I think my stomach is starting to hurt. Just when I thought I'd managed to persuade the dangerous Eden-san, someone else came to help me, but she was on a different vector of dangerousness compared to Eden-san. Seriously, what the heck is going on today? Could it be that today, it's that so-called unlucky day? It was another unpleasant incident. Pandora-san. Stop it already. This isn't something I can show on TV anymore. I raised that girl. Don't look so smug over there. For goodness sake, make Pandora-san stop. Yeeeees. Pandora, leave it at that. Don't make Kaito-san Sigor. By your will. After hearing Alice's words, Pandora-san finally stops moving, and in front of her is the slumped Kong-san, bound by a large number of chains that have appeared from the void. Pandora-san's scary, seriously scary. I mean, she was so lively while torturing Kong-san. She might even be scarier than Eden-san. Anyway, Alice's command stops Pandora-san, and soon, Kong-san recovers with Alice's magic. I was worried about his mental health after being tortured like that, but he seemed to be fine as he cheerfully said I won't lose next time. After receiving the second stamp from Kong-san, I felt like my stomach was aching as I walked out of the arena. Pandora-san. Thank you for your help. No, it's no problem. My apologies, but I have to return back to work. If you need me to act as your proxy again, please call me anytime. No thanks. Seriously. No thanks. My stomach can't bear it anymore. After parting with Pandora-san, I headed to a stall a short distance from the arena. I know that it was a bad idea to move around while waiting for Lilia-san and the others, but right now, I needed something to soothe me. After all, for the second time in a row, a very dangerous person came to help me. I'm starting to get worried that another dangerous person would appear next time too. Please, can someone decent come next time? Master. Hearing a familiar voice, I turned around to see Anima running toward me from a short distance away. Wearing a black jacket with a starry sky pattern on it and pants of the same color, clothing that I prepared for her for the Six Kings Festival, Anima ran up to me with a gentle smile. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm glad that I could meet you. Fui. Anima. Master? What are you? I wasn't particularly conscious of it, but when I saw Anima's face, I reflexively hugged her. I could clearly see the blush on Anima's face, but she doesn't resist and fits into my arms, which looks very cute and soothed my depressed heart. A battle maniac who won't listen to me when I tell him to run away. and the god of earth who is trying to make him vanish from the world, a gorilla who I can't converse with, and the phantasmal king's subordinate who fights so cruelly that it would even make the devil turn pale. And then, there comes Anima, refreshing my weary heart. Anima, sorry, I got a little carried away. I don't know if she lost herself because I hugged her or not. But I apologized to Anima, who was as red as a boiled octopus while looking at me with her mouth opening and closing. No. Master is tired after all, so it can't be helped. Why, you don't have to mind about me. When Anima heard my words, she immediately shook her head, but her face was still red. Speaking of which, aren't Lilia-san and the others with you? No, I came here by myself. Is that so? Yes. Lilia Dono and the others are still in the process of collecting 10 stamps. Phew. It seems like Lilia-san and the others haven't finished gathering enough stamps yet. I thought that we should head over as soon as I saw Master's hummingbird, but Lilia Dono and the others looked like they wanted to take on the War King's 5 generals, so I suggested that I head out on my own first. Phew. Wait, is Anima fine with it though? Yes. I'm not interested in fighting against them. I thought I would need 10 stamps to help Master, but after seeing Master's hummingbird, I decided that I didn't need the stamps if I act as Master's proxy, so I came here. What the? So, there are also angels walking on land, huh? I'm really glad that Anima is thinking well of me. I see, thanks. No, as Master Retainer, this is something natural. Ito and Theta were about to head this way too, but they are Bacchus-sama's former subordinates. I thought they might have something to talk about with him, so I ordered them to stay behind at my own discretion. I'm fine with that too. How should I say this? Well, it's kind of charming that she seems to be completely comfortable with her position as my retainer. As I reached out my hand and stroked Anima's fluffy hair, she narrowed her eyes in comfort. Stroking Anima's head for a little while, when I took back my hand, she nodded once before speaking again. So, what do we do now? It will take some time before Lilia Dono and the others arrive. Shall we challenge the second arena first? No, I've actually already cleared that. Really? To have defeated 2 count-level demons in such a short time, as expected of Master. No, it's not like I was the one who fought them. I couldn't stand Anima's respectful gaze toward me. But when I thought of the actual tragedy that occurred, being looked at with that gaze makes me unable to sit still. After that, I recounted the events up to this point before going back to the topic of what we will do now. I don't really want to rush Lilia-san and the others, so now that Anima is here anyway, why don't we head to the next arena first? Yes, it's alright. As Master's proxy, I will definitely seize victory. I'll be counting on you. Well, since we're here anyway, why don't we look at some of the stalls along the way? Soothed once again by how adorable Anima's salute is, I checked the guidebook for the location of the next arena and moved on. I've also sent a hummingbird to Lilia-san and the others that I was going to the next arena with Anima, so there should be no problem there either. Or rather, I frankly just want to see the stalls. Since it's a festival, let's just take it easy on the way to the next arena, since I've only been seeing violent scenes today. Speaking of which, Anima, when you said that Lilia-san and the others were still collecting stamps, I guess they were going to fight against someone, huh? No, there were different kinds of things they could do. But it seems like most of them were sports. I don't know much about them, but there's that ball game called squash, then there's that bowling game. The heck is that? That sounds fun. That's weird, isn't it? What I experienced just now was certainly a refreshing change of pace, but I would have preferred playing those games, No, there's no need to panic just yet. The Six Kings Festival has only begun. We could also just go around now. Anima, from here to the next arena. Let's go on a date. Alright, let's go. Master. What are you saying? Going on a date. Wawa. Wait a moment. It's quite a distance to the next arena, so let's play at the booths and facilities where we can get stamps in the meantime. It would be a shame to just walk straight to the arena with such a cute Anima by my side. Probably because of the backlash from what I have felt until now, but I was feeling a bit excited as I walked towards the stalls, pulling the flustered Anima's hand. Tension heavily dominates the place. Wiping away the sweat on my shoulder with my arm, I turned my gaze back to the being I'm facing. It was a close battle, and one could say that I was being pushed into a corner. However, I'm not the only one cornered in this fight. One more strike. If my one single strike connects, it will be my win. However, I don't have much time left. If I miss here, it will be my loss. It's indeed a paper-thin battle. Master, do your best. Wishing for my victory behind me, Anima cheered me on. As if she could feel the same tension I'm feeling now, I could feel her voice tremble. However, the words I received did indeed bring courage to my heart, and surrendering my body to the heat of the moment, I prepared my stance. Feeling as if time was accelerating, I felt as if the scenery around me seemed unusually clear, and with a step forward, I unleashed my final strike. Ethais, as if responding to my thoughts. The white trajectory that was released from my hand sharply burst forth and successfully caught its target. Well, even with all the bullshit I said, I'm actually just playing target practice. Congratulations. You have scored 5 points and will receive a stamp. You did it, Master. Amazing. As the attendant told me I met the requirements with a smile, she placed a stamp on my stamp card. As I returned to her side with a smile, Anima looked so happy as if it were her who had won. This was one of the attractions that Anima and I stopped by on our way to the third arena. You throw a ball at a target with 9 boards, and if you score 5 or more points, you get a stamp. Well, to put it bluntly, it's just like those target practice games using a baseball bat in my world. Incidentally, Anima has also tried it out, but she wasn't able to clear it. Anima can throw a very powerful fastball, but her control isn't so good. The speed of my ball throws may not be that great, but my control is pretty good, so I somehow managed to clear it. Well, after such a violent start to the day, playing something normal like this feels fun. It seems like Megdo-san's words that he had prepared a variety of attractions were true, as I have seen quizzes and card games before we joined this booth. It would have been great if the battle against the War King's 5 generals were something like this. I seriously don't know what Megdo-san's planning. With these thoughts in mind, I left the booth and walked down the street with Anima. As we leisurely made our way to the next arena, moving our gaze around the considerable number of stalls, Anima suddenly turned her attention to one stall. Salt grilled fish. Should we have some? No, I'm alright. It just happened to be in my line of sight. I see. But seeing it now, I'm tempted to try it out, so let's eat together. Yes, Anima eats meat too, but she prefers fish. She may think that she's hiding it, but it's easy to tell because her eyes sparkle when she looks at fish dishes. Well, with Anima's personality, she's probably thinking that she can't stop me just because of her own desire. It's better to invite her a little forcefully like this. I bought 2 pieces of salt grilled fish and gave one to Anima. As usual, Anima insisted on paying for the fish herself, but I used my position as her master to make her shut up. When I tasted the salt grilled fish, I found the texture of the crispy skin and the soft white meat, and this right amount of saltiness. This is tasty. How is it, Anima? It's delicious. I see. Want some more? No. I'm already full. Excuse me, can I have another one, Master? Anima finished one quickly and told me how delicious it was with a cute expression on her face, but it was obvious that she hadn't eaten enough yet, so I ignored Anima's objection, bought more, and handed it to her. Thank you. She tends to be reserved, so a hint of forcefulness like this is just right. I think I'm getting to know Anima better now. As a side note, the long coat-like outfit that Anima is wearing now, it actually has a similar design to my clothes. However, my clothes are embroidered with golden threads in many places, while Anima's clothes are not. Also, the design of Anima's clothes looked a little more modest. I guess this must be playfulness on Alice's part, as she deliberately made Anima's clothes more modest than mine, as if she's using our position of master and retainer as the motif. Receiving her clothes, Anima was greatly praising it. She seems to be proud to be my retainer, and she's really happy to be dressed in a way that makes her instantly recognizable as my retainer. Well, that pride can be a bit of a problem for me too. As expected, I'm not that much of an idiot. I'm aware that Anima has feelings for me that go beyond that of a servant to her master. To be honest though, I'm happy she feels that way about me. It's just that, Anima, on the other hand, is completely oblivious about her own feelings. Rather, She thinks that her feelings are simply affection for her master whom she respects. Should I say that she's too loyal to realize that she holds feelings beyond loyalty? This is very difficult. Even now, when I've gone out of my way to declare that we're on a date, she's too serious and tries to keep her position of being my retainer at every moment. Should I be a bit more forceful? Did you say something? Well, I'm actually just admiring how cute Anima is. Phew. Now then, I guess it's about time we head to the arena. Master? Please wait a moment. No, well, I guess I don't have to be in that much of a hurry. I was bewildered when she first came, but I think Anima has already become someone I can't imagine without by my side. Unless she gets tired of being by my side, we're going to be together hereafter. Moreover, Anima is a former black bear. Her age as a human is much younger than mine, or rather, she isn't even a year old. I guess we should take our time and make progress one step at a time, huh? With that thought in mind, I smiled at the confused Anima as we walked side by side, down the road to the arena. Dear Mom, Dad, to be honest, after I've lost you two, I thought that I would never be able to feel the warmth of a family again. However, I really don't understand this whole master-retainer thing, nor do I know if this feeling is really the same as my love for my family. However, I wonder why though? Thinking about Anima as my family, how should I say this? It strangely fits just right. Arriving at the third arena, it looked more like a dojo rather than a coliseum. It seems like it takes quite a while to gather 10 stamps for the challenge. And there were still no other challengers in sight yet. Walking into the quiet arena with Anima, I looked at the person sitting on a seiza in the middle of the area. She was sitting down, so I couldn't see her clearly, but she looked to be about 2 meters tall. It was a blue-haired woman wearing clothes similar to a kimono. I'm glad you've come, Mama Dono. Quietly speaking in a voice that held a hint of coldness, it felt like she was the exact opposite of King from the previous arena. The woman slowly stood up and turned to me and Anima. My name is Epsilon. I am known as Epsilon of the Absolute Ties. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mama Kaito. This is my proxy, Anima. Phew, I understand. I'm not one for small talk. Let's just go straight to the main point. Anima Dono, touch this. Saying that, Epsilon-san took out the same crystal ball that I had seen at Bacchus-san's arena. Stepping in front of me, Anima touched the crystal ball. Phew, you have a power level of 800,000 ha. That's quite something. I'd say you're around Viscount level ha. Anima's strong, compared to the me whose power level is 3. Anima is 200,000 times stronger. Well, there are also those unreasonably strong people in the world that can break that crystal ball. Well then, let's establish the rules. If you can hit me with even a single strike, you win. As a handicap, I will not use one of my arms and legs, not will I make use of magic in my attacks. I will be warning you though, that I will still make use of magic to defend myself. Also, my movements will be restricted, but since I have no intention of moving from this spot, that rule doesn't really matter. Anima quietly listened to what Epsilon-san was saying. It seems that she will have a considerable handicap, but she doesn't seem to have any complaints about it. After Anima finished listening to Epsilon-san's explanation, she came to me once and muttered, I'm not a fool. Let alone the small forest I used to live in, I understand that there are a lot of people who are stronger than me in this world. She's also far more superior to me. I really hate myself for being so weak. You don't have to be so down on yourself. You're one of the paltry few who have reached such strength in the world. In many ways, she is the opposite of Kong-san. Not making fun of Anima for being weaker than her, Epsilon-san took out a Naginata from out of nowhere and held it in one hand. Master, I will be off. I'll definitely bring you victory. Anima, do your best. However, don't push yourself too much, okay? Filled with determination, Anima faced Epsilon-san with both of her hands held up. Then, after making sure that I had moved out of the way, the battle has begun. To be honest, I may have underestimated the War King's 5 generals in a corner of my mind. The 2 battles so far have ended in overwhelming victories because one of them fought Pandora-san, the strongest of the Count ranks, and Eden-san, one of the strongest beings in the world. I thought I had clearly understood how strong the generals are. But seeing the sight in front of me astonished me. Epsilon-san, who hadn't moved an inch from her starting point, stood in front of the heavily breathing Anima, who was down on one knee. The difference in ability between them is so obvious that I can see it with my own eyes. And she was being overwhelmed. No matter how many attacks Anima made, Epsilon was able to handle them all with the Naginata she's holding in just one hand. She had said she could use magic to defend herself, but Epsilon-san had never used any magic so far. Perhaps, the difference in skill and magic power between them is just too great, as every time Anima lunges at her, she is flung away and tumbled on the ground. Viscount and Count. There seems to be just one level difference between them, but it seems like there's so much difference between their strengths. Epsilon-san did not attack Anima. Even so, it can be said that Anima was already in tatters. She was flung away and sent crashing to the ground. This was repeated over and over again, and blood is already flowing down her mouth. Anima, stop it already. I'm alright. I can still. Honestly, rather than winning or losing, I just couldn't stand to see Anima get hurt anymore, so I tried to tell her to stop and that it was fine to lose, but her strong voice interrupted me. While Anima told me such, Epsilon-san spoke to her with an expression as cold as ice. Going any further is futile. I am already fully aware of your abilities. You are too young, too inexperienced, in which case, your blade won't reach me at all. I've been holding back all this time. Even so, damage would still accumulate in your body, wouldn't it? In fact, it may already be difficult for you to stand now. At Epsilon-san's words, Anima hung her head in frustration. Perhaps acknowledging her movement as acceptance of defeat, Epsilon-san quietly lowered her Naginata. But immediately after, a quiet, yet strong-willed voice was heard. All my days have just been spent stealing, killing and eating. Epsilon-san, who was about to turn her back away from her, stopped moving at her words and turned her gaze to Anima. One day, I fought a lone human. Compared to myself, his body was extremely fragile. He had no claws nor fangs, and yet, he challenged me with his weak and fragile body alone. Anima. I don't even have to think about who those words are referring to. She was talking about the time I encountered Anima and fought, protecting someone on his back. There was a strong light in the eyes of this human, even though he was challenging someone much more powerful than him. Seeing those eyes, I thought that they were strong, that I couldn't defeat them, and those eyes is something I yearn from the bottom of my heart. I am weak. Even when I serve the person I admire, all that stands out is my weakness. There are many people stronger than me, and many more people smarter than me. And yet, Master told me that I was needed. With those words, Anima put all of her strength on her body to stand up and raised her arms at ready again. To serve Master, to pave the way for Master's path. That's something I'm proud of. That's why, there's no way I will ever give up. I hate to say it, but I'm not that smart of a fighter. But if I can't reach you now, I will just keep trying until I do. With an unyielding will, Anima took a step forward. Looking at her, Epsilon-san exclaimed in admiration. But she didn't raise her stance. A few moments later, Epsilon-san made the Naginata in her hand disappear. How splendid. You win. I'll give you a stamp. Huh? The words Epsilon-san suddenly said seemed to have caught Anima off guard. I guess that should be obvious. The atmosphere they had just now feels like this is just where the battle begins. What the heck is going on? What are you talking about? I can still. The next attack of yours will reach me. That is something I'm sure of. Wow. There's no doubt that your next attack will hit me. But it will be an attack at the risk of your life. I don't think Mamadono would want you to be seriously injured. I am not confident that I can handle that blow without hurting you. This is just simply because I'm not capable enough. Anyway, does that mean the battle is over? In that case, Anima. I immediately ran over to the stunned Anima and took out as much of fruits of the world tree as I could from my magic box. Anima, we need to treat your injuries. Master? I'm just slightly injured. Just eat it. Why yes. Overwhelmed by my menacing look, Anima hurriedly ate one of the fruits of the world tree. Seeing that the small wounds here and there were healing, I breathed out a sigh of relief. Then, as I was checking Anima again and again to see if she still had any other injuries, a faint smile appeared on Epsilon-san's lips. It seems like your master cares about you very much. What a lucky woman you are. Now then, Mamadono, your stamp card. Yes. With Epsilon-san prompting, I took out my card and a stamp was placed on it. When it was done, Epsilon-san turned to Anima, who was looking down with her face flushing red, and quietly spoke. If you aren't satisfied with the outcome of this battle, let's have a rematch in 1,000 years. You are young and full of talent. 1,000 years from now, I think we should be able to fight each other evenly without me having to give you any handicap. I understand. Epsilon-san, I will challenge you again in 1,000 years. I will be looking forward to it, future warrior. Saying that, Epsilon-san bowed to me once and then went back to the center of the arena, where she sat on a sea isle and closed her eyes, just as how she had been when we first entered this place. How should I say this? She's a cool one. Totally different from Kong-san. While Anima was fighting though, I thought about how I've always been helped with all these battles. Eden-san, Pandora-san, Anima, leaving everything to proxies, and then facing a Megiddo-san like that. Would something like that really be alright? Even though her body was in tatters, Anima still did her best. Then, I should also do the same. Even if it's at least once, I think I should also fight. I currently have 3 stamps. And in front of us is the 4th arena. After getting a stamp from Epsilon-san, we had a quick bite at one of the stalls along the way, and arrived at the arena, which seemed a little smaller than the previous 3. However, it was quiet around here. It was so quiet that I almost forgot that we were in the middle of a festival. I mean, it was also the case for the previous 3 arenas. But aren't there any other challengers beside me? Are they simply too lazy to collect enough stamps, or do they think it's silly to challenge the War King's 5 generals? With those questions in mind, I walked into the arena, and found another strange person in there. Mama-kun, welcome. I've been waiting for you. Ozma-san. The one who was waiting for me in this arena was Ozma-san, whom I had met in Rigfoshia before, and with whom I have been in contact since. Thinking about it again, it should only be natural that Ozma-san is there because he's one of the War King's 5 generals, and since I've gone through 3 of the War King's 5 generals so far, the only ones left should only be Ozma-san and Agni-san. With a gentle smile on his lips, Ozma-san approached me and spoke. Can I take a look at your stamp card for a moment? Yes. You've already passed through 3 of the War King's 5 generals. Especially Epsilon-chan, even though she's so strong, only somewhat weaker than Agni-chan, you did amazing. You seem to be doing well. But you don't look happy. Do you have something in mind? As expected of Ozma-san, he must have sensed that I have a lot of things in my mind. Faced with this question, I softly asked. I've actually been able to leave everything up to this point to my proxies, but I thought I myself should at least try to fight. Master, but that's just. When Anima heard my words, she was about to say something, but stopped mid-sentence. She was probably about to reflexively stop me, but guessing my feelings, she probably hesitated to speak. Hearing my words, Ozma-san nodded once and held a cigarette in his mouth. After lighting it and taking a light puff, he calmly spoke. I see. I'd like to say that there are things people just aren't good at, and you don't have to try them yourself, but I wonder if Mama-kun feels guilty about standing before Master when you were carried by people around you? Yes, I think that's all good. It's alright for a young child to be a little forward. Above all, I think Master will be more pleased if you stand before him when you yourself are convinced of what you achieved. Anima-chan must be worried about Mama-kun, but I think you should respect his feelings and support him here. While affirming my thoughts, he also sent advice to Anima, who had a worried look on his face. As I thought, I think Ozma-san is a dependable adult, and I also feel that it's easier for me to take on a challenge if I'm against someone I know. Although she still looked worried, Anima listened to Ozma-san's words and nodded. Well then, let's go over the rules. Uncle couldn't attack Mama-kun, nor am I allowed to use magic. I'm also prohibited from using one arm and one leg. Then, there's also movement restrictions. Let's see. How about me being unable to get out of this circle? Saying that, Ozma-san draws a small circle with a radius of about 2 meters on the ground and asks me if I'm fine with it. It's fine with me. Then, my movement speed. I won't move at a speed Mama-kun can't react to. Well, that's about it. Ozma-san then showed me that he was moving as I was while he leisurely walked on one foot. It seemed pretty slow, but I guess he looked confident enough to handle me. I nodded and told him that the conditions were too favorable for me to have any problem with it. Mama-kun's only victory condition is to touch Uncle with even a finger. The time limit, How about I give you half an hour? Yes, that's a good response. Well then, let's do some warm-up exercises so we don't get hurt before we begin. Nodding at the words Ozma-san said with a gentle smile, I did some light warm-up exercises. I'm clear about this myself. Even with such a massive handicap, this isn't going to be easy. However, there's no doubt that I have the advantage, so let's just give it our all. Fumo, Kaito-san's opponent is the peaceful sky. Ozma-san, is he strong? If he fights seriously, he is even stronger than Agni-san, the head of the War King's 5 generals. But he's the type of guy who goes easy on his opponents according to their strength. I think Kaito-san has a good chance of winning. Fumo. There were 2 shadows high above the arena, overlooking the people below, and they were quietly conversing with each other. At the end of their gaze was Kaito challenging Ozma. Well, as for Ozma-san, it would depend on how much Kaito-san does his best. The problem would be after that. Agni-san doesn't have the kind of personality to go easy on someone, so the only person who can win against her would be Kaito-san's proxy. I guess someone like that. God. Well, I wonder what Kaito-san will do about that. Freaking shameless. This is the reason why I'm here, right? Are you okay with the blank in years you haven't fought? I suppose. I guess I'll just have to adjust in a real fight. If you're not confident, we can always stop, you know. Leave the bullshit. Try to when you're sleeping. Foo. Then, I'll be leaving him in your care, partner. Relaxedly exchanging words, as if they had known each other for a long time, the 2 shadows disappeared from the area. With a large amount of handicap in my favor, Ozma-san at least wouldn't move at a speed I couldn't see, and his range of action is only within a circle of 4 meters in diameter. So, to be honest, somewhere in the back of my mind, I was thinking that I can do reasonably well on this. However, after 15 minutes, half of the time limit, had passed, I realized how naive my thoughts were. This is tough. You sure can move a lot. Mama-kun. Are you exercising regularly? As I heavily breathed out, Ozma-san stood in front of me with an aloof smile on his face. I can't reach him. I can't reach him at all. I mean, it doesn't feel like I would be able to reach him. Ozma-san's movements were slow and relaxed, but they were exquisite and as slippery as a spectre. Just as Ozma-san declared though, he was indeed only moving at a speed I could react to. However, his movements were exquisite. Even if I could react, my body wasn't able to keep up, or he'd exploit blind angles that make it difficult to see his movements. It was as if he was a leaf gently falling from a tree slipping through my hand when I tried to catch it. In that case though, I thought of opening my arms wide to block his escape route and tried to collide my body with his, but he quickly jumped over me with 1 foot. Well, Ozma-san may have actually been seeing my movements as if they were in slow motion, so it was easy for him to avoid them. However, it's not like I don't have any cards left. I guess it's time for me to use my trump card. Oh, a magic circle. That's great. It's important to try things out and find the way you could break through. Ozma-san was still as calm as before with his gentle smile on his face. However, this magic would be able to break that smile of his. Or rather, if this doesn't break his smile, I don't think I have any chance of victory at all. For a man with little magic power and no aptitude for combat, I could only rely on my only trump card auto counter. However, it's a passive kind of magic, and isn't something suitable for initiating. The magic I'm going to use now is an improved version of my auto counter. It's a magic that makes my body act through movements that I've established beforehand, at a really fast speed that just barely breaks my body. After a few minutes or setting up the magic circle, I activated it. Autopilot. Whoa! With the utterance of the magic name acting as a key, I lost control of my body. The attack I've set up this time is to make use of my body to attack at Ozma-san at the fastest and shortest distance possible. As the distance was originally close, I quickly reached Ozma-san and swung my fist at him, but he nimbly turned his body to the side and evaded my attack. However, this is where the true essence comes in. My body quickly reacts to Ozma-san's movements and swings my fist to the side. However, this was also avoided by leaning his upper body behind. Before I could even realize that my fist attack had been evaded though, my body immediately crouched down and my foot swept his. So to speak, autopilot is something like a super reflex. It eliminates the process between thinking and acting, and executes predetermined goals at the level of a spinal reflex. This should have been making my body exert its maximum performance. But Ozma-san did a backflip with one foot to avoid my foot sweep, and easily avoided my fist that was continuously thrown in the air, and then spun around again with one hand on the ground to avoid my follow-up attack. Good gracious, you're quite fast, aren't you? It's going to be hard for Uncle to avoid them. Despite saying all these things, Ozma-san evaded all my attacks with relative ease, as if he knew in advance where my attacks would come from. For him to be this powerful. This is bad. Autopilot is certainly easier to use than auto-counter, but I still don't know how much this magic consumes in the next few minutes. If I can't catch him, autopilot lost its effect, and I fell down on one knee. As for the time limit, there's already less than 10 minutes left. Master, autopilot would disregard my body's fatigue while in effect, but one of the drawbacks is that when the effect wears off, the fatigue rushes in. To be honest, I'm so tired I just want to lie down right now. While watching the exhausted me lying down on the ground, Ozma-san held a cigarette in his mouth and spoke to me without lighting it. Mama-kun, can I give you one piece of advice? That magic isn't really effective against Uncle, you know. That's probably some magic that allows you to attack in the most efficient way, right? In that case, for opponents like Uncle here who have already lived useless amounts of years, not only would we be able to figure out where and how someone's going to attack, we can even control your movements by purposely creating gaps. Now that he mentioned it, I can somehow understand it. The autopilot uses the most efficient movement to launch an attack. So, for someone as good as Ozma-san, it wouldn't be any different from using telephone punches. This is hard. Well, you did a great job. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses after all. So, isn't it enough that you tried? Even though Master Megito told you that, it's not like you really have to do that. In this world, it's important to know when to give up. It's not like it's your fault that you lost here. There's no need to force yourself to do something that's hard. You can just retire here. You can just go have fun with that girl over there at the festival. I guess you're right. In response to Ozma-san's words, who was speaking to me as if he was gently persuading me, not mocking me for my weakness, I nodded once, before I held down my trembling legs and stood up. Even still, you're going to stand up? You don't have to work so hard, do you? Do you really want to live up to Master Megito's expectations that much? There's that too. But well, more than that. Why am I seriously working so hard? The reason? I think there are a lot of them. I don't want to waste the thoughts of the people who helped me get here. And I also want to live up to Megito-san's expectations. Those are definitely reasons for not giving up. But I'm not that good of a person, so if it's only that, I won't be trying this much. Yes, the reason why I'm working so hard now is actually quite simple. I'm also a man, so sometimes, I just wanted to show off my good side to a cute girl. I see. With such a reason, there's no way that you can just not work hard. Right? It's Uncle's mistake. Alright then. Bring me all you got. Alright. To be honest, I have very little energy and magic power left. That's why I've only got one chance left. Running towards Ozma-san, I swung my fist. But of course, the strike is avoided. However, what I'm aiming for is this moment. Through my sympathy magic, I conveyed my emotions. What I'm using now is that magic that stopped the fight between Kronos-san and Ein-san before, forcefully transmitting my strong desire to not lose. I jumped on Ozma-san, whose movements slightly slowed down in surprise. This tactic is effective because it's a surprise attack. However, there won't be a second time. That's why, reach him. I desperately reached out to Ozma-san, who took evasive action even though his reaction was a bit delayed. It was actually just the tip of my finger. But my outstretched hand did indeed touch Ozma-san's body. Whoa, you all right there? As I was about to fall to the ground, Ozma-san quickly caught my body. Master, are you all right? Did you get injured? Anima, I'm all right, just a little tired. With Ozma-san's support, I smiled at Anima who ran up to me, to which she let out a sigh of relief. Good gracious. That's splendid. You managed to catch me, Tilda. Thank you very much. I'm sure you're tired, so why don't you get some rest? I'll give you the stamp later. Yes. Well then, I'll go brew some coffee. Young lady over there, can you help me with bringing the cups? Okay. After confirming that Anima nodded at Ozma-san's request for help, I sat down, leaning against the wall of the arena. I somehow managed to win just in time. My whole body feels so weary, but at the same time, I feel a sense of accomplishment. This feeling doesn't feel so bad. On their way to where they're making coffee, a distance away from Kaito, Anima spoke to Ozma. On those last moments. Why did you let him touch you on purpose? As expected, you noticed it. Hearing Anima's words, Ozma leisurely muttered and kindly smiled. At that time, Kaito's plan certainly caught Ozma off guard. But even if that's so, it was an easy task for Ozma to slip through the hand of Kaito, whose body was riddled with wounds. However, the fact was that Kaito's hand actually reached Ozma. Because toward a position that is just barely within Kaito's reach. Rather, from the beginning, I had intended to give a stamp to Kaito even without challenging me. I've known Mama-kun quite a bit already, and even without having to test him, I thought he was well qualified to fight Master. It's just, doing that won't make him accept it, right? I suppose it was more like I was responding to his challenge. After saying this, Ozma glances towards Kaito's direction and smiles. Though I say that, once I accepted his challenge, I didn't intend to just let myself lose. At least, if Mama-kun hadn't tried so hard. He, who was aiming for what's in front of him, desperately reached his hand to the goal, but in the end, he was held back by the difference in ability. Uncle doesn't like that kind of development. Well, in the end, it was a victory for Mama-kun who made Uncle here think it was okay to lose. Allow me to say my thanks on Master's behalf. No, I don't need it. Rather than that, you should just praise Mama-kun for his hard work. Tell him that he did a great job. Yeah, good gracious, it's so nice to be young. I'm so jealous. Uncle is getting so old now. But well, I guess it's the elder's privilege to be able to smile at the efforts of straightforward children. As he said this, Ozma lit the cigarette in his mouth and serenely smiled. After I finished drinking the coffee that Ozma-san brewed for me, I stood up after recovering from my fatigue to some extent. Just as I was about to leave the place after thanking Ozma-san, he opened his mouth. Mama-kun. Yes, I don't think I expressly have to say this since you should already know this by now, but the fact that so many people would lend you their strength and become your ally is definitely your strength. Unless you're an omnipotent god, there's only so much you can do on your own. Don't worry too much, ask for their help. Well, you also know that being too dependent won't do either, so it sure is difficult to gauge things out. This is probably advice also for the challenge to Agni-san after this. Advice he gave me after knowing I was worried about various things. Yes, thank you, Ozma-san. Well, don't get so worked up about stuff. Just take it easy and have fun. I'll be rooting for you. Lightly bowing my head to Ozma-san who was lightheartedly waving his hand at us, I left the place with Anima, aiming for the next arena. Together with Anima, I proceeded to the 5th arena. On the stamp card in my hand, there were 4 oversized stamps, proof that I had defeated the War King's 5 generals. I don't count the stamps from the attractions we participated in along the way since they weren't counted in Mejido-san's place. The next one is the 5th, the last stamp I needed. Master, a hummingbird arrived. Oh, it's from Lilia-san. As I was somehow feeling deeply moved that I'm finally close to gathering all the stamps, a hummingbird from Lilia-san arrived at that moment. It said that Lilia-san and the others had finished challenging Bacchus-san's arena, and they were challenging the 5 generals in an opposite order from me. After they challenged Bacchus-san, it seems like they were now heading to Agni-san's arena. She then ended it with a question asking if we should meet there. Her timing was actually just right, so I sent a reply that we were also on our way to Agni-san's arena and decided to meet up with them there. Since we were going to meet up there, I thought of walking faster, but I felt someone discreetly holding the hem of my clothes. Anima, my apologies. No, it's alright but, is something the matter? No. When I asked her, tilting my head to the side if there's something she wants, Anima blushed and turned her head to the side, murmuring in a voice that was unusually soft for her. I know that this is rude of me but... I'd like it if... we could be alone. For a little. My apologies. It's nothing. It was very unusual, perhaps, this might be the first time since I met Anima that she had spoken out about her small, modest selfishness. She didn't finish her words, but I still understood what Anima was asking for. And to be honest, it made me happy. That's why, asking Anima to raise her head that was deeply bowed, I smiled as gently as I could and spoke. I'm actually hungry from all the moving around I did earlier. I want to get something to eat. I'll let Lilia-san and the others know that we'll be a bit late, so can you go along with my selfishness? Master. Why yes. Gladly. Well then, it seems like there are food and drink stalls over there, so let's go. Yes. Master. Thank you. Smiling at her modest words of thanks, I headed to the area lined with stalls to get there with Anima. Anima's small selfishness. No, I don't really think I call that selfishness, huh? That is, yes, the thing asked by this girl, who holds no desires for herself, for the first time was a cute request. Even though I said that we were going to eat, we didn't want to keep Lilia-san and the others waiting too long, so we decided to eat at a stall instead of going into a restaurant. I noticed this when we were searching for what to eat, but there's also normal restaurants here. I don't know if I should say that it's to be expected from an outrageously large place or not. I had already eaten earlier, but for Anima, who loves fish, I bought some salt grilled fish and a few other items from the stalls, and sat down with Anima on a bench a few distance away from the stalls. As soon as I took a bite of the grilled fish, from beneath its crispy skin, the white flesh that goes well with salt became visible and its taste gently spread out in my mouth. This fish is lightly seasoned, but it goes without saying that salt and white fish go extremely well together. It's very tasty. Tasty. Wait, Anima, are you not going to eat it? No, I'll eat it. Turning my head to the side, I saw Anima staring at the fish skewer with a listless expression on her face for some reason. When I called out to her, Anima flustredly took a mouthful of the salt-grilled fish, but after taking a bite, she stopped moving. Did it not taste good? No, it tastes great. Anima's expression feels somewhat strange. It's kinda hard to explain. It doesn't seem like she's depressed or anything like that. How should I say this? It feels more like she's confused. However, I couldn't figure out what she was confused about. While I was unable to continue the conversation, Anima remained silent for a while before she muttered, Master. My apologies for being selfish. What is this? Anima really seemed to be confused about something, and the confusion I felt from my sympathy magic became stronger with her mumble just now. However, it's not like I can use my sympathy magic to read minds. This magic can only read the surface emotions, and even if I could tell that Anima was confused, I still wouldn't know why she was confused. As this unanswered question came to my mind, the answer immediately came out from Anima's mouth. I just don't know why I did such a thing. Hey, I'm a subordinate serving Master, someone who has sworn her absolute loyalty to Master. I should have sworn this, but why, even though I shouldn't have meddled with Master's actions for my own selfishness. Anima. I can understand the reason for Anima's confusion by what she just said. Perhaps, just a bit, just a really bit. Even if she couldn't properly say what she's feeling, she noticed it. It exists in her heart, an emotion for me different from loyalty. That's why Anima is so confused right now, because she can't properly tell the true identity of this emotion budding within her heart, and the reason why she has acted differently from the way she has in the past. She could understand the loyalty within her heart, but this other emotion. For Anima, it feels as if her loyalty has been shaken, and she has become worried because of it. However, even if that's so, I can't tell her what emotion she's feeling here. This is because this emotion is still budding within Anima, and is not yet solidified. If, for argument's sake, I told Anima the answer before she could figure it out herself or confess my feelings, I'm sure Anima will be confused, but she will force herself to accept it. She will most probably say that because Master said it, then it must be right. Before she could even properly understand what she's feeling, she will instead think that this is how it should be. Then, it will all be pointless. Anima. Why yes? What the heck are you saying? Anima is the one going along with my selfishness, you know? No. But, or is it that Anima did not want to eat with me? That's not the case. That's why, what I should be doing is giving Anima time to calm down and look into her own heart. I don't know what kind of answer she'll end up with as a result of my decision. Would she put her loyalty first and push down these feelings? Or would she accept these feelings and change? Hey, Anima? Is Anima happy to eat with me? Yes. Strangely, I feel like it tastes better than usual. I see. Then, there's no problem, right? I'm happy to eat with Anima, and since we're both happy, it was a rather good choice we made. Wasn't it? Yes. This is just a guess, but if Anima properly accepts her feelings, I think she will grow up much greater than she is now. I'm not talking about physically, but mentally instead. Yes, I think Anima will become an even more charming girl than she is now. Master. It's delicious, isn't it? Yeah, that's why I won't say anything right now. Master. I'm just wondering what this is. I'm feeling a strange warmth inside me. I wonder. I'm also feeling exactly the same though. Anima probably haven't noticed it. Before she knew it, one of her hands held the salt-grilled fish skewer in one hand, while her other hand was placed next to my hand, with her pinky finger slightly touching my hand. Master. Thank you. For what? I don't know. But for some reason, I kind of wanted to say thank you. I see. For now, yes, I guess I'll patiently wait for the day this girl who is content with following behind me, would wish to stand by my side. I'm looking forward to such a future. Slow it may be, Anima is starting to change. At the moment, she is still very confused, but there is no need to rush. We can just continue to spend our time together in this peaceful way. And little by little, I think we can get closer to each other. After the meal with Anima, we finally arrived at the 5th arena. This arena isn't so different from the previous ones, but it looks very intimidating for me right now, especially when I think that I'm finally standing before the last and strongest of the War King's 5 generals. I wonder if Lilia-san and the others are inside? I think so. They may have challenged her first. I took a quick look around the entrance, but I couldn't see Lilia-san and the others. So, I assumed that they were challenging Agni-san first, and entered the arena with Anima. As we continued a little further, we heard cheers and what seemed to be the sounds of battle, and saw everyone near the entrance of the large arena. Kaito-san. Good work out there. Sayaka-san. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Is someone challenging now? When Sayaka-san spotted me, she called out to me, so I slightly bowed and met up with everyone. Yes, soon, all of us, including my lady, will have failed the challenge. When I heard what Lunamaria-san said, I immediately moved my gaze to the center of the arena. There, I saw Agni-san standing leisurely, and Lilia-san brandishing her large sword above, about to swing it down. Lilia-san, who boasts tremendous power, strikes with her might from above. This is a sword strike that had the same power from the strike of a high-ranking demon. But Agni-san doesn't move from her spot and easily catches Lilia-san's sword with one hand. That's a good attack. However, there is still unevenness in the distribution of magic power in your body. It was an overwhelming sight. When Lilia-san unleashed a series of strikes, she caught all of them with one hand without taking a single step, and when Lilia-san unleashed a tornado-like magic, Agni-san dispersed it with just a casual wave of her hand. Even if Lilia-san attacked with a speed that I couldn't perceive, Agni-san didn't consider her strikes as a threat and easily dealt with Lilia-san's attack without any change in her expression. It was an overwhelming difference in ability that even I, an amateur, could understand. This is the strength of the head of the War King's 5 generals. In the end, Agni-san was able to handle all of Lilia-san's attacks without taking a single step, and Lilia-san failed in her as time ran out. That wasn't a bad match. I look forward to our next match. Why yes. Thank you very much. Breathing heavily, Lilia-san comes back looking tired. Lilia-san, are you alright? Kaito-san. Yes, Agni-san, the head of the War King's 5 generals. Even with a handicap, I still couldn't do anything against her. I mean, we watched the other challengers while waiting for Mama-sama, and it seems like none of them managed to clear it. Seriously, Agni-san, how relentless can you be, for no one to have managed to clear it? Shuddering at what Lunamaria-san said, I spoke to Anima who was standing next to me. Anima, are you confident you can win? Frustrating it may be. I don't see any chance I can win. Compared to Epsilon-san, Agni-san is in another dimension. I see. It seems that Agni-san is so strong that even Anima said that she couldn't win against her even before trying. She's definitely the strongest of the 5 generals I've met so far. To be honest, if even Lilia-san can't win, then the only ones who I can ask to win on my behalf are Eden-san or Pandora-san. After Agni-san finished repairing the areas broken after Lilia-san's challenge, she came up to me and greeted me with a deep bow. If it isn't Mama-sama. Welcome to my arena. Yes, hello. I will be intruding here. Thank you for your courteous greeting. I have already received reports from my subordinates that you already have 4 oversized stamps, as expected of Mama-sama. Thank you. However, I have also been entrusted with this spot by Mejido-sama. Please understand that I won't be cutting corners. Why yes. How should I say this? It may be rude to say that this is unexpected, but Agni-san seems to be a person who uses honorifics when she should. I mean, most of the 5 generals don't seem to be muscleheads, huh? Well, Kong-san is a different type of musclehead though. Then, looking straight into my eyes, Agni-san quietly continued. Mama-sama, please excuse my rudeness, but I want to inform you something. Yes, please tell me. I'm sorry, Mama-sama, but even with the maximum handicap, you cannot beat me. I recommend that you have a proxy challenge me. I understand. Well, I was originally planning on doing that, but what should I do? If I want to beat Agni-san, the only proxy that I could really send is Eden-san and Pandora-san. However, Pandora-san seemed to be busy and I didn't want to interrupt her work too much. That said, asking Eden-san is. In her case though, I'm afraid that she might accidentally kill Agni-san or something. I'm worried because Eden-san really thinks of the inhabitants of this world as nothing more than insects. However, if I need to rely on one of them in the end, I guess I can call Eden-san, who I can call right away. As for asking her to hold back, I'm sure I can manage to ask her to do that if I ask hard enough. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard an unfamiliar voice from behind me. Then, let me be your proxy. Turning around at the sound of the voice, the first thought that popped into my mind was who? Her semi-short hair is black on the inside and grey on the outside, and her eyes are purple like an amethyst. She's rather short, around 140 centimeters, but the way she walks up to me with her arms crossed is truly imposing. On the chest of her outfit, which looked like a skirt-type military uniform that had been modified to look like formal wear, was a black badge that indicated that she was my companion. Seriously, who the heck is she? I don't recognize her at all. The mysterious woman walked straight up to Agni-san and quietly staring at her, she spoke. I owe this man a great debt that I can never repay. I don't think I can repay even 10% of it with something like this. I won't be able to keep my thoughts out of it if I don't at least pay the interest. Therefore, I will act as his proxy. Do you have any objections? Who are you? MNGHH, that idiot. She didn't explain to you about me, huh? The woman who had calmly declared that and asked for my confirmation stiffened when she heard my question. A little while later, letting out a big sigh with one hand on her head, she astoundedly muttered before turning towards me. My name is Iris. Iris Illuminous. Well, I'm sure you'd understand who I am if I say I'm that big idiot's partner. A mysterious woman suddenly appeared in my challenge with Agni. I'm pretty sure I have never met her before, but her name sounded familiar, or rather, if I'm not mistaken, this person, Iris-san, was Alice's best friend. Surprised by the appearance of Iris-san, who should have been deceased, I was left speechless. Iris-san didn't seem to mind though, as she looked at me with a slight smile on her lips. Can you hear me? What's this? A voice echoes in my head just like when I'm talking to Shiro-san. Is this Iris-san's voice? It's a kind of magic called telepathy. There are some topics that are a little troublesome for other people to hear about. You may not be able to reply to me, but I will just give you a brief explanation. It seems that unlike Shiro-san, Iris-san can't read my mind. So, since I haven't mastered telepathy magic, this will be just a one-way conversation. I don't really mind about that, but talking about the explanation, I guess Iris-san was talking about herself, huh? You must have been surprised that I suddenly appeared without any explanation from her, right? First of all, I'd like to apologize on behalf of that idiot. I'm sorry. Her tone sounds haughty, but unlike Alice, she is extremely courteous or other. She has the image of someone with good character. She particularly looks like someone who would give me a good explanation for this kind of unexpected situation. As you've probably heard to some extent, I'm someone that should have been dead already. Though I said that, The fact that I appeared in front of you like this is proof that I have not completely disappeared. Well, as for the current me, I guess you could say that I'm some kind of spirit. The way she phrased it, it doesn't sound like she came back to life, huh? As I recall, Alice told me that Iris-san had put her spirit into her heart tool and had been living inside Alice's heart for a long time. I suppose it's more like my body is made up of magic power. With the heart tool as a core, I manifested in Alice's clone as the vessel. Well, it might still be early to say this, but the experiment that idiot mentioned earlier is about my manifestation. Phew. So the reason why she went to the trouble of creating that perfect clone Alice, by deactivating several of her clones here and there, was to use it as a vessel to materialize Iris-san. And then, the experiment seems to be a success and Iris-san was able to materialize. I don't know much about the details, but I guess I could understand now why Iris-san is here. I might be rushing through my explanations, but I hope you could understand a little about me. Next, as to why I am here, acting as your proxy. I asked Alice to let me do this. It seems that Iris-san will be explaining about my other doubts as well as she continued. I owe you a debt of gratitude for saving my best friend. I've asked Alice several times for an opportunity for me to repay this favor, and I've decided to take this opportunity to do just that. Again, I apologize for startling you. I hope you will understand that I am on your side. It really feels like she's an adult who has experienced a lot. She's really different from that big idiot, Alice, who didn't explain anything important to me. After Iris-san finished explaining some things and confirming that I nodded in understanding, she turned to Agni-san and spoke. Sorry to keep you waiting. Now then, should I use that crystal ball to measure my power level? No, that won't be necessary. When Iris-san tried to touch the magic tool for measurement, Agni-san lightly shook her head. I can tell that you are powerful by your overflowing magic power. The magic tool won't be able to measure those who possess too much magic power. I think you wouldn't need any handicap. However, if you really want a handicap, I'm also fine with that. A handicap is something a strong person bears when fighting the weak. This is the first time we've met. Thus, we still haven't judged who is more powerful than the other. At this point, it would be irrelevant to determine which of us has to give the handicap, wouldn't it? Can I take that as a sign of your confidence? I should be the one asking that instead. If I don't hold any confidence, do you think I would challenge you? I kinda feel like sparks were flying between Agni-san and Iris-san. They were exchanging words that quietly contained their fighting spirit, but I couldn't feel any dangerous atmosphere between them. They both perceive each other as strong, but doesn't it feel like they're provoking each other? I see, you're strong. Mama-sama, eh? Yes. May I ask you to move to the audience area? It seems like I won't be able to take it easy, so there's a possibility that you will be injured. Please move to the spectator seats, where the World King Sama has placed a protective ward. I understand. Anticipating a fierce battle, Agni-san asked me to take refuge in the audience area. Not wanting to go against her words, I obediently nodded and started moving away. Thereupon, Iris-san looked at me and gently smiled. Don't worry, I'll bring you victory without any problems. Declaring your victory even before the battle starts, huh? That's a bad idea for you. You'll just embarrass yourself when you lose, you know? I don't intend to lose, but, well, let me apologize first. It's been a long time since I've been in a battle, so I'm afraid I may make a mistake in the amount of force I can use. My apologies, but you'll have to defend yourself to the death. Well, thank you for your advice. However, in this place, I'll make sure you'll regret underestimating me. The two warriors' sharp fighting spirits clashed with each other, as if the air itself had turned into a blade. I have a feeling this is going to be a great fight. Yeah, good luck, Iris-san. I've certainly received those words. I'll definitely offer this victory to you. After conveying my words of support to Iris-san, I headed for the spectators' seats with Lilia-san and the others. The 5-count rank demons known as the War King's 5 generals, just like the War King Megito, have their own aesthetics for battle. They have things they're obsessed upon. For example, Bacchus, one of the War King's 5 generals, prides himself on coming forward before a battle and not turning his back on his opponent, no matter how strong the opponent is. Agni, the head of the War King's 5 generals, places a high value on proper decorum in battle. Even though many of the War King's subordinates are considered to be lawless, she has placed strict rules upon herself. In a fight, She will allow her opponent to make the first move if she fights someone weaker, and if she's the weaker one, she will make her move first. In her own words, the challenger should get the first move. And for this battle, facing Iris, Agni kicked the ground as the battle began. This is evidence that Agni is aware that Iris is superior to her, and that she is aware that she's the one weaker here. Agni's fighting style is very simple. She uses her extremely strengthened body in a physical battle. Closing the distance between them in an instant, Agni swung her fist, clad in burning flames, at Iris. As Iris took a large leap to the side, Agni's fist cut through the air, hitting the ground and creating a huge crater in the ground. She's fast. But why did she evade that greatly just to dodge my strike? What's the point of doing that? She had expected Iris to evade her punch, but noticing how different the way she evaded from what she expected, Agni thought for a moment whether Iris was aiming for something. However, Iris didn't seem to be trying to do anything, and she looked rather surprised instead. After a moment's thought, Agni approached again and swung her fist, to which Iris greatly evaded. After several rounds of exchanges, Agni felt something was amiss. Her physical abilities don't match up with her movements. With her speed, it wouldn't have been surprising if she had counterattacked several times already. But what in the world is this? Up to this point, Iris had completely surpassed Agni in terms of speed. But all she does is evade and isn't fighting back at all. With a dubious look on her face, Agni stopped in her tracks and looked at Iris as she was being swung around by her own body, almost as if she doesn't know what her own body is capable of. How is this possible for someone of her caliber? No, that isn't likely at all. Then, is that strange movement a condition for activating some kind of special magic? Thinking that Iris' overly exaggerated evasion has some kind of reason behind it, Agni became more cautious, but her prediction that she dismissed as impossible was actually the right answer. Yes, Iris was currently being swung around by her own body. That's because, what the heck is this idiotic physical ability? That big idiot, what kind of nonsensical specs did she put on my vessel? Alice has prepared a clone that is almost as powerful as her real body, and thus, her vessel's physical abilities were too great for Iris to control. Even if the body she controls has the world's strongest specs, it has been tens of thousands of years since Iris, the one piloting this body, last fought. In a sense, it was inevitable that her movements would be awkward. In the first place, I'm not very good at melee combat. I guess I really shouldn't fight in ways I'm ill-suited for. Well, I'm worried if I'm able to properly hold back with this body, but let's just return back to fighting in the way I'm used to! After taking a large distance from Agni, Iris quietly announced, before a vast number of magic circles appeared in the sky. Heed my royal decree. My army, my swordsmen, gather, line up, and destroy the fools who stand before me. Calamity Doombringer. TSK. With her chant, the magic circle emitted strong light, and from it, swords formed with jet black magic power were released all at once toward Agni. The swords, each one formed with an enormous amount of magic power, rained down on the area like a carpet bomb, and an explosion that filled one's vision enveloped the surroundings. However, Agni is a strong woman who has fought in many battles. When a sword was released from the magic circle, she immediately started running and avoided the attacks that were pouring down on her. She immediately saw that the magic had the property of tracking the target to some extent, so she ran around the arena while avoiding the rain of swords. Not only that, she also tried to approach Iris to attack her through this rain of swords, but Iris didn't move from her spot, only turning her palm in Agni's direction. Hill of Fools, jet black earth, blades lurking in the shadows, seeking flesh and blood. Like I will let you. Trying to stop her from chanting again, Agni powerfully kicked the ground and headed for Iris. But as she charged toward Iris, Agni's fist was blocked by a solid wall more than a big step away from Iris. A spherical barrier made with magic power? What the heck is this idiotic strength? Iris Illuminous. Her specialty in combat can be said to be very simple. Just like Agni, she uses a large amount of magic power to create a magic barrier that blocks the opponent's attacks, and then crushes them. With wide-range magic possessing high firepower. In the past, when she was a human, Iris' best friend described her with one word. Fortress. Before my finger stands the sacrifice. Devour, Gluttony Shadow Edge. With the completion of her chant, Thousands and thousands of jet-black blades shot out from the ground and filled the arena, piercing Agni's magical barrier and nicking her body in wounds several times, causing her to fall on one knee. A spherical omnidirectional barrier that blocks even the fists of Agni, the head of the 5 generals. A firepower so wide that there is no place to escape and powerful enough to crush Agni's defenses. It's simple. But this simplicity makes it difficult for someone weaker than her to defeat her. I'm slightly getting accustomed to my body. I'm going to increase the firepower even more now. I think you should tread with caution. The figure of Iris, who was gently floating up with her magic barrier deployed, as she needed her magic power in her hands. It was truly like a moving fortress. 10 minutes passed from the start of the battle between Iris, Kaito's proxy, and Agni, the head of the War King's 5 generals. And the battle has stopped in a standstill. In terms of simple ability, Iris, who has almost the same power as the Phantasmal King, outperforms Agni by a considerable margin. With such a power difference, the battle wouldn't have been prolonged. In fact, if Alice herself had been fighting, Agni's consciousness would have sunk into the darkness within seconds. However, the reality is that the battle between Iris and Agni stopped at a standstill. The main reason for this is that Iris couldn't completely control her own body. Before she died, Iris was originally one of the best in her former world. But it was only within the realm of humanity. This isn't the case with Alice, who has spent tens of thousands of years and has completely mastered her monstrous physical abilities. What Iris is feeling now is that when she regained consciousness, her body was suddenly much stronger than it used to be. In addition, Iris has been out of practice for tens of thousands of years, so, in other words, she's like an amateur who was suddenly made to ride a Gundam. And now, Iris couldn't move. Unable to control her own body, she could barely fight as a fixed turret, which was what she was good at before her death. Even so, if it had been against an ordinary warrior, she would have won immediately. However, even if her strength is incomparable to the 6 kings, Agni was still one of the best in the world and she had a vast amount of combat experience. She also knows how to fight against opponents more powerful than her. The sound of blows striking against the barrier Iris put up. Just as Iris thought Agni's fist would collide with her barrier, Agni took a large distance away before Iris could even look at her. Hit and run. Deploying a powerful barrier consumes a certain amount of magic power. It was a standard practice to keep exhausting the magic power of a constantly deployed barrier, and Agni had the power to do it. Of course, Iris wasn't going to sit back and just let her attack, unleashing maximum magic so that Agni won't be able to run away. A counterattack that affects the entire attack. A jet-black ball of magic power flew from the heavens as if to crush the arena, but Agni concentrated her magic power to the utmost limit in her fist and evaded it by punching out a section of the magic ball. Since Iris couldn't use chantless magic, Agni had more than enough time to need her magic power, and thanks to that, she had been able to handle Iris' attacks so far. Excellent. What a refined warrior she is. If I had fought with her with my body back when I was alive, I would have been killed in a blink of an eye. Gazing at Agni's efficient fighting style, Iris admires her skill in her mind. And at the same time, a faint smile began to appear on Iris' lips. You call yourself Agni, right? A well-trained body and the skill to make full use of her strengths. I give you my generous praise. Thank you. You've got a lot of power, but you don't seem to be used to fighting, huh? I'm sorry. It's been an incredibly long time since I last fought. I can't move my body like I want to. And yet, you're challenging me in such a state. You're really underestimating me. Agni is not an opponent that can be pushed out by the difference in physical ability alone. After nodding to Agni's words, Iris slightly tugged her chin and bowed her head. I don't have anything to refute. I have certainly underestimated you, thinking that I don't need to be serious to win. My apologies. Did I hear you correctly? Did you just say that you've been going easy on me until now? Yeah, that's what I said. And now, I'll be going at it at full strength! Exclamation mark. A fierce smile appeared on Iris' lips. Soon after, black magic power began to spin around her body like a vortex. Awaken, tyrannical beast sleeping within mine heart. Trip the earth with thy black claws. Devour the sky with thy black fangs. Thou art the predator, the beast of the end, bringing ruin to the heaven and earth. Another chant magic? No, what in the world is this? A voice that seemed to echo through the space came out of Iris' mouth, and in response, her magic power blew like a storm, gradually converging on a single point. Fangs of my heart, burst forth, reveal thyself. Magic staff, Apocalypse. With the powerfully uttered words, the black magic power takes on a definite shape. It was a huge staff, more than twice Iris' height. Looking at it, one could see its black, sinister shape looking like sharp fangs. A magic that creates a weapon? However, this dreadful amount of magic power. Looking at the staff covered with overflowing dense magic power, Agni muttered in astonishment. Her body, with its vast amount of combat experience, was fiercely warning her that the thing Iris was holding is dangerous. Now then, with this unleashed, I won't be able to hold back anymore. Show me how you would struggle to survive. The twilight bell tolls. Listen to the song of destruction as the beast of the end roars. The ability of Iris' heart tool, Apocalypse, is very simple. Apocalypse explosively increases the amount of magic power poured into it, increasing the tremendous amount of magic power hundreds and thousands of times. The strongest attack that can be unleashed with this staff, a bombardment-type maximum magic bearing such a name, is truly a tyrannical blow that swallows up and obliterates everything in its path. Swallow, tyrannical beast, Apocalypse. A flash of black light filled everyone's field of vision from the giant staff in Iris' hand. Seeing the incoming attack, Agni's eyes widened and stiffened. What is this? This abnormal magic destiny. Defend against that? Impossible. I would be obliterated without even the slightest resistance. Evading. It's no good. Exposed before this magic power, my body won't move. I'll die. In the face of the oncoming bombardment of the maximum magic, Agni was convinced that she was going to die. But that didn't happen. Alice, who suddenly appeared in front of Agni, caught the incoming magic bombardment and flipped it into the sky. After making sure that the blow, which had completely scraped the ground of the arena, subsided, Alice shouted to Iris. What are you doing, idiot Iris? If you shoot it with your current magic power, it will vanish everything beyond the horizon. Sorry. I also didn't expect it to be this powerful. Hearing Alice's words, Iris obediently apologized. Even she didn't expect it to be so powerful, and she thought she had killed Agni the moment she shot her blast, so she had no words to argue. Well, part of the reason why this happened is Alice, who prepared a vessel with an abnormal amount of magic power. Agni-san, are you alright? Phantasmal King Sama. Yes, thank you very much. No, I'm really sorry. This fortress girl with breasts as flat as one had a tendency to lose control when she's having fun in battle. After Alice apologized to the still stunned Agni, Iris also approached Agni and bowed to her. I'm sorry. I almost ended up killing you. I apologize from the bottom of my heart. No, there's no need to apologize. If I had been killed by that blow, it was only because I was inexperienced. It is not your fault. Rather, you can say that the real battle starts when I die once. Well, as far as this battle is concerned, the rules state that when I die once, I lose. Peak count ranks are basically immortals. Agni is no exception to this rule, as even if she were vaporized without a trace, she would still be able to revive herself in a few seconds. Battles for beings of their level would take several days or months to finally settle, but this is an event with a set of rules in place, so in the event of death, it will be Agni's defeat. Anyhow, that was a great battle. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank me? Yes. It made me realize that I'm still inexperienced. I never intended to be arrogant, but I had somehow become conceited. For there to be people I don't know to be this powerful. Fufu, my blood boils at the thought. After the Six Kings festival ends, I'll start training from scratch again. I see. As War King's subordinate, Agni is just like Megiddo, having the thought that those who hold the power are right. With fire blazing in her eyes, Agni held out her hand for a handshake. Iris Dono, for the great fight, I give you my heartfelt gratitude. You have won this time. However, I will train myself again and one day, I will definitely challenge you again. When that time comes, I hope you'll fight me with all your strength again. You got it. Thank you. Today is a great day. To be able to meet a strong person like this is my greatest fortune. Even though she felt slightly bewildered because of Agni's sweltering excitement, Iris nodded her head and shook her hand. Oi, Alice. Is this something normal for War King's subordinates? To be honest, Most of them are like this. They're all battle junkies. That's why our Pandora doesn't like War King's subordinates. She doesn't like how they're excited about battle. Thus, the battle between Iris and Agni ended with Iris' victory. However, Agni's fighting spirit was ignited by this, and she will be challenging her quite often in the future. But well, that's a story for another time. Iris-san defeated Agni-san, and I got my 5th oversized stamp on my stamp card. This means that I have won the right to challenge Mejido-san. Congratulations, Mama-sama. You now have the right to fight Mejido-sama, who's waiting in the central tower. Now, I have things I need to let you know before challenging Mejido-sama. Things I need to know? After stamping my stamp card, Agni-san told me that there were some things I needed to take note of. Yes. In challenging a Mejido-sama, you won't be able to send a proxy. This will be a one-on-one match between the one possessing the stamp card and Mejido-sama. But you don't have to worry. I'm sure Mama-sama is well aware of Mejido-sama's principles, but Mejido-sama will not play a game that his opponent has no chance of winning. I'm sure that Mama-sama will be presented with a method of victory that even Mama-sama has a chance of winning. Speaking of which, that would certainly be the case. Whenever Mejido-san engages in a match, he always fights in a way that his opponent has a chance to win. That's also why I was able to win our previous match, the drinking contest. In that case, I guess I can be relieved that we won't be having a fistfight. Seriously, I'm relieved that wasn't the case. Now then, if you will excuse me, I will accept the challenge of another challenger. Mama-sama, I wish you good luck. Yes. Thank you very much. Bowing to me once, Agni-san moved on to take on the next challenger. After confirming this, I moved to where Lilia-san and the others were. With this, Kaito-san can now challenge War King-sama, right? My lady, according to Phantasmal King-sama's guidebook, we can watch the battle against the War King-sama. What do you think? How about we all watch Mama-sama's gallant figure? Luna Maria-san, it seems like you're really having fun, huh? I feel like Luna Maria-san is very lively after all the things happening. Does she really want to see me suffer? No. Well, it's certainly just like Luna Maria-san, huh? Luchan loves Mama-san after all, so she wants to be close by to cheer you on. Mum? What the heck are you talking about? Am I wrong? Isn't that obvious? Why should I be cheering for Mama-sama? But Luchan always actively teases the one you love. Wah, could you just shut up for a moment? Noir-san started to leisurely say something, but Luna Maria-san flustredly covered her mouth with her hand and I couldn't catch the latter half of what she said. However, let's not tell anyone that I was a little embarrassed by the contents of the things I heard. As I was watching their exchange, Iris, who was talking with Alice at a little distance, approached me. Iris-san, thank you very much. Your thanks is unnecessary. No, I guess it's polite to accept it, huh? Anyway, Kaito, can I talk to you for a moment? Yes. I'm fine with it. It's not something I really want others to hear about, so come with me. After saying that, Iris-san began to move away, and I followed her after notifying Lilia-san and the others. Walking a few distance towards the back of the arena, when we reached an unpopulated area, Iris turned to me and spoke. I'd like to introduce myself again. I'm Iris Illuminous. Yes, I'm Mama Kaito. Well, in that telepathic conversation, I was the only one speaking, so I guess there are things you're wondering about. Apparently, Iris-san had moved to a place like this where there were no other people to answer my questions. She certainly was rushing about explaining things at that time, and there were also things that she couldn't say because Lilia-san and the others were nearby. You're Alice's best friend, right? Well, yes. Being her best friend certainly brings me some headaches, but you're not wrong. Iris-san's voice sounded gentle as she affirmed my words with a somewhat dumbfounded chuckle, and I could tell that she cared about Alice. Iris-san, did you come back to life? No, I wouldn't describe it as coming back to life. You could say that I'm a being of magic power residing in a heart tool. Let's see, if I were to define myself based on your world, I guess you could say that I'm a Tsukumogami. My body would still be the heart tool apocalypse. I see. But you should be able to act like a normal human like this. Actually, there's still a problem regarding that tilde. Alice? As Iris-san gave me a brief explanation, Alice appeared and shook her head with a sigh. A problem? Well, I still have some assignments to research. Iris, I guess it's still no good, huh? Yeah, it's no good. I really won't be able to recover my magic power. I can certainly treat the magic power used to prepare this vessel as my own, but I can't seem to generate new magic power. Tilda, I knew it, huh? Even if you're using that clone as your vessel now, that body is still considered as mine, huh? I guess that's my assignment from now on. Apparently, Iris-san hasn't completely resurrected yet. From what I heard from the two of them, Iris-san is unable to generate her own magic power. As she consumes magic power, the lesser the magic power in her body is, and when her magic power runs out, she will not be able to maintain her body. In other words, they're looking for a way to charge her body. Yeah, I'm fine with just swapping out bodies though. But in that case, it was just being patient with something of a lesser quality. It's not very efficient in terms of magic power conversation, and if we're going with that method, I think it would be better if we just pseudo-convert the magic particles in the air. But then, along with the consumption needed to convert magic power, the amount that can be recovered is actually very small, isn't it? What about absorbing it instead? However, would that be too much for the vessel? Well, particle substitution. No, supergeneration is. I don't have any idea what the heck they're talking about. At any rate, I kind of understand that it will take some time for Iris-san to be completely resurrected. I mean, I know that you're actually smart. But hearing Alice talking like a smart person feels kind of weird. Wait, Kaito-san? You're speaking out your thoughts, you know? It seems like I had unintentionally said what I was thinking, and Alice reacted very quickly. I'll be saying this for your information, but Alice-chan is super smart and is totally an intellectual. When I wear my glasses, it would be quite a disaster, you know. I won't be able to stop my intelligence from overflowing. You're acting like an idiot now. Like an idiot? That's because she is an idiot. Shut it there, Flatty. You do realize that the body I'm using is your clone, right? She's acting like the usual Alice. Maybe it's because Iris was here, but she somehow seems to be enjoying herself more than usual. I guess that's really because they've been best friends for so long after all. Well, that aside, it seems that she really can't use the specs of that body, so I guess I'll make some adjustments. Yeah, that would be better. Adjusting to this body is too difficult. What would have happened if the battle earlier had been a real one? If it had been a real battle, Iris would 100% lose that battle. Agni-san is holding back quite a lot after all. Eh? Is that so? It was a tremendous battle, almost invisible to me, but with the atmosphere they had, I kinda felt like Iris-san was dominating. However, Alice sounded as if she was saying Agni-san was stronger than Iris-san. And Iris-san herself seemed to be somewhat convinced by those words. I did feel like that was the case. I was fighting with all my might, but I think she's probably fighting on the basis that she doesn't destroy the venue. Am I right? You're about right. Although she's a battle maniac, she's the type of person who separates public and private matters, and this time, she was only performing within the limits given to her by Megito-san as part of her job. Well, with Agni-san's character, she would probably say even though restrictions may have been in place, if I fought as hard as I could under those conditions and lost, I was undeniably defeated, but in a real fight, the current Iris has no chance against her. Indeed, if you think about it, Iris-san is a former human. Of course, she was probably strong beyond comparison for people like me, but still, Count ranks are just on a different level. No matter how physically fit Alice's body is, she probably isn't someone you can deal with by just having that. The current Iris is currently rated as a mid-count rank in terms of physical ability and magic power alone. Of course, that counts you as one of the best in the world, but that doesn't make you able to fight a serious battle against any of the 6 King's executives until you learn various things regarding high-level battles. Fumo, well, I'll learn more about that in time. After nodding to Alice's words, Iris-san looked as if she suddenly remembered something and asked. By the way, Alice, there's something I need to ask you. What is it? Why did you hide about me from Kaito? I'm wondering about that too. Alice had mentioned the word experiment at the opening ceremony, so I guess she had already decided to give Iris-san a physical body by that point. If that was the case, she should have told me beforehand so I wouldn't have been so surprised. After all, this way is far more interesting. Also, to be honest, I'm the one who instigated Pandora. Well, Kaito-san's surprised face really is the best. Fujiwara. I see, Alice really is the same as always. In that case, a scolding it is. Kaito-san. Why your eyes look scary, you know? Look tilde, it's your cute lover tilde. So you're the reason why Pandora-san is like that, huh? Kaito, let me help you with that. This idiot's character needs a good beating. Thank you, Iris-san. What is that sense of solidarity? And no way tilde, it's just a bit of mischievousness. Magia. As Iris-san joined in on scolding her, Alice clearly began to break out in cold sweat. Thus, having gained the common goal of scolding Alice, I felt an inexplicable sense of friendship between us as Iris-san and I began to lecture the idiot in one of the teleportation magic circles set up in the central tower. A magic circle that can only be used by those who have collected 5 oversized stamps. Watching as Lilia-san and the others make their way to the adjacent auditorium by the magic circle, I nervously stepped on top of the magic circle, closing my eyes from the sudden burst of dazzling light. When I opened my eyes, I was met with a tremendous sight. It was a huge arena, just like a dome stadium. There were many people in the audience seats and the air even seemed to tremble from their enthusiasm. And in the middle of the arena, Megito-san, with his overwhelming presence, was waiting for me. Now, wait a moment there, why the heck are there so many spectators here? Isn't that strange? I mean, I only finished collecting the oversized stamps about 30 minutes ago. And it was obviously unnatural for so many people to be here. No, in the first place, where the heck did these people get their information? Wait, I guess I didn't have to think about it too much. There is only one person who can communicate information to so many people in such a short time, that f***ing idiot. What the heck is she doing? Seeing the Mihus stunned by the sheer number of spectators, Megito-san happily smiled. You're here, Kaito. I've been waiting for you. I knew that you would definitely come. Thanks. Even if Megito-san isn't as big as a building, he's still as big as a 2-story house, and facing him like this, I realized once again how intimidating he is. Ha ha ha, I'm looking forward to our match. Alright, let's get things started. Why yes. As if in response to Megito-san's fighting spirit, the blazing red flames all over his body rose and the magic power released from his body was shaking the air. Hey, you're really going to make it so that I can win this battle, right? You're making it sound like we're having a serious battle, but we're not really going to hit each other, right? It's a 3-game match. Whoever gets 2 of them wins. Simple, right? Why yes, it is. Alright. Then, the first match will be an art battle. Arts, he said. You mean drawing, painting, or something like that? No, wait a moment. I was just a 2 in art back in high school. It doesn't look like I can win in this battle at all, you know? T/N, in Japanese high schools, they use numbers 5 to 1 as a grading system, with an excellent 5 as the highest and a failing 1 as the lowest. Well then, here are the rules. Both of us have 1 hour to make a clay sculpture, and the theme will be living creatures. The judges will be my subordinates. You don't have to worry, for they will be judging fairly. Rather, if they dare show favorability in their grading, I'll be killing them. No, well, I don't think Megito-san would ever cheat in matches. But that's not the point, you know? Clay sculpture? This is impossible. Don't you think? I can't do anything 3-dimensional. Making a 3-dimensional here. The only result I could see is me having to face my greatest embarrassment in front of everyone here, you know? I mean, isn't Megito-san good at art too? I've seen him make that amazing sculpture before. Seriously, do I really stand a chance in this match? Hey, do you really think so? In front of the dumbfounded me, Megito-san transformed into a human form, probably so that he could work on the small details of his sculpture. As the clay and tools were brought in front of us, I heard a voice resounding from what seemed to be loudspeaker magic. Now, the match is finally about to begin. The challenger, Mama Kaito, will be facing the walking Megito in a 3-game match. I, the Phantasmal King, No Face, will be giving live commentary. What the heck is that idiot doing now? Why are you just nonchalantly doing live commentary there? Are you an idiot? I guess she was unquestionably an idiot, huh? And then, the analysis will be provided by the god of fate, Fate-san. Hey, this is really troublesome, so can I go home already? Fate-san, the match has just begun, you know? No matter how lazy you are, isn't that a bit too fast? That's a complete mistake of personnel you've chosen there. Don't you think? Why, of all people, did you choose Fate-san to do something? That person would definitely not give any commentary. Now then, the first match was an art battle, and so, analyst Fate-san. What do you think of this match? Greater than. Hey, shoot. No-chan? Can I sleep here? Greater than. You can eat your cookies there, so please just try a little harder. Greater than. Ha, even though I was lured by the one Kai-chan doll, it's still troublesome. Well, I guess you really need to work for it if you want to get the good stuff, huh? Greater than. Oi, wait a moment there. Why do I feel like I heard an item that I can't ignore? After this battle, I guess I will need to have a long talk with Alice. Wait, Fate-san. Could you please stop right there? Didn't I tell you that information about that secret item is confidential? You've just raised a death flag on top of my head, you know? Kaito-san is already looking at me like a nun, you know? Greater than. Less than I tilde kaika, and tilde do your best tilde greater than. You're not listening at all? Greater than. Hey, can someone please stop those two? Fate-san too, this is not the time for you to be waving at me with a smile. You know, even though this is a match whose odds are totally against me. Before the match even began, I'm already receiving quite the mental damage here. Seriously. Can anyone please help me? Kuro-san? Wait. You're asking me to go there? No, I'm doing the live commentary here. If I don't quickly go there, you'll grind me to pieces. I understand. Greater than. Underworld King? I'm totally different from her. I'm honestly an earnest person, okay? Greater than. Wait, Fate-san? You traitor. Greater than. Now then, since the Phantasmal King is brought out of the room, I'll take the lead for a while. The theme for this match is living creatures. It's a pretty broad topic, so it's going to be important to decide what to make. However, they don't have much time either, so if they were to choose a complicated creature, that will be a great failure. Greater than. Kuro, thanks for taking out the most troublesome of them all. I don't know if it's because she was afraid of Kuro or not, but Fate-san also began to seriously explain, which made me feel relaxed for a bit. Alright then, Kaito, let's get started. Why yes, I'll be in your care. In that case, let the games begin. And so, the 3-game match between Mejido-san and I began. 50 minutes had already passed since the clay sculpture competition with Mejido-san had started. It seemed that our workbenches were designed in a way that the people outside can't see what we were making, so neither Mejido-san and I can see what the other is making. In the arena, perhaps to pass the time, several performances were shown and the crowd was very excited. The clay sculpture I'm working on now. The theme is about living creatures, so I chose a dog as my subject. To be honest, I think that if an amateur tries to make something too elaborate, they would obviously fail. So, I chose a subject that was as simple as possible, and spent my time improving the sculpture's quality. I think it's a good decision I made back then. With only 10 minutes left, I looked at my sculpture, which was nearing completion, and one thought came to my mind. What the FCK is this? This creepy creature. Skin as lumpy as crags, legs that look like a squashed fruit, face that is so close to the ground for some reason, a tail that doesn't look like a tail at all, looking more like a weird stick stuck on clay. What the heck am I even making? No matter how I look at it objectively, it looks like a creature that doesn't live on Earth. Well, I knew it. I'm really no good at making 3-dimensional objects. I don't know what the heck I was thinking when I created this thing. This sorrowful monster. I guess it really was a bad idea to lump more clay over my work so that I could adjust the shape. It was about 20 centimeters at the beginning, but now, it has swollen to about 5 times its size. Adding up too much unnecessary stuff also ends up in failure. Well, I feel like a typical amateur, but if I knew what I was doing while I was making it, I wouldn't have had any trouble. The end result of my actions is some kind of weird rock-like creature. Let's declare it now. Unless the eyes of all the judges are rotten, there's no way I can win with this. Now then, we have 5 minutes left. This is everyone's beloved Phantasmal King-chan, finally back at last. To be honest, there's a scary person still watching me behind my back. So I'm going to give a serious live commentary here. Well then, analyst Fate-san, would you tell us your predictions on who will win? Greater than. The War King is also quite famous for his art. It is rumored that his sculptures are especially great, so I think the War King has the advantage here based on his experience. By the way, can't you do something about that scary person behind us? Greater than. That's impossible. She's completely watching over me with eyes that tell me the next time I mess around again, she'll crush me to pieces, so we don't have any choice but to do this seriously. Greater than. Alice, who had returned back from Kuro's severe scolding before I knew it, told us how much time we had left. Apparently, Kuro is keeping an eye on them in the back, which is very reassuring. However, 5 more minutes I don't think there's anything I can do about this anymore. No matter what I do, I can only see a future where this thing would look worse than it already is. Isn't there any way I can win this match? As I waited, thinking about this, I heard the sound of a bell announcing that the time of making the sculpture had ended. Times up. Thank you for your hard work. Well then, let's start showing off to everyone what you made. Greater than. I already lost this match, so can we just go to the next one without having to show this monstrosity to the public? Well then, first up would be from War King, Mejido-san. Greater than. Hearing the announcement of the live commentator Alice, Mejido-san removed the boards that were hiding his work. Thereupon, what appeared from there was, whoa, isn't that quite the beauty? Glossy jet black scales, sharp fangs. Greater than. It's a night metal dragon. That's amazing. It looks just like the real thing. Greater than. Mejido-san created a dragon about 30 centimeters long. As if every single scale had been carefully polished, its entire body seemed to glow a dull shine, and the sculpture's intensity was so great that even I, who had never seen the original creature, felt overwhelmed. Well, this is no good. His sculpture is just too great. Even with all the muscles loaded in your hands, you did such delicate work. Seriously, Mejido-san's amazing. I knew it. There was no way I could win in this situation. What do you think, Kaito? I'm pretty confident with what I made today. It's amazing. No, you can't even consider this a match. You know, it's like you're putting a kindergartner's school project next to a master's work of art. You know, I knew I really shouldn't exhibit my work. Now then, the next one would be the challenger Kaito-san. Please show everyone what you did. Greater than. I kinda don't really want to though, showing this monstrosity before the eyes of everyone in this place. However, now that it's been declared, I can't not publish it. As my hands trembled, I fearfully removed the blinds covering my work, and revealed to everyone this tragic, or perhaps, this laughable creature. Oh, this is greater than. The voice of the live commentator sounded bewildered. Just go kill me already. Feeling an inexplicable sense of shame, I fearfully looked at my opponent, Mejido-san, and saw him staring at me with his eyes widened. Is he astonished at how badly I did it? Just as I was thinking that, Mejido-san fell on his knees for some reason and put his hands on the ground. It's my loss. Why, Mejido-sama? The judges still haven't. For some reason, Mejido-san declared his defeat and several demons who seemed to be judges rushed over to him. What they're asking is right. I mean, I don't know what's going on either. You idiots. Look at it, Kaito's work. That is. Could it be? Rough out a shell that looks like a rock, its distinctive long neck. I can't be mistaken. This is definitely Gun Rock Dragon. No, you're wrong. That's a dog. What a quality. Even this neck, stretching out as if roaring to the heavens, looks powerful. No, that's the tail. Its distinctive round tail is also beautifully reproduced. No, that's the head, you know. However, don't you think there are lots of pointless parts for it to actually be a Gun Rock Dragon? Are you stupid? Look closely. That isn't its body. That's the background. I see. That unnatural space was actually depicting the ravine. Those are the dog's feet. Mejido-san too. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? I mean, what does this work seriously look like in your eyes? Moreover, look at that. Aren't those wings? That's impossible. Gun Rock Dragons aren't supposed to have wings, you know. If it's real Gun Rock Dragons, that is. Exclamation mark. No. This is strange. Why the heck do you look so smug saying that, Mejido-san? Also, Why the heck do the judges have faces that seem to say I never thought of that? If the real dragon doesn't have wings, wouldn't that mean a deduction in points instead? This is an art competition. In other words, that is. His work is. Yeah, I understand. I can now clearly see it. As to why Mejdosama declared his defeat. A majestic ravine, and a gun-rock dragon with powerful wings, staring up at the heavens. What he made is a gun-rock dragon about to fly to the skies. All of you. Did your eyes get rotten? All of you aren't even close to knowing what I made. Not entirely close. Hey, as expected, the stream of this situation is turning into a strange direction. Is there some follow-up I can do? But Mejdo-san's work looks like the real thing. Fuwa, Kaito. You don't have to console me. Yes, it's true that I created a night metal dragon that looks exactly like the real thing. But it's just imitating the real thing. There's no way I can beat you, who came up with an outrageous idea of exceeding the real thing. Why the heck do you have a face that seems to say you gracefully accepted defeat? No, what the heck is with this situation? No, this is actually. That's Kaito for you. The thoughts you put into that work. They certainly touched my heart. Giving wings to the flightless gun-rock dragon and letting her fly into the sky. You put dreams and possibilities into that work. It's my complete defeat. No, I'm not showing any thoughts in that sculpture, you know? Heck, I don't even know what I was thinking when I made that. The heck is happening? They're applauding. Is the result already decided? Am I going to win in a way I'm unsatisfied about? Art is a difficult aspect, isn't it? I actually thought that you were trying to make a dog, but failed. Fate-san. You're right. You're totally right. There are several types of expression in art. Some, like Mejdo-san, faithfully reproduces the real thing, while others, like Kaito-san, who challenge themselves to break through their previous shell to give it a broader interpretation and a message. Hey Tilda sounds really deep. Yes, such works tend to be complex, but Kaito-san seems to have expressed and grandeur by increasing the size. As expected of Kaito-san. Fume. Oi, don't put in unnecessary follow-ups. I'm getting more and more embarrassed here. But I can't even say they're mistaken because of the atmosphere. If I tell the truth here, Mejdo-san will be very embarrassed. If he looks that satisfied after declaring his defeat, and then turns out that he was mistaken, his dignity will be severely damaged. I can't say it. Also, are you seriously not joking around, and this thing really resembles that gun-rock dragon? From how Alice sounds like, it does sound like this resembles them, and thus, the challenger Kaito-san has splendidly won the first match. Everyone, please give him a big round of applause. Please get me out of this place. I heard from somewhere that art is in the eye of the beholder, and the others can have interpretations that are unimaginable to the average person. But well, as for this matter, this isn't just on the level of going against the creator's intentions, you know? I'm having a 3-game match against Mejdo-san. After a 10-minute break, the next game we'll be having will be the second match. Now then, the challenger won the first match, contrary to the prediction in favor of the walking analyst Fate-san. This is an unpleasant development for Mejdo-san, isn't it? You're right. I think winning the first match is pretty big for both of our participants. With his defeat, Walking couldn't afford to lose in the next match anymore. On the other hand, Kai-chan can still lose once, so mentally speaking, he can still be composed for the moment. I'm actually damaged mentally pretty much, you know. I don't want to fight anyone in an art competition ever again. A new black history has been created at this moment. If this were a story, this would be the time where Mejdo-san wins the match and leads it to the final match. As the live commentator, that situation would be more exciting for the audience, so I'd like to see this lead to the final battle if possible. For me though, the sooner this event ends, the better. By the way, No-chan, that art sculpture Kai-chan made earlier. Can I have that? Fate-san, stop that. Seriously, please stop that. Why the heck are you trying to have my black history for takeout? No, that's a big no. About that, there are actually a lot of people requesting it. After their match ends, a rock-paper-scissors tournament will actually be conducted, and the winner can get that item. Oi! Why the heck did you turn that monstrosity into a prize without my permission? Oi! The red gorilla over there. What's with the thumbs up? Stop with those eyes that seem to say that there are a lot of people with eyes for good things here. I mean, who the heck would even want something like that? Incidentally, the people who have announced their participation would be Underworld King, Kuramuina-san and Death King, Isis-san. It seems like World King, Lilywood-san is also joining. Well, it seems like she's just brought along by Isis-san. There's also God of Life and God of Space and Time. It seems like these two have been told to join by Creator God Sama. By the way, I was just thinking about it. But no-chan, you just called me by my name earlier, didn't you? Well, it isn't actually that much of a problem but I was careless. I'm sorry, I'll go treat you to something next time. Continuing what I was saying earlier. There's Archlesia Empire's Emperor Chris-san, Hydra Kingdom's King Laguna-san, a Duchess from Symphonia Kingdom, Lilia-san, and many others. Also, it seems like a mysterious angel that has a 90% chance of killing someone just by being talked to is also joining. Fire, those are quite the big names I mentioned there. Amazing. It's as if they came here to join a world-ending boss rush. There were so many of them. Wait, what in the world are all of you doing? Just thinking about how that thing is going in the hands of someone I know makes it feel like I'm in hell, you know? Also, Eden-san, what the heck are you doing? Well, we'll get to those details later. Let's get started on the second match. How the heck did this happen? No, let's just think about it later. Or rather, let's just participate in that rock-paper-scissors tournament later. I need to stop any negative legacies from falling into the hands of others at all costs. As I turned my eyes away from the cruelty of the world, Alice urged us to play the second match, and Megito-san, who heard her, took out a huge board. Out of nowhere. Alright, the second match will be a game decided by how we read each other's thoughts and the strategy to make use of it. We'll be playing the double color game. Double color? Yeah, it's just a simple game. Even a kid can play it. However, it's a game so deep that it deserves to be our game. Fume. In front of me and Megito-san, there is a large board with squares. This should mean that it's a board game, huh? There are two stones in the center, one red and one blue, and they should be used in the game. This somehow looks very familiar. The rules are simple. I'm red, Kaito is blue. Then, we would take turns placing stones on the board. And when you place a stone, the opponent's stone or stones in between your stones will change to your color. Repeating this process, the player with the most stones of his color wins. I see, it's Othello, huh? It was about 4 times the size of the Othello board I knew, but other than that, the rules were almost the same. It seems to be a magic tool that automatically swaps the color at the stones that were interposed between pieces, so it's like a convenient Othello. Do you understand the rules? Then, let's start. Let's have a burning hot game. I will be in your care. And so began the second match between Megito-san and I. A huge-sized Othello game. The fearless smile on Megito-san's face was not that of a man driven to a corner. Burning with fighting spirit, he faced me. However, there was one thing that he overlooked. There's a secret that Megito-san didn't know. As Kaito and Megito began to confront each other, and after a while, Alice and Fate began to give commentary. Well then, we'll now start giving live commentary. Our voices basically won't reach Kaito-san and Megito-san. Otherwise, they'll probably get some hint to something that they might have missed. Now, let's look at their openings. I don't see any big moves in their openings, but as far as I can see, doesn't the War King seem to be in the lead? You're right. The important thing in this game isn't to change the color of as many stones as possible, but to make it difficult for the opponent to play their turn next. I like that move by Megito-san. It's got quite a wide angle, making it easy to take over other pieces. While watching the magically displayed images in the sky above the arena, Alice and Fate explained the early stages of the match. In that case, that move by Kai-chan is a bad one, isn't it? With that, the War King has a big lead. I suppose I should praise Megito-san for that move. There's hardly anyone who wouldn't be tempted to place that square. I see. I guess that means Kai-chan should have held back there and placed his piece in the lower right corner instead. Greater than. That's right. Well, even though he made a mistake, it was still the early game, so it was still possible to turn things around, but, greater than. What's the matter, No-chan? You kinda have a complicated expression on your face, you know? Greater than. No, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Even though I'm still doing all these live commentary, I already know the result of this match. Greater than. What do you mean, greater than? When Alice told her that she already knows the outcome, even though the game is still ongoing, Fate curiously asked her. Thereupon, Alice's expression became even more complicated, and turning to Fate, she murmured, No. You see, in fact, Kaito-san, he's very weak at these kinds of board games that doesn't involve luck. Greater than. Is that so? Greater than. Why yes. No, it's not that I'm saying he's stupid or that he can't read what his opponent is going to move next. You know, there are things we aren't good at, right? How should I say this? Kaito-san, he has a fatal lack of sense in board games of this kind. According to him, he would lose 90% of the time at board games. Greater than. There's still the 10%. So it should be alright. Greater than. I guess you're right. Let's look forward to the future development of the match. Greater than. Yes, Alice knew about it. She often played together with Kaito, and had played board games with him before. However, Kaito was bad at strategy-type board games like chess. He was so bad at it that Alice became concerned about him instead. And that was also true for Megito, who was currently playing against him. Oi, Kaito, you shouldn't place a piece at that square. Heck, why are you putting your stone over there? If you place it there, everything in the upper left corner will be. Megito was currently on the edge with each of their moves. However, it wasn't because of the board. You idiot. One more square to the right and it would have been perfect. You can't connect to the next move with that at all, you know? Kaito, my bad. I see, so you're really bad at playing double color, huh? Without realizing that Megito was beginning to feel pity for him, Kaito had once again placed the stone in a completely wrong square. The second match of the 3-game match against Megito-san. The Othello matchup went back and forth, and finally, the board was approaching the end game. It was a close match. Also, I would like to say, but the board is already filled with so much red that there's nowhere for me to place my stones. It seems like I lost. Why can't I win at these kinds of board games? I even lost on that game of Shogai against Alice when she only had her king and a knight on her side. Alice was also bewildered at that time. Is there even any better handicap than this? Or so she said. Well. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. Even I have things I'm not good at and things that I'm not. I'm just not very good at board games. I'll have you know that I'm super good at Rubik's Cube. Just so you know, my personal record in solving one is 12 seconds. It's settled. The winner of the second match is the War King, Megito. Greater than. What a sad battle it is, isn't it? Greater than. Yes. I've never seen Megito-san wondering he should have held back in a battle like today. Greater than. You're going to go that far? Am I seriously that weak? I'm so bad at it that you're calling it a sad battle? Kaito, I'm sorry. Let's go with the third match. Yeah. I can't enjoy atmosphere anymore. Even Megito-san has a sad expression on his face. Let's just get to the next match. The atmosphere is very unpleasant now. Alright, let's pull ourselves together and get to the third match. This will be the final battle. Yes, looking good, Kaito. Well then, let's get things ready. Wow. Boldly smiling, Megito-san snapped his finger, and the scenery of the arena changed with the sound of the earth shaking. A series of devices that looked like amusement park attractions at first glance appeared one after another, forming what seemed to be a race course that circled the large arena. Wait a moment, could this be? The last match will be an obstacle course. As expected, the finale should be a physical match. Something that I can't win at all appeared. What the heck are you expecting from the slime like me, Megito-san? Don't worry. Of course I'm not going to have Kaito fight a match that you can't win. I'll be giving you a handicap. A handicap? Ugh. I'm going to compete with a body with the same physical abilities as Kaito. I'm not going to move in ways that are impossible with your physical abilities, nor will I move at speeds that are impossible for you. Well, there's still a difference between our stamina, so Kaito can use magic, while I could not. Fume. I see. That certainly makes it possible for me to win. If Mejido-san has the same ability as me, then we would be even in terms of speed. Mejido-san still has the advantage in stamina and skill though, so he'll adjust that by having me the only one who can use magic. What about stuff like body strengthening magic? Yeah, I'm not going to use it. Kaito can use it though. Apparently, I could also use body strengthening magic. My body strengthening magic is quite shabby, only increasing my physical ability by 30% at best, but it is still enough of an advantage. That means I have better maximum speed. Incidentally, Fate-san and I will be judging this race. When Mejido-san performs a move that is impossible with Kaito-san's physical abilities, it will automatically be Mejido-san's loss. Is that alright? Greater than. I've heard that the live commentator and analyst will also serve as the referee, but I don't think Mejido-san would violate the terms he himself decided. That's something I don't doubt a single bit. The conditions aren't bad. In fact, I could even say that I have a significant advantage against him. I can even use autopilot. The problem is that the race course looked quite complicated and long. I'm worried about my stamina, but I've also been running with Hina-chan a lot, so I think my stamina has gotten better than when I first came to this world. Nodding my head in agreement with Mejido-san, we headed to the starting point together. As I stood at the starting point, I noticed the first obstacle waiting for me. About 100 meters ahead of us were footholds. Things that looked like stepping stones jutting out from a pool of water. Beyond that was a steep slope. It wasn't so steep that it would rather be called a wall, but it is still quite steep. It's hard to see every obstacle from where I am, but it seems like it would have lots of ups and downs. Incidentally, the one who designed the obstacle course is me. Greater than. The one who actually made these troublesome obstacles was her. This is going to be tough without some solid strategy, especially for my autopilot. It's a powerful magic that provides me maximum performance with minimal movement, but it is difficult to use. It's impossible for me to keep it active throughout the race, and it takes time to prepare because I have to set it up while moving, so I need to plan well when to make use of this magic. Now, with both our players standing side by side, the final battle is about to begin. Analyst Fate-san, what do you think of this match? Greater than. There are so many obstacles to cross, so I think it's a matter of how they will get past them. Kai-chan seems to have an advantage in terms of conditions, but with his experience, the War King had an overwhelming advantage because of his ability to handle situations. I think the key that will allow Kai-chan to win would be when he would use his magic. Greater than. I see, thank you very much. Well then, are both of you ready? Let's start the count. 3, 2, 1, start. Greater than. With Alice's signal, Mejido-san and I dashed forward. As expected, I was faster than him with my body strengthening magic, and I made it to the first stepping stone first. It doesn't feel like each stone was that wide, so if I leap forward while slowing down a bit. Just as I was thinking that, I tried to jump to the first stepping stone, but Mejido-san, who had caught up with me, leapt without slowing down at all. Then, he jumped to the first stepping stone, leapt to a stepping stone quite a distance away, and as he arrived on that stepping stone with his hands on the ground, he pushed forth, jumping to the next stepping stone. With acrobatic movements as if he's a gymnast, he quickly broke through the first obstacle. Astonished by his movements, I reflexively turned my attention to where the commentators Alice and Fate-san sat. But they judged his movements as clear. Seriously? He can do that? It was possible for him to move like that even with my physical abilities? Even with the same physical abilities, there would still be a difference depending on who operates that body. This is going to be a tough fight. The third match between Kaito and Mejido. In the final match, an obstacle course, Mejido took the lead. Currently, Mejido is only using the same physical abilities as Kaito, and simply put, Kaito, who can use body strengthening magic, should have been faster and more powerful than Mejido. However, Megito still currently has a large lead. One of the reasons for this is the difference in stamina. Megito is certainly running with the same physical ability as Kaito, but Megito is able to maintain Kaito's maximum speed until the goal. However, Kaito had to run while adjusting his stamina, and as a result, there was a gap of about 2 obstacles between them. However, bluntly speaking, Megito had predicted for a development like this to occur. Or rather, it might be better to say that this was inevitable. Even if 2 people drove the same car that have the same performance, the difference between the abilities of an F1 racer and an amateur driver can be clearly seen. It was natural that Megito would take the lead. Yes, that's why Megito asked Alice to be the one creating these obstacles. Now, Megito-san is fast. He has already dashed through the first half of the race course. He has slightly opened up a distance with Kaito-san, greater than. After glancing at the live commentator Alice, Megito grinned and turned his attention back to the race course. I know. The real deal is about to come now, right? Shintia, you're extremely partial towards Kaito. That's exactly why I asked you this. If it's you, you'd make a race course that would give Kaito a good chance of beating me, even under these conditions, right? It wouldn't be any fun if you don't. Now, what have you prepared? With a smile on his face, he arrived at the next obstacle. Before him was a small cube placed on the desk. Seeing this cube, Megito slowed down and tilted his head in wonder. What's this? Now, Megito-san has reached the turning point of the first half of the race course. The obstacle in front of him is called a Rubik's Cube, a toy from another world. The explanation is posted on the desk. Greater than. Megito, seeing the Rubik's Cube for the first time, quickly looks over the instructions on the desk. I see. So it's a puzzle, huh? Phew, I thought I knew some things about toys from another world, but I've never seen this before. Well, this is just about making this toys. 6 sides have the same colors, so let's get this over with. Megito moves the cube round, checking the combinations. Even though it was the first time he had used this toy, it was simple to play and he was able to match the colors smoothly. A minute or so after Megito arrived at this obstacle, Kaito finally caught up with him. Now then, it seems like Kaito-san has also arrived at the same obstacle. This item is a toy from another world, which should be advantageous for the otherworlder Kaito-san. Would he be able to turn the tables here? Greater than. You're being naive. Kaito certainly may have been accustomed with this toy, but I've already solved 3 sides. After a minute here, this will be an easy victory. Thinking that he won't be able to turn the tables here, Megito glanced toward Kaito. He held the Rubik's Cube in his hand and looked at it from various angles for about 10 seconds. And then, immediately afterward, Kaito's hands moved without any hesitation and arranged all 6 sides in the blink of an eye. Kaito-san's amazing. He passed through that obstacle in the blink of an eye. The tables have been turned. Greater than. That's impossible. What the heck was that just now? It only took him 20 seconds. No, less than 15 seconds to complete it. For Kaito, Rubik's Cube is one of his few specialties, but Megito, who has no idea about such a thing, is so astonished that his hands stopped. It's as if he knows the procedure all along. Could it be that Shintia taught him that? No, that's not it. There's no way that she would blatantly use such a method. I'm pretty sure she made this course in favor of Kaito, but it's really hard to tell. For a moment, Megito considered the possibility that Alice had leaked the answer to Kaito, but he quickly dismissed it in his mind and returned to the task of aligning the Rubik's Cube. However, he wasn't just lightly shaken. He was feeling somewhat flustered. The first obstacle, stepping stones were large and closely spaced. The second obstacle, the slope, was also made of non-slip materials. They had been adjusted so that even Kaito, who wasn't used to moving his body, could easily break through. Yes, Shintia's help should be just that. Anything more than that wouldn't convince Kaito that she isn't being biased towards him. That means what happened just now was just Kaito's ability. However, how could he solve it that fast? No, wait a moment. In response to Kaito's speed, which could be described as overwhelming, Megito tried to calm his agitated mind and regulated his thoughts. At that moment, Megito had also arranged all 6 sides and continued to think as he ran to catch up with Kaito, who was ahead of him. Kaito looked at the cube for about 10 seconds in the beginning. Could it be he saw through the steps to solve it in those 10 seconds? That's outrageous. When Megito realized how good Kaito was at Rubik's Cube, He slightly shivered, and after his shoulders shook once, he viciously smiled. Ha ha ha. That's right. Now this is what I'm talking about. Wother, Mejido-san roared. He's now breaking through the obstacles with a tremendous speed. Greater than. For Mejido, competitions are the best. Mejido is a genuine battle maniac who is more motivated the stronger his opponents are. And now, his fighting spirit was ignited. Although he was still adhering to the limits of physical abilities they'd arranged, his movements were even leaner and sharper than before. His momentum was so strong that he immediately caught up with Kaito and overtook him. The tables have turned yet again. It's a burning hot battle. Greater than. Hey, No-chan? I have some questions here. Greater than. What's the matter? Greater than. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like Kai-chan is unfocused since earlier. Greater than. Hilda, you're right. There's a little bit of waste in his movements. Greater than. I guess he's doing something, huh? Greater than. I wonder. I can already predict what he's doing, but I guess it would be better if we wait and see, isn't it? Greater than. Even though Mejido, who was running with a burning fighting spirit, was gradually pulling away from him, the expression on Kaito's face did not change. And then, he quietly muttered something. With this, setting up for the end game is complete. Just a few distance more. Kaito is quietly but surely making his preparations. Even as the gap widened between them, there was still not a trace of resignation in his eyes. There are now 3 obstacles of a difference between him and Mejido. Even so, he's still within range, so it hurts. As my breathing becomes more and more ragged, I feel an unpleasant pain in my side. The course was a lap around a large arena, and with so many obstacles to overcome, I was exhausted by the time I reached the end of the halfway point. I was able to turn the tables once when there was a Rubik's Cube challenge, but that turnaround only ignited Mejido-san's fighting spirit and he turned the tables again, and now, I'm way behind him. However, he's still barely within range. From the start until now, I've been running with my eyes on the end of the course. What obstacles would be there, and which route would be the shortest? With those things in mind, I constructed my magic technique. To begin with, Mejido-san and I have different basic stamina. I may be able to run faster than him, but I don't have the stamina to maintain that speed from start to finish. That's why, yes, I knew that this was going to happen. Mejido-san is ahead of me, and I'm following behind him. For me to achieve victory, there's only one chance. Autopilot. I'm the only one who can use magic in this match, and this is my most powerful trump card. This is the only card I have that has a chance of beating Mejido-san. However, this trump card of mine is a double-edged sword. It's difficult to say this, but the amount of magic power I have isn't that great. No matter how much I squeeze out, I couldn't keep autopilot running for even half of the race course. That's why it was crucial to get to the endgame of this race with a gap that I'm able to catch up with. And that would be the turning point of this match. Now, with less than a third of the race course remaining, we're finally in the endgame of the race. Mejido-san is now in the lead. He has pulled apart quite a distance from Kaito-san. Greater than. It's here. This is the moment. The distance between Mejido-san and I is just barely enough to catch up with him. But whether my magic power will hold on, that would be difficult to say. However, all I need to know is that I have a chance of winning with this. Autopilot. The moment I said the keywords, my body slipped out of my control and I sped up. The fatigue I was feeling doesn't go away, and I still feel some of the pain from it. However, autopilot ignores all of that and forces my body to work. Whoa there! Kaito-san abruptly accelerated. He's heading for the next obstacle in one breath. And what awaits him is there. Stepping Stones version 2. Greater than. You like stepping stones that much, No-chan? Greater than. Stepping stones are the staple of obstacle races after all. However, the stepping stones this time are much bigger and more complicated than before. Even Mejido-san had taken quite a while in the two. Let's see how Kaito-san would fare with this. Wait, oh my god, greater than. What is it? Greater than. I used Hina-chan as a reference for my running form. As for how to break through this obstacle, I had the best model running ahead of me. Stepping on the second stepping stone, my body jumped to the stepping stones without hesitation and I broke through, using my hands as well as my feet. Wasn't that Mejido-san's movement just now? No. Because of his superior physical strength thanks to magic, Kaito-san's movement is even faster than Mejito-san. Greater than. I guess he was using War King's movements as a reference. Well, since the War King would be using the same physical ability as him, with his vast athletic experience, he would certainly be a great reference. But it ain't that easy. I guess this means that Kai-chan is getting serious, huh? Greater than. Whether. He climbed up the next obstacle, a tall wall, at an insanely fast speed. Amazing, he's getting closer and closer to Mejito-san. At last. The cornered herbivore has bared his fangs on the carnivore. Greater than. Herbivore? No, well, if Mejito-san is the carnivore, that means that I'm the herbivore. But at that moment, Mejito-san, who had been compared to a predator, looked at the running me. As an intense smile appeared on his face, he loudly shouted, "Kaito! That's great! That's a great speed you have! Isn't that just great? Come, let me see you sink your fangs on my neck." Despite the fact that I was catching up on him, Mejito-san didn't seem to be flustered at all. In fact, he looked as if he was having fun. He's really a battle maniac by nature. But, well, putting the act of biting his neck aside, I still intend to overtake him. My legs are screaming. I'm so out of breath that I'm feeling suffocated. Still, my body doesn't stop, and keeps on forcing me to bring out my peak performance. Even though my body is adjusting so that it won't break down, the pain I'm feeling is still hard to bear. While my body continues to move, various thoughts come to my mind. How could I be working so hard? Isn't it enough already? Even if I continue like this, I might not be able to catch up with Mejito-san. In the first place, it's strange for me to try to beat Mejito-san, one of the 6 kings. It's fine for me to lose. Frantically pushing those thoughts out of my mind, I continued to activate autopilot. In the beginning, this was not a game that I could not lose. This was all just a game, so I let myself get carried away by the situation and joined their game. Now, Mejito-san has crossed the final obstacle, walking on a tightrope, and the rest would just be a straight line to the finish line. Kaito-san too, has reached the final obstacle, but would this distance between them be too much for him? Greater than. The last straight line is quite long, but with the difference between Kai-chan and the War King, I guess it would be difficult. Greater than. However, yes, there are many people who have helped me reach this place. Eden-san, Pandora-san, Iris-san. And lastly, Master, do your best. Even in the arena filled with heated cheers, I could still strangely hear her voice. With her cheers, I somehow felt like my legs, which should have been moving automatically, gaining strength. Her voice, and the glimpse to anima, gave me the courage to bring out my true final joker. Breaking through the tightrope obstacle, despite being greatly outdistanced, I reached the final straight line. At that moment, I deactivated autopilot once and at the same time, reactivated it with the new keywords. Autopilot, limit release. I didn't want to use this if it's possible. After all, using this hurts like hell. But my opponent is Mejito-san. He isn't someone I can win against without taking any risks. Limit release. It is a keyword that removes the autopilot's restriction of moving while making sure that it will not destroy my body. It's the same power I used when I fought Anima when she was a black bear. It was a magic that allowed my body to exhibit an extraordinary amount of power. What a great surprise. Kaito-san dashed forth with an explosive speed. He's fast. Lightning fast. Greater than. What? With my limiter removed, my body kicks the ground with tremendous force, and I start running at more than twice the speed I was before. When he saw me rapidly closing the distance between me and Mejito-san, even Mejito-san was astonished as he exclaimed in surprise. However, this freaking hurts. Aukingly hurts. I'm also hearing some kind of tearing sound coming from my feet, which definitely doesn't sound good at all. I mean, I'm pretty sure my bones are broken too. Well, even if my bones are broken, magic power would still force my legs to move. But as my body screamed in pain, trying to catch up with Mejito-san, I also finally understood why I was working so hard. Of course, there's also the fact that I can't lose and waste Anima and the others' help towards me. But perhaps, a reason even more important than that. The goal is only a few distance before them. There's hardly any distance between them anymore. Greater than. Mejdo-san is really amazing. There were many obstacles in this race that were in my favor. The best example for this is that Rubik's Cube obstacle. It must have been the first time he had seen a Rubik's Cube too. Even so, Mejdo-san was able to clear that puzzle and overtake me. I've been watching a Mejdo-san's movements as a reference for Autopilot, and I was moved by how refined his body movements are. Mejdo-san is not only powerful, he is also knowledgeable and skilled. A real warrior who polishes himself without compromise. I think he's a really great person. And now, for whatever reason, I am fighting against him. I wonder if that's the reason why I wanted to win. His blazing fighting spirit seemed to have ignited my heart as well. Because Mejdo-san is an amazing person, a warrior who I can truly and undeniably respect. I want to win against Mejdo-san. It's not like when we first met, where I somehow won with Shiro-san's blessing. I want to win against Mejdo-san with my own power. Overtaking Mejdo-san, we are almost to the finish line. But at that moment, the magic power in my body is about to run out. As strength slowly loses strength, I feel like I'm seeing things in slow motion while my body collapses. No, not now. Just a few more steps. From within my body, squeeze every ounce of magic power out. I will win. I will win against Mejdo-san. Feeling magic power passing through my crumbling legs again, I regained my footing and ran. Now, in a fierce dead heat, Kaito-san has reached the goal. Wow, greater than. Kai-chan, greater than. I reached the goal. I beat Mejdo-san. As soon as such feelings come to my mind, Autopilot is completely deactivated. When that happens, I would be met with a terrible situation where my legs would suddenly stop while I'm running my maximum speed, and my body would be thrown forward. I guess this could only end up with my face smacking on the ground. That would definitely hurt. Well, it was a suicide mission knowing that I have Fruits of the World Tree with me to begin with, so I was prepared for such a situation. But I definitely wish for an alternative way where it doesn't hurt. Closing my eyes, I prepared for the moment when my face hit first to the ground. However, what I felt immediately after was not the pain of my face hitting the ground, but the feeling of being softly and gently hugged. You're being reckless again. Kuro, geez, Kaito-kun really won't change, aren't you? Before I knew it, Kuro was holding me in her arms, and with an amazed expression on her face, she brought her hand over my legs. Thereupon, my legs were enveloped in light, and the pain I had felt earlier completely disappeared. But well, congratulations. You really did great. Thanks. But that doesn't mean you can escape from my scolding later. As Kuro held me in her arms, I slowly moved my gaze backward and saw Mejdo-san standing at the goal, clapping his hands with a gentle smile on his face. Go on, Kaito-kun. Mejdo and the crowd are waiting for you. Go ahead. Show your confidence as today's winner. Yeah. Mejdo-san took it very easy on me, and the race course was in my favor. It may not have been a complete victory, but a great feeling still welled up from within me. I'm sure that it's because despite all the help I've gotten, I think it's because I was able to grab this victory with my own power. Moving away from Kuro and arriving at the goal where Mejdo-san was waiting for me, I was greeted with loud cheers. A storm of voices shook the air, many of them in praise of me. It feels kind of strange, itchy, and yet, heartwarming. It's my loss, Kaito. It was a good fight. I give you my thanks. No, it's me who should be thanking you instead. Thank you. Shaking hands with Mejdo-san who is in his humanoid form, we praised each other for the good fight. Somehow, I kinda like this kind of thing. After giving it your all, you shake hands with the person you fought against. I didn't belong to an athletic club in junior high and high school, so this was just my imagination. But maybe this is what they call youth. I'm already 21 though. No, I guess I'm rather young in this world. Speaking of which, Mejdo-san, I heard from Bacchus-san. But what is it that you want to teach me? That's right. I'll tell you all about it a little later at the party. The party starts at 8 p.m. Until then, enjoy the festival again. I understand. In the end, it seems that I will know Mejdo-san's intentions at the evening party. I mean, that party, is it already decided that I will be attending? I guess it's already decided. Yes, I know already. Well, I was first in line thanks to the perks of being a black rank, but there might be others that will challenge Mejdo-san, so I guess it's sort of reasonable that he would say it later. As I was thinking about this, the race course that had been prepared for the arena disappeared and the arena returned back to normal. It was quite the heated 3-game match. Congratulations for the splendid victory, challenger Kaito-san. Well Tilda, that was a wonderful fight. Wasn't it, Fate-san? Greater than. Kai-chan was so hot and cool at the end that Tilda Kaika and Tilda. It's me, raise me, greater than. Well then, let's give a big round of applause to our challenger, Mama Kaito-san. Greater than. Fate-san, you just don't change at all. Even so, could you stop saying that line with loudspeaker magic? It's super embarrassing. Now then, a battle had just ended but there's still a big battle ahead. Greater than. It's about to begin, huh? Greater than. Error. What's with this tense atmosphere? Now then, the battle that is about to occur. I suggest that all weak-willed people evacuate. You might really die if you remain in the premises when it occurs. Greater than. This is bad. The rising killing intent is different from the battle just now. Greater than. With the sound of rumbling earth, explosive magic power blasted out from everywhere, shaking the arena. As if an earthquake was happening, cracks began to appear all over the arena. Wait a moment. The heck is this? What the heck is about to occur? Well then, the rock-paper-scissors tournament with Kaito-san's clay sculpture as the prize starts. Greater than. At that moment, a number of shadows flew out into the arena. Kuro, with black smoke like magic power leaking out of her body, Isis-san, with her bluish-white magic power of death spreading around, and Lilywood-san with a tired expression on her face. There's also Shiro-san, quietly making her entrance, but her body is clad in her shimmering magic power, Chronos-san, who has the same expression as Lilywood-san, and Life-san, who has a serious expression on her face. In the midst of this arena, looking like a cage filled with fierce beasts, Chris-san and Laguna-san fearlessly entered too. Eden-san also descended from out of nowhere. No. Wait a moment there. Isn't everyone being too serious? Oh no, this is really going to destroy the world. Everyone is quite motivated. The tournament is also open for the general public but it's seriously dangerous, so please participate with caution. Greater than. Hey, no-chan, I'd like to join too. Greater than. We will be participating here, Fate-san. I will also be participating in the tournament while giving my live commentary. Greater than. I see, got it. Greater than. No, seriously, wait a moment there. Everyone's being so motivated. The prize is just that sad creature, you know? Or rather, please give me a break. Why the heck are all of you fighting for my black history? Wouldn't it all be hellish no matter who wins it? Yes. What about you, Kaito-san? Are you going to participate? Greater than. I'm participating. In this case, I don't have any choice but to win at all costs and recover my black history myself. Is that alright? You need to be able to change your hand for at least 1,000 times per second at the very least to be able to compete with the others. Greater than. The heck is that? That's scary. Was rock paper scissors really such a monster competition? Or perhaps, it's just that the participants are abnormal. As I was stunned by Alice's words, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Kuro and Isis playing rock paper scissors, as if they were practicing. It feels kinda strange though. Why does the tip of their elbow disappear when they are about to swing their hands down? Why the heck does playing rock paper scissors make a crater in the ground? That sounds like a great game. Alright, I will also Mejdo. Number. On second thought, I'm actually not going to join. Mejdo-san, who was a battle fanatic, tried to join in the match but after Kuro glared at him, he immediately sat up on a Caesar. It seems like Mejdo-san is very obedient only to Kuro. No, putting him aside. Well then, I'd like to get the tournament started but I'd like to warn everyone that anyone that makes a move that wipes the arena will be disqualified, so please take note of that. Greater than. I've never heard anyone making such a warning in rock paper scissors before though. No. I guess what's abnormal is that there are so many people here who can do exactly that. And thus, the battle with Mejdo-san ended. And the rock-paper-scissors tournament of monsters began. A problem came right after one ended. It may not exactly be fitting, but I didn't expect that an outrageous situation like this would happen. Moreover, the thing they're fighting over for, that's my black history, You know, it was a scene that could be seen straight out of an apocalypse. With a roar, the earth cracked, the air swirled, and people ran for cover. With those descriptions, did you think that I'm talking about a war? No, I'm talking about a rock-paper-scissors tournament. Right in front of me was an arena full of craters, littered with places that were on the verge of collapsing, but the place was somehow able to maintain its original shape. Can you believe this? Everyone was just playing rock-paper-scissors, you know. Moreover, it all started just because of a badly made clay sculpture that I made. There was no way that an ordinary person like me could intervene in the battle called rock-paper-scissors, which had completely become some kind of ultra-dimensional sport. I just prayed to God that my black history would not fall into the hands of someone troublesome. However, my wish was scoffed at by the god I prayed to. Now then, the one who had won the fierce battle of rock-paper-scissors is Creator God Shalovernal Sama. Creator God Sama really was strong, greater than. The most troublesome person in the world got her hands on it. For the airhead Shiro-san to acquire it, that was almost the worst event of all. The worst thing that could have happened was for it to fall into Eden-san's hands, but this was still the second worst situation of all. As expected of Shalovernal Sama. If Shalovernal Sama is the one who got her hands on it, I wouldn't complain about that either. Greater than. It was also close for Kuro-san, who she fought against in the finals. Greater than. The Underworld King just didn't have the best luck. She had to fight Shalovernal Sama right after her fierce battle against that mysterious angel, so she was exhausted. Greater than. Well, Tilda, I wonder who that angel is? As soon as she lost, she disappeared as if she had no interest in any other thing anymore. Greater than. Alice and Faith-san are still doing their shameless live commentary and analysis, even though the audience has already fled. The only ones left here are only the ones I know. But then again, I'm feeling complicated only because of what they're fighting about. But it was a really fierce battle. Well, I couldn't see anyone doing attacks or defense at all, but I could hear the explosions and the ground being gouged out. Kuro beat Eden-san in the semi-finals, but she seemed to have worn herself out and lost to Shiro-san in the finals. Shiro-san's opponent in the semi-finals was Faith-san, but Faith-san forfeited, and Shiro-san managed to win without tiring herself at that match. Well, it was really as Faith-san said. Kuro was just not blessed with luck. Thank you, Lilywood-san. No, I'm just glad that Kaito-san is uninjured. Incidentally, Lilywood-san protected me, Lilia-san and the others, so we didn't get injured. By the way, Shiro-san, I know you can hear me, right? I'd really like it if you promptly hand over my black history back to me, you know? On one condition. I knew that this would be the case. I had a feeling that this would happen. I have a bad feeling about what you would say, but please say what you want. I'm feeling troubled about how to spend my time on the 7th day of the Six Kings Festival. That means I'm feeling troubled about how to spend my time on the 7th day of the Six Kings Festival. This is that, all over again, isn't it? This means I'm supposed to say that, right? I'm feeling troubled about how to spend my time on the 7th day of the Six Kings Festival. Shiro-san. Well, if it's okay with you, Shiro-san. On the 7th day of the Six Kings Festival, could we hang out together? Date. Could I ask you to go on a date with me? If Kaito-san so insists, I guess I will reluctantly consider it. I really want to go on a date with Shiro-san. I'm begging you. It can't be helped. If you're going to go that far, I guess we could go on a date. I feel like I've extremely lost. It seems that Shiro-san is fixated on the situation where I ask her out, that she would even shamelessly lead the conversation to that. What a frightening person she is. If the date turns out to be a fun one, I might even give this clay sculpture to Kaito-san. I'll do my best. I mean, I just want to ask you one thing. Why are you going that far? That's because Kaito-san is neglecting me. What are you talking about? Kaito-san invited Earth God. But you didn't invite me even when you were heading towards this place. No, you know that's impossible. I mean, there's also Lilia-san and the others with us, you know? If Shiro-san appears, Lilia-san would totally faint. Even when I'm just staying one floor below yours, Kaito-san didn't come to see me. That's totally the first time I've heard it, you know? I mean, Shiro-san is staying in the central tower. You don't stay the night back in the sanctuary? I stayed there so that I could sleep with Kaito-san. But last night, I didn't have a chance to do that because of Kuro. She was also obstructing me when I tried teleporting while you were in the onsen. A surprising new fact just came out. What the heck are you trying to do? I mean, such a battle happened without my knowledge. Incidentally, Earth God also tried doing that. She was also stopped by Kuro though. Thank you so much, Kuro. I'll definitely do something to express my thanks to her next time. Please keep that up and hold them off for the remaining 6 days. Just Kuro is unfair. No, even if you say it's unfair, I'll do my best to make sure that we have a fun date. So please excuse me from that. You'll kill off my reasoning if you join in. MNHH. Even though she was cutely sulking, that's something I couldn't let pass, so I had to devote my efforts to persuading Shiro-san for a while after that. After the game with Mejito-san was over, I went around the various attractions with Lilia-san and the others. Even though most of the attractions were like sports games, we still had lots of fun going around. But to be honest, my scores weren't so good. I don't know if I was feeling listless after my victory over Mejito-san, or perhaps I still haven't settled down the joy I felt from winning against Mejito-san, but I wasn't able to concentrate on the attractions. It was the first time I had fought to the death in front of such a large audience, so it was probably inevitable that the realization that I did such a thing would come to me late. After visiting the attractions until evening arrives, I was able to gather 22 stamps. I then went to the central plaza to exchange the stamps for prizes. I thought for sure that it would count as me having 22 stamps, but each of the 5 generals' oversized stamps is worth 10 stamps. The colossal stamp, which is the sign of my victory over Mejito-san, is calculated as 100 stamps. In other words, I had collected 172 stamps and I was able to get the top prize, a pair of gloves made from Mejito-san's mane. It seems that they can handle extremely high temperatures, and if you put these gloves on, you won't feel the heat even if you touch magma. However, the parts other than the gloves would still be burned though. How should I say this? It's a very difficult item to use. I at least don't think I would ever face an instance where I would need to touch magma in the future. I mean, I don't want to be anywhere near magma. Can't I just use them as a substitute for working gloves or as mittens? I guess not. This thing would certainly be very expensive. Well, I'll just leave figuring out how to use this for the future me. The hectic first day of the Six Kings Festival comes to an end at 8 p.m., and the participants are now returning back to their accommodations. However, since Lilia-san and I were invited to a party by Mejito-san, we didn't return to our accommodations, but moved to the central tower where I challenged Mejito-san. Isn't this strange? How the heck could this have happened? There were currently many people in my line of sight, and I was standing on a platform overlooking them. It seems like everyone has gathered, and standing beside me was Mejito-san, who had returned to his original form and was nodding in satisfaction at the sight of the gathered people. I'll just ask again. How the heck could this have happened? As soon as we arrived at the assembly hall, I was separated from Lilia-san and the others, and for some reason, I was brought to the stage set up in the center with Mejito-san. No matter where I look, I can only see people, and people. I could feel eyes silently looking from all directions. I feel really restless here. As if to say that he doesn't care about my feelings, Mejito-san proceeded to loudly speak. The people I've called here tonight are my subordinates and those who performed well at today's festival. We all had a good fight. Today was a great day. As a thank you, I've prepared plenty of food and drinks for everyone. Go and have all the fun you want. With Mejito-san's shout, a loud cheer rang out. As I was feeling overwhelmed by the atmosphere of the huge party, Mejito-san picked me up and put me on his shoulder. What the heck is going on? But before we start the party, I want to introduce someone to all of you. This is the only person who has defeated me. Mama Kaito. Immediately after that, loud cheers rang out again. As Alice told me on the way here, the number of people who have managed to defeat Mejito-san, or rather, the number of people who have managed to challenge Mejito-san is just 1. That's because it seems like Agni-san, who was originally already strong, was completely fired up after she got defeated by Iris-san. After I got a badge from her, night had fallen without any other person managing to win against her. Listen here. Kaito beat me. That means he's better than everyone at this party right now. Aura, here comes the strong warrior. Get excited, you lot. At that moment, The crowd broke into cheers. Woo. This feels kind of amazing. It feels like I'm shivering in excitement. Or rather, no matter how I look at it, lifting me up is a bit too much. After the loud cheers subsided, Megiddo-san announced the start of the party. Most of the people here are Megiddo-san's subordinates. In other words, there were people who were used to parties, so no one got bewildered when a noisy party started. Looking down at the scene of people everywhere shouting cheers, I felt an indescribable emotion welling up in my heart. There was this itchy embarrassment, but I'm also feeling a different kind of excitement, making me reflexively clench my fist. After slowly lowering me down, Megiddo-san took out a large cup out of nowhere and handed me one of them before pouring me alcohol. Here. Look here, Kaito. You're better than anyone here today. And no one's complaining. That's because you beat me. Megiddo-san, be proud, Kaito. You have at least fought your way through the fight with me. And won. This scene was something you have definitely won. It's there again. Another indescribable itch budding in my chest. I see, I understand what this feeling is now. This is called a sense of accomplishment. As soon as I realized this, I felt joy surging from within me. That's right. It had been an unrefined battle. Maybe it was because luck was on my side, or maybe it was because Alice was supporting me from behind the scenes. Still, I certainly won. It was my victory. I had won. Against Megiddo-san. Come on, Kaito. Drink up, it's a celebration. Yes. Thank you for the drink. As I was savoring the feeling of victory that had finally come over me, Megiddo-san called out to me and I made a toast. And then, I gulped down the alcohol, entering my mouth, down my throat and into my stomach. The taste of the delicious alcohol seeped into my entire body. This is very delicious. Is it an expensive drink? No, it certainly was a relatively good alcohol, but it's not that rare of a drink. Is that so? However, this tastes delicious. I think it's one of the best I've ever had. I see. Hey, Kaito. My bad, for having you deal with my selfishness today. No, rather than that, in the end, what was it that Megiddo-san wanted to teach me? While having a somewhat peaceful conversation, I took another sip of alcohol before asking Megiddo-san what Megiddo-san wanted to teach me. He said he would tell me about it at this party, but in the end, what was it all about? That's right. Hey, Kaito. Today was quite a rough day, wasn't it? Yes. I guess so. I'm sure you've had a tough day, and I'm sure you're tired. But what do you think? You fought like hell and won. And after that, drinking alcohol. Isn't it the best? Yes. Remember this, Kaito. The alcohol you drank there is called a wine of victory. Wine of victory. Could it be that is that what Megiddo-san wanted to teach me? Just as I was about to ask that, Megiddo-san drank all the alcohol in his cup at once, turned to me and heartily smiled. Well, there's certainly that too, but there's still one thing I want to tell you. Kaito, you're a great guy, but you also have a flaw. It's that you have low self-esteem. What's this? So you're well aware of it, huh? Then, you better start learning how to fix that. I'll tell you again, you're a great guy. Otherwise, there's no way I would lose against you twice. So, well, how do I say this? You need to be a little more composed and confident. You're not a pathetic person who's always needing someone's help. You're someone who can seize glory on your own. Megiddo-san. Those words of affirmation felt like a powerful push behind my back. How should I say this? I'm really quite blessed. There was someone who would warn me when I was wrong, someone who would scold me when I was being reckless, and someone who would push me forward. They are truly a blessing in disguise. That was quite unlike me. Come, let's drink again. We're going to drink a lot today. Yes. I was bewildered, tired, and struggled, and yet, I still desperately grasped for victory. I'll probably never forget this day for the rest of my life. Feeling this rewarding joy of standing up with your own 2 feet. Megiddo-san taught me the taste of the wine of victory. The party hosted by Megiddo-san kept going on in a lively manner. Only the people who collected the most stamps on the first day and Megiddo-san's subordinates participated in this party, so Kyo and Alice weren't here. Well, I guess they could easily join if they wanted to, but it seems like they read the mood around here and probably won't barge in. As I was thinking about this, Megiddo-san loudly put down his cup and shouted. Speaking of which, oi, you bastard. Ozma, for only your place to have an 80% pass rate, What does this mean? Look at Agni's place. She hasn't let anyone but Kaito through. You see, everyone was working so hard to win against me. I can't just ignore their hard work. T/N. Ozma usually refers to himself as Oji-san/uncle, but he uses I hear. Responding with those words, Ozma-san, holding a small cup in one hand, looked as lax as ever as he approached our way. Even so, it seems like he would still be using honorifics when talking with Mejido-san, and his tone has changed. But, you never change. You're still always drinking cheap alcohol. Well, I don't really like the taste of expensive alcohol. Yeah, Mama-kun. Good work out there. Yes. Thank you very much. Calmly calling out to me, Ozma-san then sits down across from Mejido-san. It seems like Master is having fun. Isn't your drinking pace faster than usual? Yeah, today's match was fun. The alcohol afterward is also great. Well, that's great. Looking as if Mejido-san's happiness was his own, Ozma-san snapped his fingers and made a giant bottle of alcohol appear. Then, leisurely holding it in one hand, he poured alcohol into Mejido-san's cup, to which Mejido-san drank without saying a word. Filled with this somewhat friendly mood, or perhaps, a gentle atmosphere, I suddenly wondered about something and voiced out my question. Ozma-san? What is it? Only Ozma-san calls Mejido-san Master instead of adding Sama in his name. Is there a reason for that? Well, it's just an old habit. There isn't any deeper reason for that. Ozma has been my subordinate the longest. He became my subordinate before I was called the War King, so I guess that's why he's calling me that. It seems that Ozma-san was Mejido-san's first subordinate. Hey, speaking of which, I'm sorry if this is something I shouldn't ask. Why did you become Mejido-san's subordinate, Ozma-san? Oi, Mama-kun. There's nothing to be gained from knowing about Uncle's past. You know? I'm sorry. It's just that I thought that the atmosphere around Ozma-san was different from the other 5 generals. You're being told off, Ozma. You gotta have a bit more ambition. No, I'm not saying that much though. It's certainly as Mejido-san said, Ozma-san doesn't seem to have any ambition. Or rather, I don't think I feel the fighting is the best thinking that the other generals have. This is the reason why it feels easy for me to talk to him though. No, well, Uncle was also quite mischievous back then. That's also the reason why I ended up punching Master Mejido the first time I met him. Well, I got really beaten up after that though. I completely lost. How the heck can you say that after we fought for 7 days and 7 nights? I think we were evenly matched, you know? Well, I still lost in the end. Master is strong, and I was weak. He fought Mejido-san evenly for 7 days and 7 nights? Ozma-san is that strong? No. I certainly haven't thought of him as just an ordinary person. But perhaps, could the strongest of the 5 generals is Ozma-san. In those days, the demon realm was much bleaker than it is now. An era where losing meant death. However, Master Mejido didn't take the life of this defeated uncle, but asked me to become his subordinate. That brings back memories. But back then, I guess you could say that uncle was experiencing his youthful folly, but anyway, I had quite the bad temper back then. Even when Master asked me to be his subordinate, I snarled at him, saying don't you dare insult me. If you take me in as your subordinate, I will make sure to cut your head off the moment you turn your back on me. Or something like that. Ozma-san scratched his cheeks, looking somewhat embarrassed, and talked about what he had told Mejido-san a long time ago. What do you think Master said in response? Looking like he was really having fun. He told me that makes it fun. Then, I'll leave my back to you. How should I say this? That's just like Mejido-san. Even though he hates doing surprise attacks, he likes it when he is surprise attacked. That certainly feels like Mejido-san. I feel like I was being reminded how big Master's heart is. Saying that somewhat happily, Ozma-san took out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. Calmly lighting it up, he looked at Mejido-san with a respectful gaze, as if he was feeling somewhat nostalgic. Speaking of which, you still haven't stabbed me from the back yet, have you? When are you going to do it? I don't feel like doing it anymore. I was charmed by Master Mejido's way of life. I just want to watch your large back. For me, the only king is Master. When I die, it will be while protecting Master's back. That's what I've decided before Master even became the War King. I see. Well, things have become so peaceful these days that it seems difficult to die. Well, That's why I will just leisurely serve master in moderation until the end of my life. Good grief, that last part was unnecessary. You're still the same lazy bastard. Ahaha. Whether it's Megdo-san who told that in an amazed manner, or Ozma, who laughed while scratching his shaggy hair, both of them looked somewhat happy, and I could tell that they had a strong trust in each other. Even though they had left out a lot of details about it, I was able to learn a little bit about Ozma-san's past. As he said that Megdo-san was the only king for him, Ozma-san's expression looked radiant, while Megdo-san seemed happy to hear what he said. Somehow, of all the master and servant relationships I've ever seen, that was the most dazzling scene I've ever seen. Even though they were having a party, the Six Kings Festival had still just begun, so I decided to leave at an appropriate time and return to my accommodations. Well, I heard that Megdo-san and the others were going to drink all that night long, but as expected, drinking along with them would affect tomorrow. Though I say that, it's still a little early. I have already had my dinner at the party, and all I had to do now was to take a bath and go to bed. As I was thinking about doing something to pass the time if Kuro and the others were already back in our room, when I came back to the Japanese-style castle, which I still am not used to seeing even though I've already stayed a night in it. I saw someone familiar in front of the castle. The woman with long golden hair dressed in suit-like clothes is definitely Funf-san, but how should I say this? She's acting kind of strange. It doesn't seem like she was going to enter the castle, but instead seemed to be pondering something as she walked back and forth near the entrance gate. And as I approached, I could hear Funf-san mumbling to herself, "Would I be a nuisance if I were to do this?" Around this time, they should have about finished his dinner, so there shouldn't be any problem, but I guess it would be better if I go after the date change. I'm sure he's tired after everything that's happened today, so I might just be a nuisance for coming to visit. Are you here to see someone? I came to see Kaito, but I was thinking if it would be better to not come today. You came to see me? I came to. Funf-san, who seemingly didn't realize I was the one talking to her at the beginning, stopped mid-sentence and turned to me with a surprised expression on her face. Thereupon, the color of Funf-san's hair changed to pink, and her expression changed to flustredness. Kaito, why are you here? No, even if you ask me why, I can only say this is where I'm staying. If anything, I should be the one asking why she's here. That's right. Even though my heart still isn't ready yet. But this is alright. I've already thought about this beforehand. Funf-san seemed to be flustered, but after she mumbled something to herself in a small voice, she calmed down and her hair returned to its golden color. Then, after taking a deep breath, she looked me straight in the eyes and spoke. Kaito, can you lend me your ugly mug for a bit? Did I do anything to offend you, Funf-san? A line of dialogue that seemed to deviate from her image was suddenly spoken by Funf-san, making me feel like she took that out of a delinquent manga. Error. That's a slang you say in the other world when you want to bring someone outside, right? Well, you aren't completely wrong. It's just, I might be being prejudiced here. But I don't think that's really used in a very positive way. Is that so? It kinda feels like someone wants to pick a fight with you and wants to bring the fight outside. Apparently, it's not that I had unknowingly been rude to her, it's more like she tried asking me out in a way that suited where I'm from and failed. Upon hearing what I said, Funf-san's face became pale. That's not it, okay? I didn't come here because I have a problem with Kaito, and instead, it was the opposite. I have something I want to talk to you about, but not here where the Six Kings and other such people are so close by. I was hoping we could change places. Talk? Yes, I have time, so it's alright. For the time being, it would be better not to mention Funf-san's blunder too much and just let it slide. If I were to follow up with her about this, it would probably make her feel embarrassed or depressed, so it would be better to just not be bothered about it. Well, I don't actually particularly care about it, so it's not a problem at all. In fact, I'm relieved that I didn't offend Funf-san. Thanks. Then, let's go outside for a bit. I understand. It seems that she has regained some of her composure at my response, and the flustredness on Funf-san's expression disappears. However, judging from the emotions conveyed by my sympathy magic, she still seems to be nervous. No, is this really nervousness? The atmosphere around her seemed to be that of someone who has something to say, but is reluctant to say it. Enveloped in that somewhat delicate atmosphere, Without many conversations with each other, we went down to the ground floor of the central tower and went outside. Incidentally, the night of the Six Kings Festival is more like a normal festival with stalls around us. During the daytime, there were many attractions organized by Megdo-san, but some of them have been closed and replaced by restaurants, while some family-oriented attractions are still being used as amusement facilities where visitors can pay to play in. Even so, this area around the central tower left some impression on me because I saw it on the way back, but I have a feeling that the whole building has changed quite a bit. No, well, it seems that they changed the facilities for each of the 7 days, and it may be possible for them to switch them out like day and night, but it's confusing when I actually see it. That aside, Funf-san is still not talking. The two of us are just walking side by side, me being clueless where we are going. Maybe I should talk to her, but I don't really know what Funf-san is up to, so I don't know how to talk to her. While I was thinking about this, one of the stalls suddenly caught my attention. It wasn't a particularly unusual stall, but it was a good opportunity to strike up a conversation with Funf-san. Funf-san, would you like to eat some of those? A skewer stall? Yes. Look. Didn't we eat some skewers together before in the Symphonia Kingdom? Hilda, that did happen, even though that was just a while ago. Remembering that makes me feel nostalgic. When I met Funf-san by chance in Symphonia's royal capital before, we ate skewers together. If I'm not mistaken, I should have eaten Forest Bull skewers or something like that. Perhaps Funf-san also remembered that moment, as her slightly stiff expression softened and a faint smile appeared on her face. If I remember correctly, didn't Funf-san order mixed seafood skewers? Right. Well, I don't particularly like seafood, but the seafood skewers they had back then looked really good. Hilda, seeing fish and shellfish being grilled on skewers or over the grill certainly makes you crave for some. Right. Shellfish tastes great, don't they? Kaito is from the other world, so you may already know this, but the shellfish just tastes so delicious with the soy sauce that was introduced from your world. I know what you mean. Talking about it makes me feel hungry. I'll go order for us too. In that case, I will. No. This will be my treat. Telling that to Funf-san, whose mood was getting better, I made a short run for the stall. Unfortunately, it wasn't as big as the one in Symphonia's royal capital, and the only skewers available were barbecue-like vegetable and meat skewers, but they looked incredibly delicious in a place like this. After buying 2 skewers, I returned to where Funf-san waited for me and ate them together in an area a little off the street. I guess the atmosphere of the festival makes the skewers very tasty. I had just eaten dinner a little while ago, but I was able to eat it in one bite. After finishing the skewers, I looked at the people walking along the street a short distance away. Although the Six Kings Festival is limited to invited guests and their companions, there seemed to be a considerable number of people participating, and as far as I could see, there seemed to be quite a lot of traffic in this area. Even though we were only a short distance away from the busy street where the stalls were, the place where Funf-san and I were was quiet and isolated from the hustle and bustle of the festival. In such an environment, Funf-san was holding the leftover stick from the skewer she had just finished eating and was silent, not speaking a word. Although she wasn't as stiff as earlier, I now got the impression that she wasn't sure how to start the conversation. There was no point in rushing her, so I decided to use this time to think about Funf-san's purpose. She seemed quite nervous at first, so there's no doubt that what she's looking me for is quite important for Funf-san. I also heard that she wasn't here to complain about something to me or anything like that. While that may be true, it isn't like she's here to confess to me either. The feelings of guilt and confusion conveyed through my sympathy magic are as if she was about to confess for her sins. I think I might have figured it out. It's just a guess, but I think Funf-san might have come to apologize to me. As for what she was about to apologize for, needless to say, it must have been about Dr. Veer. I see. I feel like all my questions have been answered at once. The incident back then had been very important for Funf-san, so I can understand why she's nervous. The reason she found it difficult to speak is probably that she's not sure how to broach the subject. However, I have a few thoughts regarding that incident, so I can't just accept this apology of hers. As I had such thoughts in mind, Funf-san, who had remained silent for a long time, turned to me with a determined expression on her face. Kaito, you see. What happened back, Please wait a moment, Funf-san. Kaito, I interrupted her mid-sentence, and thrown off track, she dumbfoundedly tilted her head. Facing such a Funf-san, I spoke with a serious look on my face. Please don't apologize. I think I somewhat understand what Funf-san was about to say. It's probably an apology for what happened at that time with Dr. Veer, right? It seems my prediction was right on target, as Funf-san nodded her head with a slightly puzzled expression. If that's the case, I can't accept that apology. It's not that I'm holding a grudge or anything like that. It's just that I don't think it's necessary for you to apologize for that incident. But I had. Are you repenting for what happened? Were you thinking that it was wrong of you to try to take Dr. Veer's side? That's not it. It's just, I was. In that case, I really don't think apologies are appropriate here. Yes, I don't need an apology for that incident. It's not like Funf-san and I had a falling out because of that, or that either one of us was wrong or mistaken. At that time, both Funf-san and I thought and acted according to our ideas, and as a result, we came into conflict with each other. I think I clashed with Funf-san for that incident because Funf-san's way of thinking is something I can allow. In that case, I think that both of our ways of thinking were definitely right. Kaito. It's not like there's only one answer to everything, and even if both sides are right, they can still have disagreements. I won't resent Funf-san for that, and Funf-san wouldn't resent me for that either. Right? If that's the case, I really don't think there's any need for an apology. I don't think of myself as being hostile to Funf-san regarding that incident, nor am I quarreling with her for that. Of course, I wouldn't condemn her for what happened. And to be honest, as long as she didn't visit me like this, I wouldn't have cared about it. Let's just say that both sides are right. And for the time being, why don't we leave it without any apologies or anything like that? I guess you're right. That is indeed the case. It certainly isn't right to apologize. After she muttered this, seemingly trying to digest her thoughts, her shoulders relaxed and a gentle smile appeared on Funf-san's lips. And then, Funf-san slowly turned her gaze toward the night sky and began softly speaking. I have talked about her to you, didn't I, Kaito? I didn't mention V's name, but I mentioned how I had a family that I grew up with, like sisters. Yes, that's Dr. Veer, isn't it? I have always been regretting about it for a long time. At that time, I haven't been able to help V when she called herself the Demon Lord and fought against the world. Just like that, Funf-san began to talk about her memories of the past. Her past together with Dr. Veer and the regrets for not realizing what was inside Dr. Veer's heart. Tormenting herself for what she had done. She was unable to reach out immediately to the slight weakness that she had shown only to herself. And when she was ready to reach out, her hand couldn't reach Dr. Veer's. She has always regretted that, and regardless of the outcome, it seems that being able to fight for Dr. Veer in that incident was a good opportunity for Funf-san to settle her past regrets. After a while, when she finished talking about the past, Funf-san turned her face toward me and quietly spun her words. Hey, Kaito? Yes, you said you won't accept my apology. But then, will you accept this? What is it? Thank you for helping V. Thank you for saving my family. What she told me wasn't an apology. But thank you. It was difficult to understand how much emotion was put into those short words. But it felt like a big juncture for Funf-san. That's why. The choice of not accepting it doesn't exist. So I nodded once and responded to it. Yes, you're welcome. When we finished that exchange, Funf-san looked very refreshed. Well, I spoke like what I did was that big of a deal, but I only got help from a lot of people, and there's not much I myself had done. That may be so. However, the trigger wasn't anyone else, it was Kaito. Certainly, you may have had the cooperation of many different people when you saved V, but still, there's no doubt that the one who took the first step was you. As she said this, a really gentle smile appeared on Funf-san's lips. Her expression, illuminated by the lights of the illumination magic tool set up all around the venue, honestly looked so beautiful. That's what I think. I think that's what's so great about Kaito. What's so great about me? Following the path made by others is pretty easy. You just trace the road that they had already made. However, to create a path of your own, even just taking the first step to change something takes a lot of courage. In fact, me, Kuromu-sama, and everyone else couldn't take that first step. However, Kaito took that step forward. I think that's why V, Nun, Kuromo-sama. And I were able to change. It was unsparing praise, which somehow made me feel a little itchy, but at the same time happy. I was somewhat worried about whether what I had done back then was really the right thing to do or not. But I'm very happy to say that in the end, it turned out to be the best ending. Seriously, I think it's really cool that you can do that, even though when I first met you, I thought you were still just a child. Funf-san, Fufafu, I mean Kaito is cool. That's what you'd expect from a popular guy. I wonder if I should announce my lover candidacy before it's too late. Wow. When I was astonished by her sudden surprise attack, Funf-san gave a mischievous smile. Just kidding. Your face turning that red. Fufafu, how cute. Are you teasing me? I dunno. I wonder about that tilde. Fufafu. Funf-san. Ahaha, sorry. Your reactions are just so cute that I couldn't help joking around. This feeling of being toyed with, although it's frustrating, I don't know if it was her elder sister-like atmosphere or not, or perhaps, I was just glad that she was back to her normal routine, but I didn't feel any anger. I just wasn't sure how I should respond, and as I'm finding it difficult to speak any further, Funf-san suddenly grasped my hand. Kaito, do we still have time? Yes, I still have a few hours. Alright. Since we're at it, why don't we go around the area? I suppose so. Shall we go then? With that decided, let's go. Wait, Funf-san. Just like that, Funf-san pulled my hand and started walking away. We're gonna walk while holding hands? Or rather, isn't her grip so strong? Well, seems to be having more fun than ever, so I guess it's alright. While pulling Kaito's hand a little forcefully, Funf walked without looking back at Kaito, so that Kaito doesn't see her face turning red. That's right. I'm just kidding. At the moment, that is, within her mind was the conversation she just had with Kaito. Kaito's words as he stopped Funf from apologizing for the trouble she had caused him, and how he told her that she had made the right choice as well, made her irrepressibly happy. I'm still just finally able to shake off the past and walk forward. I've discovered a lot of things in this one incident, and I have to do my best about various things again. With these thoughts in mind, realizing that our feelings were facing forward, Funf tightened her grip on Kaito's hand just a little bit more. And someday, when I'm confident enough, it might be a good to tell him what I said earlier. Not as a joke, but for real. After the turbulent first day, tomorrow's second day will be the festival organized by Lilywood-san. It seems that Lilywood-san is planning a festival based on the theme interacting with nature. So unlike the first day, it doesn't seem like it would lead to a battle. I somewhat like peacefully walking around the forest, so I'm looking forward to tomorrow. And thus, the second day of the Six Kings Festival is, I'm going to wash your back today, Kaito-kun. I will wash your back. As for me, I'm already traumatized, so I'd like it if we could wear swimsuits. Please calm down. But before that, it seems that I have to face the same ordeal as the night before the event. Can't we just do a time skip like in those novels and head straight to the second day? Wouldn't it be possible where we end it with just the words before I knew it, the day passed or something like that? I'm a little tipsy right now, so I'm worried that I can't hold on to my reasoning, you know? Also, why the heck are you here, Lilywood-san? No. I don't have any idea either. Ain just suddenly brought me here. Ain-san did? The trio currently in front of me, Kuro, Isis-san and Alice are having a frightening discussion about who will wash my back. Well, their discussions aside. No, well, it's not like I can really ignore what they're discussing now. As more importantly than that, why is Lilywood-san here? She at least shouldn't have been here yesterday. When I looked at Ain-san, who seemed to be the cause of the problem, she nodded once for some reason before going closer to where Kuro and the others were. Kuromo-sama, I don't mean to be rude, but I have a suggestion to make. A suggestion? Yes. Kaito-sama only has one body. Of course, there is the option of having the three of you washing his back at the same time, but I suggest that we set up a rotation schedule instead. A rotation schedule? Why do I feel like she suddenly started saying ridiculous stuff? I at least know that these words weren't meant to support me. In fact, I have a feeling that what she's saying is going to make things even worse. When Kuro asked back while tilting her head, Ain-san bowed her head once and continued. Yes. In this Six Kings Festival, I heard that each of you will be walking around with Kaito-sama on the day you are in charge. How about the person who goes around with Kaito-sama tomorrow may monopolize Kaito-sama for the night and bathe alone with Kaito-sama? Exclamation mark. When Kuro and the others heard Ansan's outrageous words, they froze with faces that seemed like they'd just seen the truth of the world. What should I think about this? Is it better than going in with all of them? Or perhaps, is this going to have more destructive power because a single person is focusing their destructiveness on me? I'm not really sure. I was stunned by Ansan's sudden suggestion, but there was another person who had the same expression on his face. Is it just my imagination? Given that I'm being brought here, I feel that Ain's statement included me in this as if it's a matter of course. What a coincidence. That's how it sounded to me too. Exchanging glances, Lilywood-san and I exchanged words with each other. But oblivious to our confusion, Kuro and the others started thinking with serious expressions on their faces. I'll have more time alone with Kaito-kun. That would certainly make me feel a little less embarrassed, so I guess I'm rather in favor of that suggestion. Hein, genius. Why does it feel like the suggestion would be accepted? What do I do now? Should I throw out my objection here? Thinking about Lilywood-san, I think I should stop them here. I'm not sure yet if Lilywood-san is included in their count or I would be able to take a bath alone tonight. Then, it's Lilywood's turn today. I guess so. They included her too? No, you can't do that. Putting Kuro and the others aside since they wanted themselves. But Lilywood-san wouldn't want. Wait, everyone, that is. Please wait. That's something I can't accept. As I was about to complain to them, Lilywood-san interrupted me and spoke up first. I knew Lilywood-san wouldn't like that. So it's better if Lilywood-san tells them herself. I don't really mind if that were the case, but wouldn't Kaito-san dislike that? I won't accept this without Kaito-san's approval. Error. Why do I feel like I heard words that I wasn't expecting? I somehow feel like I heard Lilywood-san say something like she doesn't mind taking a bath with me. I guess I misheard her. That's right, I obviously heard it. There's no way that the modest Lilywood-san would ever say such a thing. I see. What do you think, Kaito-kun? Do you dislike taking a bath together with Lilywood? No, it's not that I dislike that, but Lilywood-san wouldn't. Then, there's no problem. That's right. If Kaito-san doesn't mind, then certainly. That's weird. Why the heck am I still hearing things? I somehow feel like I heard Lilywood-san say certainly or something like that. Lilywood-san, are you sure about that? We're going to be taking a bath together, you know? Yes. I don't really think Kaito-san would enjoy bathing with a tree like me, but... A tree? Could it be that for Lilywood-san? Could it be that as a tree spirit, she considers herself as someone more like a tree rather than a living being? So she doesn't care about things like that? This is bad. Even if Lilywood-san thinks that she is a tree, I can only see Lilywood-san as a beautiful woman, so I think I should find a way to somehow move this suggestion out. However, I'm glad to hear that Kaito-san doesn't mind. I also wanted to deepen my friendship with Kaito-san, but I couldn't find the time to do so. I'm really happy to have an opportunity like this. Is that so? Yes. Thank you very much. When she smiles with such heartfelt joy on her face, there's no way I can say that I want to stop this now. There's no way I can make Lilywood-san, who was this delighted, to be dejected. In that case, I'll just have to do my best to endure it. Well, I guess it would be alright, Lilywood-san is a proper, mature woman. She's ladylike, so there's no way that she would do anything strange. I think it would rather be easier for me to maintain my reasoning with her rather than when I'm taking a bath together with Kuro and the others. With that in mind, I agreed to take a bath with Lilywood-san. What I didn't realize though is that my naivety in perspective would come back to haunt me as a terrifying penance. Which I didn't know at that time. Going into the bathroom first, I lightly poured warm water over my body before soaking in the hot spring, waiting for Lilywood-san. Why did the scenery here become so different from yesterday? What kind of arrangement did they place here? The trees were dazzlingly green and lined with leaves, making me feel as if I was taking a bath on an onsen in the middle of a forest. This feels cool and refreshing, so taking a bath here is great. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. No. As I was thinking about this, I heard Lilywood-san's calm voice call out, making me reflexively turn towards her. and stiffen. Is something the matter, Kaito-san? When Lilywood-san appeared, her white skin, which is usually hidden by her poncho-like ethnic-style clothing, was unsparingly exposed and even seemed to glow. And the most eye-catching things are those huge twin hills that look like melons, boasting their overwhelming presence. And those well-shaped protrusions at their peaks. Why the heck are you bare naked? Isn't bathing supposed to be done without any clothes? Please wrap a towel or something around your body. But I'm a tree, so I don't care if you're a tree or not, just wrap a towel around your body. Why yes? Hurriedly turning my gaze away from Lilywood-san, I shouted. I was completely caught off guard. I had an uncomfortable feeling ever since I agreed to take a bath together with her. But Lilywood-san, don't you have any shame at all? I mean, her stance was that she was a tree, so she's probably thinking that I won't be lusting after her if I saw her naked. I never expected that Lilywood-san, who I thought was the safest, was the most unguarded of them all. I felt like I'd been corkscrewed even though we just started bathing together. Especially her tremendously destructive body. It was completely burned into my brain. This is quite dangerous. Well then, I'll be entering the bath too. As I recall, it's proper manners to not soak your towel in the bath, right? No, you can't. Today's onsen isn't a murky one, so you definitely can't do that. Please enter the bath with the towel still wrapped around you. Please, I'm begging you. I understand. At this point, I don't care about the etiquettes of entering an onsen anymore. If I keep seeing Lilywood-san's amazing body, I feel like my reasoning would be smashed to pieces. Even though she was confused why I looked at her menacingly, Lilywood-san nodded and soaked in the onsen with her towel wrapped around her body. This feels great. It's nice to soak in warm water once in a while, isn't it? Do you not usually soak in hot water? I usually only take a cold bath. That bath would also be my meal. It seems that Lilywood-san, a tree spirit, basically doesn't eat solid food and only drinks water. Being careful not to look at Lilywood-san's direction as much as possible, I try to distract myself by continuing the conversation. Even so, foo-fa-foo. It's been a long time since I've bathed with someone like this. I've only bathed with Isis and the others a few times, you see. Is that so? I know it's a little late to ask this now, but are you really sure you want to be in a bath together with me? Yes, I'm glad to be able to deepen my friendship with you, Kaito-san. She doesn't have any intentions. She doesn't have any intentions. She doesn't have any intentions. Calm down, don't have any strange delusions. Rather, isn't it me who should ask if it's alright with you to take a bath together with me, Kaito-san? A tree like me wouldn't only add up to the scenery at best, wouldn't it? No, rather, I don't think of Lilywood-san as a tree at all. You look like a normal woman in my eyes. Really? But look, my hair is just a bundle of leaves. You know? I'm not talking about something like that. Lilywood-san's hair is certainly made up of layers of green leaves, but to be honest, that's the only thing tree-ish. The rest of her body looked like the body of a female human. It's impossible for me to think of her as a tree. No, there are also other parts. Look at this. Wow. What are you doing? No, as I was saying, my feet are actually roots. Could you please not spread your legs? I can see it, you know. You can see it? You mean my genitals? That certainly was quite indecent of me. I'm sorry. Could you please say such things out loud? Also, that's not the point, you know. Hey, isn't she seriously too unpredictable and unguarded? Doesn't she realize that she's a beautiful woman? Also, does she even understand that I'm a man? However, even if Kaito-san sees the body of a tree like me, it's not like Kaito-san would get sexually aroused. I will get aroused. I am sexually aroused. Is that so? However, I am. No matter what Lilywood-san thinks of yourself, I can only see Lilywood-san as a beautiful woman. When I shouted these things, feeling as if my face was almost boiling hot, Lilywood-san looked at me in a daze. Is that so? You're a strange person. Apparently, Lilywood-san was really surprised that I was feeling aroused by the sight of her body, as she stared at me with her eyes wide open. No, I'm pretty sure my reaction is more normal. I mean, Lilywood-san, you've probably only shown your body to people like Isis-san, haven't you? Lilywood-san probably doesn't know this, but I'm sure other guys would have the same reaction as me. After a few moments of silence, just like a blooming flower, She smiled beautifully. You're a really strange person. However, being told by you like that. I don't know the reason why, but I guess who feels happy about that? I'm also strange. I'm sorry. I'll make sure to behave like a woman in front of you, Kaito-san. Why yes. I'll be thankful for that. Yes, foo-fa-foo. Chuckling for a bit, Lilywood-san straightened her posture and looked at me with an elegant smile on her face. I wonder why? Was it because of the conversation we had earlier? But my heart is strangely pounding so fast. I didn't see this one coming. It seems like this mixed bath together with Lilywood-san isn't going to be easy. Even though I was pushed into a corner by a shocking no-guard strategy, I succeeded in persuading Lilywood-san with a game-changing move. Of course, I still received an enormous amount of the damage, but it seems like the tough fight would still continue. Well, putting that aside, I don't know if it's my imagination or not, but why does it seem like there's something on Lilywood-san's hair? Or rather, in her hair like leaves? Lilywood-san originally had long hair, but her hair is now even longer than before. I mean, doesn't it seem like it's increasingly encroaching on the bathtub? It's increasing. It's definitely increasing. Lilywood-san? Yes, it's just that, your hair, I mean, your leaves, they're increasing, you know? My apologies. I was just feeling comfortable. When I pointed this out, Lilywood-san apologized and returned her hair to its original length. I wonder if she can change it as she wants, just like Raz-san? Rather, does that mean Lilywood-san's hair gets longer when she's feeling good? Come to think of it, her hair withered when she was tired before. It appears that Lilywood-san's hair changes depending on her condition. Speaking of which, we're on an onsen, right? I don't bathe in an onsen that much, but how do humans enjoy their time here? Let's see. Of course, you can enjoy the scenery while washing your body, but you can also drink while soaking in the onsen. I see. I can prepare some fruit wine right away. Would you like some? Yes, I'd certainly love to have some if it's alright with you. I've never drank fruit wines that much before. Or rather, I've never drank anything but beer in my original world, so I'm interested. I'm also looking for a way to change the mood, so her suggestion was a welcome one. Well then, please wait for a moment. As she said this, a branch grew out of Lilywood-san's hair and a fruit of the world tree that I'm so familiar with appeared. The fruit then changes shape, as if it is being squeezed by an invisible hand, and the juice that was being squeezed out is poured into a wooden cup that had been prepared before I knew it. After squeezing the juice from several fruits, Lilywood-san held up her hand and the wooden cup was enveloped in a faint light, which subsided after a few seconds. Here you go. Thank you. As if it's a matter of course, a fruit wine was made in front of me. Making use of fruits of the world tree feels a bit too luxurious, but I guess that's what makes it look incredibly delicious. The scent is very strong, but it's not sharp, feeling soft and natural instead. Well then, since this is freshly made, let's have a... Wait, I know it's strange for me to question this now, but... Since Lilywood-san is the world tree, which means that the fruit of the world tree is made from Lilywood-san's body, so to speak. That means that the alcohol in this cup was also made from Lilywood-san's body. In other words, one can think of this as something that was part of Lilywood-san's body. And I'm going to put that into my mouth? This is bad. The weirdest thought popped out of my mind. What should I do? This is bad. After what happened earlier, I'm being completely conscious about things. However, after asking for the drink myself, I can't just say I'm too embarrassed to drink it. Kaito-san! Thank you for the drink. When she called out to me, I panicked and took a sip of the fruit wine. As I took a sip, the mellow aroma filled my mouth and stimulated my brain with its tremendous taste. I would have liked to say that this is tasty, as to be expected from a luxurious item, but because of my weird thoughts, I felt giddy with each sip. Thinking that just taking sips was a bad idea, I drank all the alcohol at once and called out to Lilywood-san, as for what strategy I will use to divert my mind. I forgot all about it, but let's just run away from this place and reorganize my thoughts. Lilywood-san. I'll go wash my body now. As I was saying this, that's when I noticed something. That it was a stupid thing to say. I was going to run away, but I stupidly cut off my own path of retreat. After I said this, just as I had expected, then I will wash your back. She didn't let me escape. Hey, Isn't the Six Kings blocking ability too great? Is it that? Is that also the same logic as to why you can't escape from a boss fight? No, there's no need for Lilywood-san to bother. No, please let me help you. Kaito-san has always been a help to me after all. Why yes. Seeing her 100% pure smile, thoughts of refusing sunk down. To be honest, I don't remember taking care of Lilywood-san at all, even though she was the one who had always been taking care of me. But I can't say anything when people show such pure goodwill for me. Well, calm down. It should be fine now. Lilywood-san has agreed to hide her body, and with her serious nature, there is no need for me to worry about her breaking her promise. Then, I'll just have my back washed like normal. Of course, I will feel nervous while that is happening, but there won't be a problem. Or so I thought. However, as if to mock me as I stepped out of the onsen with such thoughts in mind, I heard Lilywood-san's voice from behind me. Kaito-san. Why yes? Making sure that I won't look back when Lilywood-san called, I replied. It's just, the towel is too small and won't wrap around my chest. I see. It seems that her towel, which isn't that big, though it isn't as small as a face towel, isn't enough to cover Lilywood-san's body. Would it be alright if I just grow my hair out to hide them instead? Yes. Could it be that I have been rude to the god of bath or something like that in a previous life? Otherwise, why am I always in a predicament like this when I enter a bathroom? The bathroom should be a place where we wash our mind, a place where we heal ourselves. It's not a place where we play a mental chicken game, nor is it a place for one's reasoning to strain to the point of boiling over. Behind me, currently sitting on a wooden chair, is the almost naked Lilywood-san. The only thing hiding Lilywood-san's body is her hair-turned leaves. What is this? I didn't see her body firsthand, but thinking about how she's hiding her important parts with her hair is a little too erotic. Or rather, in the first place, I wonder if Lilywood-san's melon-like breasts can really be hidden just by her hair. I mean, even if her breasts were hidden, with their size, I would still be able to see everything underneath. Kaito-san. I'm sorry. Why did you suddenly apologize? No. It's nothing. Calm down, stop being so excited. The more I imagine strange things, the more I'm strangling myself. Empty my mind, free myself from obstructive thoughts. Why is there a tree growing next to me? Lilywood-san. If I'm not seeing things, it kinda feels like a tree growing next to me, you know? Yes. The fruit of this tree is soft and suitable for washing the body. I see. A loofah? No, a tuwashiha. After listening to Lilywood-san's explanation, I touched the fruit growing on the tree and felt its squishy and soft elasticity. Its skin is a little rough, but that's why it feels like a sponge, looking easy to use. T/N, both are vegetables used to scrub. Well then, I will start washing your back. Okay? I will be in your care. I don't have much experience in doing this, so please let me know if I missed anything. When Lilywood-san calmly said this, the fruit she was holding was pressed against my back and she slowly scrubbed my back with her gentle hands. It has a nice elasticity and feels pretty good. It also feels like it's foaming well. This plant is pretty good. While I was thinking about this, I surrendered myself to the comfort of having my back rubbed. But for some reason, the elastic things that were against my back had increased. I wonder if Lilywood-san decided to use another sponge? The new sponge feels smooth and soft. However, something kind of strange though. It was barely moving, you know? No, they were moving up and down a little bit, but she wasn't using it as much as the other sponge. Also, it seems to be a lot bigger than the sponge she used first. Lilywood-san? Yes. Are you feeling itchy somewhere? No. I didn't mean that. I'm sorry if I misunderstood. However, is your chest touching my back by any chance? Yes, I'm sorry about that. I can't really change the size of my body like Kuramuino or Shutya. I felt the blood rush to my head at once when she nonchalantly said those words. That means, this. The smooth and elastic thing touching my back is hair-turned leaves. And Lilywood-san's. Where's the container for washing the body? There it is. Excuse me! Exclamation mark. Lilywood-san reached out to pick up a wooden bucket that was placed a short distance away from us, and something squishy pressed against my back. Ugh, they're pressing against me. Those extremely soft lumps of elasticity are being squashed against my back. Well then, I will wash it down. Okay. Yes. Kaito-san. I'm alright. Nothingness. Keep your mind into nothingness. Don't think about anything. The things pressed against my back are probably just soft volleyballs. They're definitely not breasts. Assumptions are something immensely powerful. Just keep persuading yourself. Keep fooling your thoughts. Once you're clearly aware of it, you're done for. A certain part of me will bring me in quite the trouble. At a time like this, I think I should do that. I think I should imagine something scary. Picture the object of your fear. My beloved child. Al. Right. That calmed me down a bit. No, I don't mean to be rude to her, but the first thing that pops into my mind when I think of someone scary is Eden-san with her switch turned on. But thanks to that, I felt like I quickly got rid of the blood rushing to my head and helped. With this, I washed your back. I guess I'll wash the front next. Why, you don't have to do the front. You don't have to be that reserved. No, I'm not being reserved here. I'm Just when I thought I had calmed down a bit, I heard words that sounded like a death sentence. I hurriedly refused, but Lilywood-san smoothly moved in front of me. It seems like she had covered her breasts with her hair and wrapped her towel around her lower body, so the scene wasn't as shocking as when she first went into the onsen, but the fact that they're slightly being covered made it even worse. I am a man. In a situation like this, no matter how hard I tried to calm my mind, a part of my body would still react, whether I want it to or not. Of course, it was covered with a towel. However, it was obvious even from the towel that that part was asserting itself, and Lilywood-san's gaze was focused on that extremely dangerous part. This is. You Lilywood-san? You really got aroused, huh? I thought you were just saying that for politeness' sake. No, it's nothing. I'm sorry. Kaito-san, you will wash your front by yourself, right? Why yes, I will wash it myself. I understand. Well then, I'm going to go back to the onsen first. I'm not really sure why, but for some reason, Lilywood-san nodded, looking like she understood something before moving behind me with a slight smile on her lips. Then, unlike what she had been insisting earlier, she told me that she would leave it to me to wash my front myself as she went back to the onsen. Not knowing what Lilywood-san's intentions were, I was a little stunned, but I just picked up the sponge fruit she had left behind and slowly began to wash myself. I see. So this is how it feels like to be embarrassed, huh? Foo. It seems like I am definitely a woman too. Hearing such a small murmur, I couldn't help but feel my head heat up again even though it almost subsided already. Lilywood-san guard was really loose, and my heart was constantly beating so fast. This is probably because she thinks of herself as a tree, and in a way, it is probably unavoidable because of her race. However, the words she muttered last seemed very womanly to me. The morning of the second day of the Six Kings Festival, I thought that I would sleep with the trio of Kuro, Isis-san and Alice again, but it seems like they noticed that I hadn't slept at all last night, and Kuro suggested that we sleep together every other day. I guess we can't just not sleep together, huh? Anyway, thanks to her suggestion, I was able to get a good night's sleep. I think I'll be able to do my best on the second day now. Speaking of which, I wonder where Kuro and the others are. Are they preparing breakfast? As I walked down the huge corridor to the cafeteria, I heard familiar voices coming from behind the other side of the door. Kuro-san, I really think you should stop already. That isn't a baby Castella anymore. That's just dark matter in the shape of a baby Castella. You see, I'm always seeking new flavors. I want to be an adventurer. What's with that look of enlightenment on your face? If Kaito-san eats that, rather than being an adventurer, he'll end up going on an adventure to another world, you know? That's quite the frightening conversation you're having there. Oi. Is it a new creation? Did Kuro make another new creation? This is bad. My sixth sense is letting out quite a terrifying alarm. Let's just quietly leave this place before they notice. Kaito. Good morning. Good morning. However, reality is a cruel mistress. Just as I was about to run away, the door in front of me opened, revealing the lovely Isis-san wearing an apron. And then, the two people inside the room would obviously notice me. Kaito-kun. Looky. I made a new baby Castella. Kaito-san, run. You'll get killed. In front of Kuro, who had a big smile on her face when she found me, is an unknown red-spotted something that glows golden. That won't do. Its color clearly screams that it isn't something a human should bring into their mouth. Even Alice is desperately telling me to escape. Kuro. Its colors look dangerous, doesn't it? That's not the case. This is delicious, I think. I haven't tasted it myself, but I think it's delicious. Those few final words clearly sound ominous. You know, that's definitely no good. With the words she said, that definitely doesn't taste good at all. And no, in the first place, why didn't you taste it when you're cooking it first? But I want Kaito-kun to be the one to taste it first. The apron-clad Kuro, whose cheeks were slightly blushing red, looked so cute. No, but still. They probably used the right ingredients to make it, so at worst, it'll just taste bad, right? After all, Kuro made it for me. If it's just one bite. Yay tilde. Kaito-san, don't you think you're spoiling Kuro-san too much? I know what Alice is trying to say, and I am well aware of it. But if I refuse to eat it, Kuro will have a sad look on her face. And that's something I don't want to happen. If it's to protect Kuro's smile, I'll take on any challenge, even if it means dying. No, you don't have to eat a mouthful, okay? Don't speak about dying, okay? Now, enjoy it while it's fresh out of the oven tilde. You'll just ignore what he was saying? With Alice's tsukumis in full swing, I pick up one of these frighteningly colored baby Castellas. Even though it has such a color, it's this soft. Fufu, the path to challenging the future sure is heart-pounding. The trembling all over my body must be the shivers from excitement, even the sweat running down my back. It's probably just my increasing fighting spirit. Thank you for the food. In front of the smiling Kuro, I moved my trembling hands and threw the baby Castella into my mouth. Along with its soft and squishy texture, an inexpressibly bad taste spread in my mouth. But this might be surprisingly good. My tongue became numb and eating it was quite the hair-raising experience, but I guess you could call it some sort of delicacy. If it isn't Mom and Dad, what are you waving at me for? I can't hear what you're saying, you know. Wait a moment, I'll be going there. Kaito-san, get a hold of yourself. Wherever they are, please don't follow them. Hearing Alice's voice within my foggy thoughts, my consciousness slowly disappeared. When Kaito fainted after eating a baby Castella, an awkward look appeared on Kuro Muina's face. The nearby Alice fiercely flared up at her. Hey, Kuro-san? Kaito-san started hallucinating. You know, what did you put in there? First is golden frog meat. What were you thinking when you put frog meat into a baby Castella? Are you the devil? For once, Alice's words are completely correct, and Kuro Muina sits in a sea geyser, curling her body smaller as she receives Alice's scolding. Looking at Kuro Muina, Alice let out a big sigh before carrying Kaito to the sofa. In the midst of such turmoil, only one person, Isis, was the only one who acted as if it had nothing to do with her, as she went to the kitchen to make a lovely bento. Arranging colorful and tasty dishes in a round-shaped container, she then finished it with a cute heart symbol in the center. I hope Kaito will be pleased. The morning commotion caused by Kuro Muina coming up with a new baby Castella. Kuro Muina, who was making a bizarre baby Castella, and Alice, who struggled to stop her. The result was Isis, who had made lunch without caring about what these two were doing, was the sole winner. On the morning of the second day of the Six Kings Festival, I headed out the tower, leisurely stretching out my body. Even so, it seems like I have slept for a long time. Well, I feel like something terrible happened, but I don't really remember. Putting the inconsistencies in my memories aside, Isis-san made a lunchbox for me. I was supposed to go around the festival with Lilywood-san today, but since Lilywood-san doesn't eat, Isis-san took care that I have something to eat. Seriously, I feel lucky to have a wonderful girlfriend like Isis-san. As I walked out of the tower, thinking about such things, I saw that the scenery was completely different from yesterday. I mean, literally different. After just one night, the city, the venue of the festival, was overflowing with plants as if we had entered a forest, with large trees and beautiful flowers growing everywhere. Meanwhile, even the buildings had been changed to resemble log houses, transforming the city into something that resembled the streets of Rigfoshia. I've heard that they would change everything every single day, but seeing the change happen in person, I realized that the power of the Six Kings is really quite extraordinary. However, I like this green scenery a lot. It somehow makes me feel calm. I'm not really an expert about these things, but the term immersing yourself in a forest exists, so the place may have a relaxing effect. While looking at the flowers swaying in the slight breeze, I moved my gaze to search for Lilywood-san. And found her immediately. I mean, Lilywood-san. Or rather, her form where she's one with a tree really stands out. Good morning, Lilywood-san. I'm sorry, did I keep you waiting? Good morning, Kaito-san. No, I've just finished handing over the operation to my followers. On the first day of the Six Kings Festival, Megito-san gave a verbal overview of his festival, which also served as the opening ceremony, but from the second day onwards, it seems like we would receive information about the day's festival at our accommodations or at the entrance of the city. The theme of today's seemed to be interacting with nature, a theme which certainly seems like Lilywood-san. However, the guide only told me the overview of the festival, saying that we should only look forward to the events, which made me feel curious about it. According to the guidebook I bought from Alice, it seems like they would also be selling decorative plants somewhere. Even so, the place looks amazing. The scenery is beautiful, and I'm curious to see what kind of festival it will be. Fufafu, let's see. There are a lot of events here. But today, we will be selling some rare and rarely available plants. Is that so? Yes, for example, the plant called Medvana, which was used to wash Kaito-san's body, is only found in some areas of the demon realm, so it's quite expensive. Whether, Lilywood-san, let's not dig up what happened yesterday. I'm the kind of person who likes to look ahead into the future if possible. Or rather, I'll remember and start getting conscious again, so please don't mention that. Which reminds me, I read that I would receive a seedling of the World Tree as a memorabilia. But I wonder if that's alright? Size-wise, I mean, it was a rather forceful tropic deviation, but it was actually something I was curious about. The World Tree, Lilywood-san's main body, is a huge tree that pierces the sky. That tree is even far taller than Magnoel-san vertically. Of course, I wouldn't have the space to grow such a huge tree. When I asked her how long it would take to grow and stuff like that, Lilywood-san calmly explained, please don't worry. The seedling I'm going to give you has been modified, so you can grow it in a pot. Is that so? I'm relieved to hear that. The World Tree is said to be a mass of magic power of healing. A decoction of its leaves is said to cure all diseases, and its fruit can be eaten to heal all kinds of wounds. Well, they were a bit over-exaggerated, but since it always carries a small amount of magic power of healing, it will help you relax. Perhaps, feeling embarrassed to give an explanation about something that could be said as her own body, Lilywood-san explained to me with a faint blush on her cheeks. When she said that I could grow it in a pot, does that mean I can imagine it as some kind of decorative plant like bonsais? If it's that big, I guess I can be relieved. However, there are some negative effects after it was modified. At best, it will only produce one fruit per year. No, that's enough already. It's important, so I'll say it again. That's enough already. Or rather, it would still bear fruit. A fruit of the World Tree, I mean, for the world's rarest fruit to be something you could easily harvest. Well, I've been using fruits of the World Tree as an energy drink, so I guess I can't really say that. I see. I understand. I'll take good care of it. Yes, I'd be happy if that's the case. I haven't had the experience of growing a plant other than the loofah I grew back when I was in elementary school, but it isn't something that I can just let die. I'll buy a book later and study how to properly raise it. Now then, I guess we should get going. Yes. Once again, I'll be in your care today. Me too. I'm glad to be going around with you today, Kaito-san. She really has quite a bad habit of nonchalantly saying such things with a smile. Because of what happened yesterday, I somehow feel like I'm being strangely conscious of her. Anyway, Lilywood-san is going to show me around, so let's just make sure we enjoy the day. On the second day of the Six Kings Festival, having the theme interacting with nature, I walked with Lilywood-san through a path lined with colorful flowers in full bloom. A single flower blooming on the side of the road looks lovely, but seeing a carpet of such beautiful flowers looks wonderful. That reminds me, when Kaito-san first visited the demon realm, I was also the one who guided you. It wasn't that long ago, but thinking about that time kinda makes me feel nostalgic. Nowadays, thanks to my teleportation magic tool, I can come to the demon realm on my own. However, the first time I went to visit Isis-san's castle, Lilywood-san acted as my escort and guide. At that time, we encountered a behemoth in the demon realm and met Magnoel-san. The impact was diminished by Magnoel-san's size, but even that behemoth was as big as a Kaiju. I wondered if Bell would also grow to his size in the future. If it's possible, I'd really like it if he stays at his current cute size, but yes, at that time, I didn't think that Kaito-san would become this much of a part of my life. This much, you say? I don't feel like things have changed that much though. Even so, a lot of things have happened in the past few months since Lilywood-san showed me around the demon realm back then. Meeting the Six Kings, challenging the depths hidden beneath Kuro's heart, confessing to Isis-san, returning to Siak-san's hometown, settling the incidents in Lilia-san's past, reunion in the Hydra Kingdom, meeting Eden-san, Alice's past, confrontation with Dr. Veer. I also went to visit the God Realm. Wait, aren't the months I spent here a bit too stacked? Fufafu, you are someone that I can't measure. You are an unexpected and strange person, in all sorts of meanings. Is that a compliment? Yes, of course. I greatly admire you. However, this is difficult. I wonder what these feelings I have for you. Trust, friendship, fondness, awe, affection, interest, respect, infatuation, gratitude. I just can't find the right words to describe it. Leisurely walking, Lilywood-san's gaze slightly turned upward as she murmured. However, I am sure that I don't have any negative feelings towards you. If it's possible, I hope we can continue to have a close relationship even in the future. Yes, I also feel the same way. Fufu, the atmosphere turned a bit strange, didn't it? Let's pull ourselves together and start going around the festival. Yes, the atmosphere certainly was starting to make me strangely feel embarrassed, but I don't dislike such an atmosphere. However, strangely enough, I felt a little closer to Lilywood-san than before. Just like Lilywood-san, I also don't know how to put what I'm feeling for her into words. But one thing I'm sure of is that I have favorable feelings for Lilywood-san. As expected of Lilywood-sama. She isn't pushing him that hard, but they've got quite a great mood around them. How enviable. What are you doing, Veer? As Veer quietly watched Kaito and Lilywood while hiding behind a large tree, Nun called out from behind her with a dumbfounded expression on her face. Well, you see, festivals are so uplifting, aren't they? Well, that's certainly true. How uplifting something is can be a very important factor in love, you know. In other words, the Six Kings Festival is an event that I can't miss when I attack Mama-kun. So, for you to go to the trouble of closing your clinic, what exactly are you doing? Hearing Veer's passionate words as she clenched her fist, Nun asks her back with a distant look in her eyes. About that, I haven't participated in a festival for a long time, so wouldn't I need to study the things I need to do? No, I don't think you really need to study though. As one would expect, you can't make a great attack without preparation. Don't you think? That's why I'm studying like this. Don't the public generally call what you're doing as stalking? Don't worry, it's not stalking if I have received permission from Lilywood-sama. What's with your energetic way of saying that? Veer was originally a reckless person, and only her energy in doing things is tremendous. Or perhaps, rather than saying that, it would be better to describe her as someone who acts on the spur of the moment. As a result of her recklessness though, Nani got caught up. In the first place, rather than ask what I am doing. Aren't I supposed to be asking what you're doing, Hikari? Me? Who else do you think I'm talking with here? The festival lasts for 7 days, why don't you ask Mama-kun out on a date? Date? However, it's not like Kaito-san and IRL lovers. That's exactly why you should ask him on a date. Overwhelmed by Veer's angry look, Nun looked frightened. However, Veer didn't mind her reaction at all and continued to speak, grabbing Nun's shoulders. Listen here, okay? It's exactly because you're not lovers yet, that's why you have to be aggressive. Since Kuromo-sama is even supporting us, We can't just act shy all the time. You have to have the guts to take a bath with him and wash his back. Wow, be bathing together? I can't do that. I would die from embarrassment from doing that. You're the same as usual, aren't you, Hikari? Alright then. I will help you. No, thank you. I have a bad feeling about this. Of course, I want to have a good relationship with Mama-kun, but I'm also rooting for Hikari. So I'll go ask Kuromo-sama for help. Please listen to me. Please, could you just listen to my opinion a little? Wait, Veer. She started running already. Wait, look at where you're running. There are tree roots where you're running to. Fudge. Veer vigorously ran off, but as klutzy as usual, she tripped over a root at her feet and dived face first into the ground. I am aware that I am taking a step or two too fast, but I keep going. I wonder if I'm on the right path or the wrong one. Even if people can predict their future, they can't accurately determine what is about to come. It's always after you get there that you would find out if the path you've taken was the right one or not. And now, a huge wall was standing in front of me. The wall was supposed to be beautiful, made up of beautiful flowers intertwined together, but for the current me, it only shows how cruel reality is as it blocked my path. Slowly looking back, I saw Lilywood-san with a gentle smile on her face. Even though I say that Lilywood-san had a gentle smile on her face though, I somehow felt like she was teasing me. Sensing that I don't have any path but defeat, I opened my mouth. Lilywood-san, please give me a hint. Fufafu, I understand. Let's see. I suggest that you return back to the third corner behind us, the path with blue flowers. Is that so? When I heard Lilywood-san's words, my shoulders slumped as I started to walk back to where I came from. This is the third time I've made a U-turn. This is somehow a little harder than I imagined. I thought it would be easier for me to reach the goal. This place was much bigger than I imagined. Yes, this place is one of the main attractions of the festival. I was currently challenging one of the attractions, the Flower Labyrinth. Just as its name states, it's a labyrinth of flowers. This is a huge labyrinth built around a type of flower that has a large growing stem. It's an attraction that one can challenge while looking at the various flowers and enjoying their pleasant scent. However, it seemed to be a rather seriously designed labyrinth, and it was quite difficult. I've been hitting dead ends many times since a while ago. By the way, Lilywood-san knows the answer to this labyrinth, so she doesn't interfere and only gives me hints when I ask for them. Speaking of which, the flowers in the blue path have quite the beautiful color, don't they? This flower is called the Blue Moon Flower, and it grows in the western part of the Demon Realm. It's a flower that only blooms at night. It's just before noon though. We're using a special magic technique to make the area around this place appear to be night. Phew, I see. The opportunity to see it under the bright light like this is rare. Deep blue flowers that were circular like the full moon. You apparently don't get the chance to see something like this so clearly. When I heard that, I felt like I was having a very precious experience. Let's look at the flowers a bit more. In the pathway a few distance in front of me, there was a rare flower with very fine petals that were fun to look at. When I was in Japan, I didn't have much of a chance to look at flowers, but looking at them like this is nice. The labyrinth is difficult, but it's fun to see all the different flowers like this. Of course, it's only possible since Lilywood-san was explaining about them to me. I'm glad to hear you say that. Well then, let's get lost a few more times to find some rare flowers, shall we? I'd really like to look at them while smoothly advancing through the labyrinth though. Fufafu. Even though the labyrinth was quite a struggle, the banter was fun and the leisurely atmosphere around was very comfortable. As expected, I don't want to keep on getting lost and go on a conquest towards all the paths in this labyrinth. But if walking through this labyrinth with Lilywood-san was this much fun, I guess hitting a few more dead ends isn't that bad. I really like to punch the me of the 2 hours back then for thinking such a thing. F finally reached the goal. Congratulations. You've walked through almost 80% of the labyrinth. No, of course, I didn't walk for 2 hours straight, as I stopped to look at the flowers along the way while Lilywood-san explained them to us. But I did get lost quite a bit. Part of it was because the labyrinth was quite huge to begin with, but there were also other reasons why it took so long. I don't know who made this labyrinth, but in the latter half of the labyrinth, there were a lot of paths that I walked for a long time, only to end up at a dead end. I think this place was specially made just to tease those who challenge it. I don't think this is the case. But the one who created this labyrinth, was it Lilywood-san? No, I didn't have much experience with such things. So I asked Shaltia to do it for me. Is that so? They have chosen the worst person to make this labyrinth. I see, Alice. No wonder why it's so difficult and the damage is so great when one makes a mistake. You must be tired from all the walking. It was just around lunchtime, so why don't we have lunch in the nearby plaza? Yes, I agree. Do you have any food prepared, Kaito-san? If not, we can go to the area with the stalls first. There's no problem regarding that. Isis-san prepared a bento for me. I see. Well then, let's go. Nodding my head at the thankful suggestion, I moved to the plaza with Lilywood-san. Although it was lunchtime, the plaza was relatively empty as most of the participants seemed to have moved to the area with the stalls. Finding a large bench among them, we sat down and I opened the bento that Isis-san had given me. I couldn't help but exclaim. What appeared was a very cute bento set. The onigiri that she prepared, knowing that I love eating rice, were in the shape of hearts, and seemed to be filled with various fillings. There were also my favorite mini hamburger steak and some wieners that were cut into the shape of an octopus. It looks very tasty, but more importantly, it took a lot of time and effort to make. Even from just its appearance, I could tell that they were made with a lot of love and care, which somehow made me feel warm inside. I don't know much about cooking, but that looks very beautiful. Yes. Feeling moved about the bento Isis-san gave me, I nodded upon Lilywood-san's words. After lunch, I was guided around the festival by Lilywood-san again. From Lilywood-san's explanation, it seems like she had chosen to show me around the rare plants, and seeing all the new plants I saw were truly new to me, making me feel thrilled for someone of my age. Then, we went around a few places and came to an area where there were a lot of long, thin trees, about 3 meters tall. What do you think? They're interesting trees, aren't they? Yes. It feels like they're rubber. The tree that Lilywood-san introduced me to this time was very soft and bends when I pushed it with my hand. It seems to be used as a material for cushions and sofas, because of its excellent texture. I kinda want to buy one now. The platform over there is also made from this tree. You can walk on it with your shoes on. So how about you experience walking on it yourself? Yes. With Lilywood-san's urging, I went to the platform made of soft wood. When I stepped on it, I felt my feet being bounced back, just like that bouncy playground the children played in, and my body moved up and down a bit as I walked forward. This is kinda fun. Hey, this is a lot more flexible than I thought it would be. Yes, it's also very comfortable to sit on. Is something the matter? No, nothing. I turned to Lilywood-san to tell her what I thought, but at that moment, she got on the platform too. Thereupon, what do you think happened? What happened is that Lilywood-san's body was moving up and down due to the platform's rebound, her bountiful twin heels greatly swaying along. My eyes couldn't help but be glued to them. I've heard that women are sensitive to such gazes, so I hurriedly averted my eyes, but Lilywood-san didn't seem to notice at all, as she's just looking at me with her head tilting in wonder. Her guard really is too loose. No. But even so, Lilywood-san's breasts really are quite big. They were large enough that their size is clearly visible even when wearing loose-fitting ethnic-style clothing. In addition, they're beautifully round and weren't drooping at all. I admit, slender women are more to my taste. But when they have breasts as beautiful as Lilywood-san's, I can't help but follow them with my eyes regardless of my tastes. I heard someone say that big is better than small, but I guess this is exactly what they meant. No, wait a moment there. What the heck am I thinking? It would be disrespectful to Lilywood-san to look at her with such dirty eyes. Even if it's impossible to not look at them because it's in a man's nature to look at them from time to time, let's make sure that we don't think of anything strange. Kaito-san? Is something the matter? No. I was just happy to have Lilywood-san show me around that I was just a bit absorbed. Now, let's move on. Yes. Embarrassed, I somewhat forcefully moved on from the conversation with Lilywood-san, and headed to the next location. I wonder what this is though? This strange embarrassment I'm feeling. I don't think I had much of a chance to talk with Lilywood-san like this. When I visited the demon realm before, I was only being seriously guided and escorted, so Lilywood-san had a serious expression on her face most of the time. However, yesterday and today. I feel that Lilywood-san is showing me her true self. The gentle and kind part of her was the same as always, but she showed me not only her usual gentle smile, but also her bright, cheerful smile. And now, she's showing me a cute gesture of tilting her head. Perhaps, I was feeling strangely embarrassed because she was showing me a feminine gesture instead of her face as the world king. I described Lilywood-san yesterday and today as someone that is too unguarded. However, if I were to describe her accurately, I should rather say that Lilywood-san, who never showed an opening before, started opening up to me yesterday. It makes me feel that Lilywood-san deeply trusts me, which honestly makes me happy. What plants will we see next? Next will be, let's see. How about we go to the area with the carpet of small flowers? Oh, that sounds like it would be beautiful just by hearing it. I'm really looking forward to it. A carpet of flowers, huh? I can somehow imagine it, but this is something held at a humongous event. The Six Kings Festival. I'm sure it would be more spectacular than I imagined. I feel my expectations about it suddenly rising. Then, I suddenly noticed that Lilywood-san was staring at my face. Tilting my head, I asked, Lilywood-san, do you like nature, Kaito-san? Yes. Though I said that, I'm not as knowledgeable as Lilywood-san. All I can say is that nature is beautiful and relaxing. So I like it a lot. Having knowledge is convenient, but it isn't necessary to love nature. The plants are happy just because Kaito-san likes them. Thereupon, Lilywood-san paused for a bit, before a smile as beautiful as a fully bloomed flower appeared on her lips. Of course, I also like you. Who says you like nature? Very much. Thank you very much. Foo. Let's go then. As she told me this in a gentle voice, a small but very beautiful peach-colored flower bloomed on Lilywood-san's head, a little above her right ear. I could be mistaken, but that flower on her head, it seems to indicate that the fondness Lilywood-san had for me is true. Finished visiting some of the main attractions, the sun is about to set. Thanks to Lilywood-san's easy-to-understand guidance, I was able to fully enjoy the festival even though I'm not very familiar with plants. I'm really grateful for that. And now, Lilywood-san is bringing me to what could be said as the main event of the festival's second day. It was a huge flower garden that took up the entire area north of the central tower. The colorful flowers were lined up like a pattern, creating an unmistakably picturesque scenery. According to Lilywood-san, it was her masterpiece, and it certainly was really amazing. It looks like a giant rainbow from some places, while it looks like an intricate ring of colors from another. There was also a small hill where one could find a different kind of beauty. The flower box was like a jewel box, as every time you looked at something, you would find new discoveries. Before I knew it, I found myself sitting side by side with Lilywood-san on a hill overlooking the flower garden, looking at the flower garden, losing track of time. As the sky began to be dyed in madder red, I could see a different kind of melancholic beauty, and I spoke to the nearby Lilywood-san. Speaking of which, Lilywood-san, there's something I've been wanting to ask you for a while now. I'm at it anyway, so may I ask you something now? Yes, I don't mind. There was no one else on the hill at the moment. Probably because the other participants were shying away from Lilywood-san's presence. I think it's a good time to talk about things since it's only the two of us at the moment. That's why I decided to ask her about something that has been bothering me for a while. A certain misgiving I have regarding Lilywood-san. I'm sorry if this is just my misunderstanding. It's just that, Lilywood-san, could it be that you and Alice Phantasmal King doesn't get along? Why do you think so? When I was advised by Lilywood-san at the Sacred Tree Festival, somehow I kinda feel that Lilywood-san was scared of Alice. Or something like that. I've always wanted to ask this. However, I never had the opportunity to ask it because of the content of what I'm asking. Back at the Sacred Tree Festival, Lilywood-san's expression while she's talking about Alice, the Phantasmal King, it's as if she was talking about an unknown being. No. The atmosphere around her was as if she was talking about someone she couldn't comprehend. For me, Alice is my best friend and my irreplaceable lover. That's why I wanted to ask this. When Lilywood-san heard what I said, she was silent for a while before she let out a light sigh. I'm really no match against you, Kaito-san. Then? Yes, it is as you said. If it was at that time, Certainly. I was afraid of Shaltia. No, it might not be appropriate to say that I'm afraid of her. I guess it would be better to say I'm creeped out by her. Creeped out, huh? Gazing at the flower garden dyed in the redness of dusk, Lilywood-san began to talk about the past. She suddenly appeared in front of us one day. As a being of great power, her sudden appearance. That in itself isn't the problem. If Kuramuina brought her to us, we wouldn't have hesitated to accept her as family. The cheerful and energetic Shaltia quickly made friends with everyone. Even though she's playing the fool with a smile, she still somehow draws a line between us. It's as if there are dark flames hidden behind her smile. I see. Lilywood-san faintly noticed the things she was hiding her. However, she wasn't quite sure what it was. This must be why she felt that Alice was so creepy. It's as if she was looking at something else while looking at us. It was only about 1,000 years after Shaltia's arrival in this world that these thoughts became clear to me. Did Alice do something? At that time, the demon realm was a very chaotic place. There were many powerful beings. Count-rank demons just about anywhere, each of which were doing as they pleased. The most powerful being in the demon realm, Kuramuina, had the power to rule the demon realm, but she respected the freedom of each individual, and as a result, you could say that it was a much rougher era than today. However, that chaotic demon realm was changed by a single person. And that person is Alice? When I reflexively asked back, Lilywood-san quietly nodded. Among the powerful demons, Shaltia secretly erased those she perceived as unnecessary to the world. She did it so cold-heartedly, in a really clever way that we didn't even notice. By the time we noticed it, more than 70% of those powerful demons had been erased by her alone. However, that's not all that she did. At the same time as she did this, she increased the number of subordinates, acting as her limbs, and in just 1,000 years, she was able to spread her roots behind the vast demon realm. Using her ability to manipulate information, she was able to bring order to the demon realm, constructing ranks like the Six Kings and the Peerage Holders. Come to think of it, Ozma-san told me a story like that. He had been Mejido's subordinate even back then. After all, he's one of the oldest ones among the Six Kings executives. Going back to the subject, the reason why Shaltia divided the demon race was apparently to make it easier to manage information. It was for her own benefit, as she said herself. What a selfish person that is. That Shaltia was quite nasty, wasn't she? There certainly isn't anything wrong with being selfish, but there was some idiot who interrupted our serious conversation, so I reflexively drove my knuckle on her head. I turned back to Lilywood-san to ask her to resume the story that was interrupted by the idiot's intrusion. Kaito-san, why am I being made to sit in a seiza? If you keep on interrupting, the story won't go anywhere at all, so just stay there and keep quiet. You haven't been treating Alice-chan well these days, don't you think? Alice-chan is your cutie, cute lover. You know, I think it's better if you pamper me more. Or, rather, please pamper me more. Please give me a hug. I'm sorry for that, Lilywood-san. Please continue. You're ignoring me? The story really isn't making any progress at all, so I'll just leave the idiot at the side and ask Lilywood-san to continue. Lilywood-san gave an astounded look at Alice, who was making a fuss even while sitting in a seiza, before nodding once and resumed her story. Well then, let's go back to the story. But before that, let me say this for Shaltia's honor. The 70% of high-ranking demons that she erased were all those who acted unruly, using their power as a shield. They were like the pus of the demon realm, tormenting and killing good and powerless demons, so I think she acted with a certain amount of thought. I see. Well, to be honest, I haven't had any doubts regarding that from the beginning. There were certainly times where Alice unemotionally acted upon something, but she isn't the kind of person who would kill innocent people indiscriminately. I have some faith in her regarding that. Here. Objection. What is it? Shaltia. Lilywood-san. You don't really have to mind the idiot, you know. My apologies. The gentle Lilywood-san couldn't ignore the idiot who raised her hand to advocate for herself and reflexively replied. I wondered if she was going to interrupt the conversation again, but I turned to Alice to ask her what she wanted now. This is very important. So I'll say this. I've only erased 60% of them. The other 10% were done by Pandora. Pandora-san did? Yes, well, Pandora, You see, while I was dealing with scum who kidnapped people they had their eyes on and repeatedly conducted perverted experiments on them, I picked her up by chance. Tilda then, I raised her. However, I don't know what went wrong, but when he conducts search and investigation of scum demons, she would torture them so much that they would beg to be killed, and after that, as we were conducting erasure and destruction missions, she grew up having a peculiar fetish before I knew it. The heck is that? That sounds really disturbing, you know? Just when I was thinking that Pandora-san had a painful past, such thoughts were immediately scattered by the latter half of your story, you know? Not only has she become loyal in a strange way, she's extremely sadistic, but at the same time, she's freaking masochistic to certain people. She would even watch me sometimes as I was being scolded by Kaito-san, with her fingers in her mouth, drooling. That's something I don't want to know. I mean, I'm also within those certain people. Incidentally, after yesterday's festival, she even told me the moment when Mama-sama stared at the disgraceful me while I was disciplining that foolish beast was the best. Her face completely looked like a woman in heat. What the heck is going on in her head? She's dangerous, Pandora-san. I mean, she's quite the intense one. Perhaps, was she thinking for him to scold my absolute superior Shiltire-sama? I wish he could scold me too or something like that. If that's the case, I'm going to acknowledge her now as the most fearsome person in the world, right up next to Eden-san. Well, let's just put that aside. No, that's a big problem for me, so I'd like it if we don't put something that big aside. Please do your best. Could you please stop with the unpleasant cheering? When I hang my head while shuddering at such thoughts, Lilywood-san put in an unpleasant follow-up before resuming the story. Well, I also recognize Shiltire's skills and achievements in bringing order to the demon realm. Although I was a bit dissatisfied with being given the title of being one of the 6 kings without my permission, I rather liked the situation where the weak weren't oppressed. She surprisingly has a high assessment of her. Then, why was Lilywood-san so wary of Alice? However, it seemed that whatever Shiltire wished for did not happen, and the feeling of impatience inside her just grew. I was curious about her situation, so I asked Shiltire once, "What are you in such a hurry for?" And what did Alice say? "I want to fulfill my goal already so that I can die," is what she responded with. There was something dark and freezing beneath the eyes of Shiltire at that time. I couldn't understand it, whether it's this goal so that she could die or her motives. That's why I thought she was creepy. Hilda, well, I was in quite a rough shape back then. I'm sorry for what I did at that time, Lilywood-san. I know what Alice was looking for. She was trying to fulfill Iris-san's dying wish, for her to fall in love with someone, bringing the madness inside her so that she could kill herself. That much has been why Alice looked like a person with an unknown character in the eyes of Lilywood-san. And then, Lilywood-san just said that Alice created order in the demon realm in only 1,000 years. But for Alice, that 1,000 years might have been a very long time. She has come to another world to fulfill her best friend's dying wish, but things haven't progressed at all. In the demon realm of the past, when there was a lot of strife in the demon realm, lives must have disappeared one after another before she could even find someone she could fall in love with. And that led to Alice's impatience. Speaking of which, you did say if Lilywood-san interferes, I will kill you, didn't you? Whether I remembered that I still have something urgent to attend to. I will be well, I don't intend to say anything about Alice's past because I'm sure that she had her own reasons. However, as for Alice, who tried to run away after hearing that topic, I immediately grabbed her by the scruff of her neck and caught her. Thereupon, seeing our exchange, Lilywood-san smiled somewhat happily. Well, I could somewhat understand now what you were in such a hurry for. You are searching for Kaito-san, aren't you? I don't feel the darkness and coldness that you had back then anymore. I'll say this now, though it may sound like I'm just giving excuses, but I was just having some rough time at that time. I also consider Lilywood-san and the others as my family, you know? Looking at Lilywood-san, who calmly told her that she didn't find her creepy anymore, Alice scratched her cheek with a slightly awkward expression on her face. I know that. I somewhat know that you're also doing things for our sake, like at that time in the Elven Forest. When we were reconstructing Rigfoshia, the reason why the supplies were coming in so well is that you were the one who arranged it, right? Well, I'm sorry for taking it out on you at that time, I don't really care about what happened back then. You're unmistakably my important family after all. Thank you. Alice, who shyly told her this, may indeed have changed for the better compared to the past. At least, with the conversation they just had, I could feel that the rift between Lilywood-san and Alice was completely gone. As Lilywood-san said, each of us is a being with minds of our own, so there will be times when we disagree with each other. There will be times when you will have to fight with each other. Even if that's so, even with all the things they've said, they are still thinking of each other. The two of them. They're definitely family. The second day of the Six Kings Festival was nearing its end. This was the last event of the second day, and at the same time, the event that Lilywood-san was most confident in, the lighting up of the entire city, was taking place. It seems like they gathered plants that emit light under specific conditions, just like the light trees I've seen before, and arranged them in such a way that they look different depending on the luminescence cycle and height difference. Indeed, looking at them like this, one will never get bored with their vivid colors and flashing lights. What do you think? It took a lot of care in arranging the patterns in that area. It would be great if Kaito-san likes it. Yes, I think it's very nice. It's just that, I have some things I'd like to ask. What is it? First of all, this is a pretty good spot for viewing this site, isn't it? Why is it that there's no one else here? Currently, Lilywood-san and I are on a small hill at the southern edge of the city where the event will be held. This is a spectacular spot where we can see the entire city and enjoy all the lights. However, when I looked around, I couldn't see anyone other than myself and Lilywood-san on this hill, which was supposed to be quite large. I couldn't believe that they would just miss out on such a great place, so I asked Lilywood-san about it, and she looked down towards me with a charming smile on her lips. I abused my authority as the organizer for a bit. I wanted a quiet place to view this site, so I see. Well then, I have one more question. Or rather, this is the most important question I have. Yes, what is it? Why am I being held in Lilywood-san's arms? Lilywood-san is now as tall as she was when I first met her, as her body became one with a tree. A chair has been morphed in the lower part of her tree, and I am sitting on it. It was all good so far. When I was given a tour of the demon realm, the position I am now in was in a similar fashion. The biggest problem is, currently, for some reason, Lilywood-san's hands were loosely placed in front of my chest, and soft and elastic things were clinging to the back of my head. No, well, in a nutshell, Lilywood-san is hugging me from behind me, and I have no idea why I'm in this state. Where is it? Where did this flag leading to the soft heaven rise? I don't think such a flag rose for an event like this to happen. Do you dislike it? No, that's not it. It's just, I could feel your breasts touching me. That's on purpose. I was hoping that Kaito-san would feel the desire for me. Lilywood-san, don't you think your personality changed? This is weird. Was Lilywood-san someone who exudes a mysterious charm? No, she isn't. She's supposed to be more of the homely type, the one that heals your heart with her presence. Why is she being so aggressive? Could it be that she's drunk or something? Foo. I guess so. To be honest, I'm not really sure why I wanted to do this either. Perhaps I was just feeling envious. Envious? Yes, just like those who changed after they met you. I also want to change. Pausing there for a moment, Lilywood-san turned her gaze to the beautiful, glittering city. After they became lovers with you. Kuramuina now had a much nicer smile on her face than before. Isis began to have a sincerely happy expression on her face, something that I had never seen before. And Shantia, as I mentioned earlier, seemed to have regained her original smile as the darkness beneath them disappeared. I would certainly feel envious of them. How could these women, who had lived so many years, having personalities that were almost completely set already, to have changed like that? How enviable. Lilywood-san. It's easy for me to forget, but Lilywood-san and the other members of the Six Kings have lived far more years than I have. Their personalities have certainly matured already, and change may not be as easy for them to accept as it used to be. And exactly because they have spent so many unchanging years, that they yearn for change. Even I, who have spent years hiding in my shell for a long time, can kind of understand that feeling. It's quite strange, isn't it? Wishing for change, feeling envious of other people's change. I don't even know when was the last time I thought of such things. However, wishing for change, It would also mean you're wishing for something to improve, which I think is a good thing. I guess so, eh? Wait, Lilywood-san. Lilywood-san nodded, as if she was telling something to herself, before hugging me a little tighter than before. Smelling the soothing scent of wood, I felt myself being enveloped in her soft touch and her ascertainable warmth. I still have my doubts about my ability to feel love. However, how should I put this? Perhaps, I might want to try to fall in love. However, I'm still not sure how to do such a thing. I'm afraid that I might just baffle someone, just like how you are right now. But even so, will you still be my friend? Of course. No. Well, I think I would certainly feel bewildered about some things. But there's no way that I could ever dislike you, Lilywood-san. Thank you. I feel strange though. Even though I don't feel like the temperature around us has changed, I feel warm. How strange. Really strange. However, foo-fa-foo, it feels kind of fun. Saying that, the most beautiful smile I've ever seen appeared on Lilywood-san's lips. Kaito-san, I may be ignorant, but once again, please continue to look after me. Yes, I will also be in your care too. Change is something easy to say, but difficult to do in reality. However, I think Lilywood-san would be fine. After all, Lilywood-san, who wishes for change and looking forward to change, looked so radiant. The first time I met you, you weren't anything special. I could understand that you are a kind-hearted person. I recognized you as a person with a strong heart. But still, you could be described as ordinary. You were an ordinary being. You were someone insignificant. You were a child. You weren't anyone special. However, the first time I heard of the existence of Mama Kaito was from my precious family, my little sister, Isis's mouth. To be honest, even if it was my family telling me about him, I couldn't believe that someone like Kaito-san exists. There was no way that a being without strong power could resist Ice's magic power of death. I thought that there was no way that someone as weak as him could hold her hand. But then, I heard your name come out of the mouth of Kuramu Ina, she who I consider my mother. I wonder what was it that I felt at that time? I think it was a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, as if an unknown entity had appeared. It was in the spirit's forest in the human realm that I first met the human named Mama Kaito. I'm the oldest spirit in the world, and all the spirits existing in the world are her followers. From my point of view, the human being called Kaito-san is so anticlimactically ordinary. You were but a young being who hasn't lived a few hundred, no, even a thousandth of my life, holding no great strength or magic power. A very ordinary person. It seems like you're able to use rare magic called sympathy magic, but I could also use magic like that. It wasn't a particularly unique ability, although you were blessed by Sholo-Vernal-sama, making you loved by nature. Still, Kaito-san himself can be categorized as an ordinary human. I'm not making fun of Kaito-san by any means. In fact, I had a very good impression of you when I talked to you. I could tell that you had a gentle personality, and I also got a good impression that you cared about nature. However, I still couldn't see why Isis and Kuramu Ina consider you a special being. However, you have easily surpassed my imagination. You were liked by the overbearing Megito, gained the interest of Magnoel, and even Shutia recognized you as someone special. You were certainly someone ordinary, but you were still unafraid to challenge the extraordinary. And then, you have dispelled the darkness in Kuramu Ina's heart. You've done what neither I nor the other members of the Six Kings could do, accomplishing it as if it was something so easy. It was truly amazing, is what I thought. That's right. I think by that time, I had begun to think of you as someone special. Was it the atmosphere around you? If Ice's magic power of death keeps others away, it is as if the atmosphere around you attracts others. You don't fear me, one of the Six Kings, treating the spirit of a world tree. A tree like me just like any other person. There are two main types of emotions that are usually directed at me by people outside of my family. From the spirits, fairies, elves, and plants. They who are connected to nature, praise and believe in me as if I were a god. The rest of the world treats me with awe as one of the Six Kings. However, the emotions you directed towards me were neither of these. It was pure affection. The kind of warmth you would feel for someone standing next to you. It's not that I don't like it. In fact, I feel happy instead. However, how should I say this? I still can't seem to get used to it. You're not my family. You're not my follower. Our race and age are different. You are supposed to be someone very distant toward me. However, It's quite strange. When I talk to you, I feel as if the thought of you being by my side seems so natural to me. Perhaps, the gentle air that makes you so special is something that can only be understood by being around you. When I'm talking to you, I feel as if it's natural that I'm not the world king, but as Lilywood Yggdrasil, your equal. I wonder what this is? This feeling. It feels ticklish, but very pleasant. It's not the same as the feeling I had when I'm with my family or when I'm talking with my friends. Unfortunately though, I can't find the words to describe it well. Though I say that, that doesn't mean I'm in a hurry to find it. I don't have any basis for this, but somehow I feel that if I stay with you from now on, I will be able to find the answer to this unfamiliar feeling. I'm kind of really looking forward to knowing what this feeling is. Oh my, it's really strange. When was the last time I felt excited about the changing future? The longer I lived, the more conservative I have become about change, but maybe you are helping me to do this without me even realizing it. To a future that makes me smile even more than now. If that's the case, are you special enough to bring change to others? No, I don't need to think about that. Whether you, Kaito-san, is special or not, the feelings I have for you will not change. Kaito-san is kind and warm, someone special to me. That's enough for me. At least, for now that is. I don't have to think about anything else. I can just go back to my childlike innocence once in a while. Just enjoy the time I spend together with you. Kaito-san, objectively thinking, you aren't so special. Yes, that's if I look at you alone. And I'm sure that when you're with someone, it is when your existence shines. You are an ordinary being. However, both of your feet stand in an extraordinary position. You are someone insignificant. However, you have accomplished significant things. You were a child. However, you changed the things that hadn't changed in many years. You were an ordinary human, not anyone special. However, because you didn't stop right there, I believe you have managed to become special to the extraordinary. I love the special and ordinary you. That's why, from now on and forever, please continue to be the wonderful you. Taking a dip in the large bathtub, I washed away the fatigue of the day. I took a bottle of beer out of my magic box, poured it into a glass and drank it. Drinking cold beer in a warm bath. This is bliss. Kuro and the others have set a rule. The person who would go around with me the next day would be the one taking a bath with me. Following that rule, tomorrow will be the festival planned by Magnoel-san, and there is no one to whom I plan to go around with. That means I can take a bath alone tonight. Taking a bath together with Kuro and the others is fun, but sometimes, it's nice to drink alone like this. We'll be introducing Tilda. Mama-kun, we've come. Tilda. Pfuh. With the sound of the door opening, I heard a familiar voice. Of someone who wasn't supposed to be here. Perhaps, because I was taken by surprise, I reflexively turned around and saw Dr. Veer with a large bath towel wrapped around her body. Dr. Veer? What are you doing here? I came here to see you, Mama-kun. With her beautiful skin that was normally hidden in her nun habit exposed, combined with her dark grey hair bundled up to a bun, the bashfully smiling Dr. Veer looked different from usual. No. Even if you say that you came to see me, my work is alright. I've entrusted my patients to my fellow doctors, and are closing my clinic for today and tomorrow. No, I guess that's great if that were the case, but I'm not talking about that. Why are you here in the bath while I'm here? Well, Tilda, I talked to Kuramo-sama about going around the festival with Mama-kun. Then, I heard that Mama-kun might be free on the 4th day. Tomorrow. That's why I've directly come to talk to you about going around together. Thereupon, I heard about this wonderful rule that the girl who was going around with Mama-kun the next day could take a bath with Mama-kun, so I rushed over. I wonder where I should Tsukumi at. I mean, this is the first time I've heard of that rule even applying to those who want to jump in. No, rather than questioning that, does this mean Dr. Veer wanted to go around with me tomorrow? There's nothing wrong about that per se. In fact, Dr. Veer is actually counted as my companion. I was told that Dr. Veer had received an invitation as well, but she wanted to join me as my companion. I originally visited Dr. Veer with the intention of inviting her, so I just agreed. However, Dr. Veer is a doctor and she has a job she needs to do at the clinic. That's why it was difficult for her to participate in the entire Six Kings festival and she didn't come here with us. Well, that's why Dr. Veer is nominally my companion, and there's no problem with us going around together. I certainly hadn't decided on going around with anyone in particular tomorrow, so I don't have any problem with that. Are you fine with it, Dr. Veer? Isn't it better if you go around with Kuro and her family? Of course, I'm going to greet everyone in Kuromo-sama's family and go around with them on the 6th day. You also have other free days, huh? I'm relieved then. Fufafu, thank you for worrying about me. It makes me happy. No. Dr. Veer has started to smile more brightly than before. I guess it's really because she's connected again with her family, huh? I even feel like she resembles Kuro in some ways. Adding her klutziness to that makes her seem like a lovely woman. As I was thinking about this, Dr. Veer spontaneously moved near the onsen and I turned my head away. Thereupon, with the sound of her body being washed down, Veer came into the onsen. That feels good, It certainly does. I know it's a little late to say this, but Dr. Veer is an incredibly beautiful woman. She also seems to be the type whose figure is hidden in her clothes, as her breasts are quite large from what I saw earlier. She has the body of a mature lady, and just the thought of taking a bath with her makes me nervous. Hikari is quite late, isn't she? Nun-san? Is Nun-san coming too? I thought it would be nice if Mama-kun, me and Hikari could go around together, so I asked her to come. Hikari agreed, and so, we came to the changing room together. I don't have any objection in having the three of us go around the festival with Nun-san. However, the big problem is that special rule about having a mixed bath with me. No, in the first place, I don't think that the shy Nun-san would have a mixed bath with me. Just as I was thinking that though, I heard the door open again. No way, she's really going here? You finally showed up, Hika. Dr. Veer? What's the matter, huh? For some reason, Dr. Veer sounded confused, stopping in the middle of her sentence, so I followed her gaze and looked in the door's direction. There stands Nun-san, with a ridiculous get-up. I mean, is that really Nun-san? Thank you for waiting. No, that's fine and well, but Nun-san? That get-up is. The sound of armor clanking and heavy footsteps thudding. Yes, Nun-san had appeared in full body armor that was more than 2 sizes larger than usual. Isn't that too bulky? It looks like she's riding some kind of robot now, you know? I mean, how the heck can she walk with such heavy-looking equipment? This is that. My bathing suit. No. How the heck are you taking such an Angolan-like outfit in the bath? I mean, does that armor have any gaps for water to wash your body? It's alright, Veer. I made this so that not even a drop of water could pass through. It's made of magic, so the joints are working fine. That's no good then. What do you think we're going to do in this place, for you to come in that get-up? I totally agree with Dr. Veer's cry. I mean, that doesn't look like you're about to take a bath. She's so heavily equipped as if she was about to go diving into the deep sea. No, I mean, if you're so embarrassed about having a mixed bath with me, you could just not come in here. Nun-san, wearing an outfit different from usual, suddenly appeared in front of Veer and I. Dressed in a heavy jet black full body armor, she looked as if she had undergone some kind of dark evolution. Who would have thought that Nun-san, who was once called the hero and saved the world, would make her entrance as a black iron golem? If the believers of the first hero saw her, they might tumble down and scamper away. That's how shocking her appearance was. In any case, Nun-san, who was originally about 160 centimeters tall, has now grown to over 2 meters, so I'm sure that her armor is quite thick. Dr. Veer, please say something. Well, Hikari is such an idiot sometimes. Seeing Nun-san approaching the bathtub with her heavy footsteps echoing in the bathroom, Dr. Veer and I exchange words with each other, dumbfounded. Nun-san didn't seem to mind our reactions though, and coming near the bath, she squats. She started washing herself. Her armor, before taking a bath. No, that doesn't make any sense, you know? It's just the armor you're wearing. Nun-san, I'm not asking you to get naked, but could you at least wear something lighter instead of such heavy equipment? Why the heck am I talking about making someone wear heavy equipment or light equipment in the bathroom? I don't know if it's because there's too much power in my words or not, but even I got confused when I myself said it. Once she heard my words, Nun-san stopped moving before she slowly shook her head. I can't. Before I get married, I can't afford to unnecessarily expose my skin to gentlemen. Is that so? She won't listen. She won't even listen even when she's told that she's being too extreme. I couldn't get my head around imagining the unrealistic situation of a giant armor soaking in a bathtub. Thereupon, Nansan seems to have finished washing her body. Her armor, I mean, and slowly began to soak in the onsen. I don't think I would have to explain what would happen if Nansan, who is so heavily equipped that she's described as an iron golem, got into the onsen. The water was pushed out at once, turning to a small wave, hitting my body. Nansan, can you feel the hot water in your armor? Please don't worry. It's completely waterproof. Doesn't that make it that bathing here makes no sense at all? Seriously, what the heck is she even here for? I know that I've already said this, but if you're so embarrassed about having a mixed bath with me, you could just not come in here. As I was dumbfoundedly thinking about this, Dr. Veer, who hadn't spoken a word for a while now, spoke. Hey, Hikari, that armor was something you made from your magic power, right? Yes, what of it? Dispel. A. At the moment Dr. Veer muttered that word, something that sounded like breaking glass resounded. The full body armor that Nansan was wearing disappeared. Soaking in the waters with armor on is just plain bad manners. That's why, I'll forcibly cancel that out. Let's try to sort out the information I had here. Nansan was dressed in a rather thick full body armor and was soaking in the waters in that state. And this armor is apparently completely waterproof, impervious to even a drop of water. In that case, this armor that kept the onsen water away from Nansan's body. What would happen when this armor suddenly disappears? In other words, Nansan's body, which had been hidden by the armor until then, even though it might be a short time, would be completely exposed. And this is the most important part, because the impact of her armor was just so great. My body is currently facing Nansan. And with the disappearance of her armor, the scene was definitely burned into my eyes. Her porcelain white skin exposed, her black hair tied up in a bun. Those bulges that indicate that Nansan is a woman, and the protrusions sticking out on their top. I have seen all of them. In front of me, who completely stiffened after what I'd seen, Nansan's face flushed as if she was about to explode, and she let out an inarticulate scream. Then, after her mouth opened and closed, with her face bright red, as if she ran out of oxygen, Nansan sank into the onsen. Nansan? Hikari? Are you alright? This is Dr. Veer. How's Nansan? She's completely knocked out. Dr. Veer, who had hurriedly rescued the sinking Nansan, shook her head with a sigh after checking her condition. Apparently, she was so embarrassed that she had fainted. I think I saw another person in that state a while ago. Dr. Veer, no matter how I look at it, suddenly casting magic like that on her is. I am sorry. I didn't expect that she would overreact this much. I think it's better if we let her sleep outside for the moment. Mama-kun, I'll take Hikari out, so I'll be going first, okay? Yes. Dr. Veer, who was the cause of the problem, didn't expect that Nansan would overreact this much. Too much that she would end up fainting. With an awkward expression on her face, Dr. Veer said that she would go up first and take care of Nansan. I'm really sorry that it has become quite boisterous. After you get out of the bath, let's talk again. All three of us. I understand. I also have to apologize to Nansan later. Even though what happened earlier was out of my control, I saw Nansan naked. Nansan is a woman with a very old-fashioned way of thinking, so seeing her naked body is probably a more serious event than I would have thought. Anyway, I'll sincerely apologize when she wakes up. I was left alone in the bath after that ruckus with Dr. Veer and Nansan, but I was worried about the two of them, so I decided to get out of the onsen soon after they left. In the end, I wasn't able to take my time and rest. I guess my bath time really is cursed, huh? Anyway, I got out of the bath as soon as possible, thoroughly wiped my body and went out of the changing room. However, I didn't see Dr. Veer and Nansan when I got out. I guess Nansan may have not woken up yet and so, they hadn't come out of their changing room yet, huh? Thinking about this, I took out a bottle of milk from the magic tool that resembles a refrigerator, which is set up in front of the bathroom. It feels wonderful. Having cold milk right after taking a bath. It certainly feels like a VIP treatment. Incidentally, I'm in the fruit milk faction. Following the etiquette of Japanese baths, I firmly placed one of my hands on my hip while the other brought the opened fruit milk into my mouth and I tried to drink it all in one gulp. Mama-kun, pfff. When I saw Dr. Veer come running out of the changing room, I spurted out all the milk in my mouth. I'm very sorry for the mess I made on the floor, but I don't think I can do anything about it. The reason for this is because Dr. Veer, who came out of the changing room, was wearing only a calming indigo-colored bra with hardly any unnecessary decorations, but with a sense of elegance in it, and panties of the same color. In short, she rushed out in just her underwear. Kahek, Kahyok, D. Dr. Veer. W. What the heck are you doing? H. Help me, Mama-kun. A. Help. Wait, why are you going behind me? When I hurriedly asked her back, flustered by the erotic sight of Dr. Veer, just in her underwear, she didn't answer, but instead, walked around behind me and stuck close to my back, as if hiding behind me. What is this? What's going on? I kind of felt something soft on my back. Wait, stop thinking about them. What in the world is happening? As I was feeling puzzled by Dr. Veer's actions, I heard an incredibly angry voice that seemed to be calling out from the pits of hell. Thereupon, from the entrance of the women's changing room, a knight from hell came out. It was Nansan, looking like a mad warrior, clad in full body armor of flaming crimson, and carrying a great axe that could chop off the head of a dragon, let alone a human. I'm sorry, Hikari. I never expected that would happen. I won't forgive you. How dare you? How dare you do that in front of Kaito-san? If you want to continue where we left off 1,000 years ago, then it's fine by me. This time, I'll cut off your head. Hi, why you're not a hero anymore, you're just a berserker. I'm sorry already. No, today for sure, no matter how much you hide behind Kaito-san. Behind Kaito-san. Kaito-san. Nansan approached us while overflowing magic power was gushing out from her entire body, but when she arrived in front of me, she stopped for some reason. Then, after a short silence, she slowly lowered the great axe that was on her shoulder. Nansan, please calm down. No, this is a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, if you will excuse me. When I tried to calm Nansan down, she replied in a very flustered voice before going back to the changing room. A few minutes later, Nansan returned, dressed in a beautiful kimono for some reason. And then, walking up towards me, she put 3 on the ground and deeply bowed. What's with the situation? Why the heck is Nansan kneeling in a dojoza? Nansan. I'm aware that it was an accident. However, and now that you've seen my naked body, I don't have any choice but to marry Kaito-san. Please, incompetent I may be, please take me as your wife. Yes, my mind went blank for a moment at her sudden declaration of marriage, but I immediately thought of the reason why. Nansan is a person who thinks in a very old-fashioned way. She may be thinking that she should only show her naked body to the person who will be her husband. And even though it may be an accident, I saw Nansan's naked body. Her naked body which isn't supposed to be shown to anyone but her husband-to-be. In short, that should mean that I should take responsibility for that. Listening to her words that held heavy meaning within them, I stayed silent for a while. After thinking about it for a while, I crouched down to make eye contact with Nansan, and spoke. Nansan. Yes? It's just a suggestion. But why don't we just forget what happened tonight? But I understand. I know that what happened was important for you, Nansan. However, I think marriage is a very important thing. That's why, marrying for this reason is something that I think Nansan will regret. I was also responsible for this incident. But even if that's so, I felt that marrying Nansan because of the mere reason of having to take responsibility was just a bit wrong. That's why, I think we should forget about what happened tonight. If you just can't forget about it, I can ask Shiro-san to do something about it. And then, I'd like it if you get married not because I've seen you naked. I'd like it if you get married because you have deepened your friendship and Nansan came to the conclusion that you intend to spend your whole life together with the person you wanted to marry. Kaito-san. That's why, it may be selfish of me, but can we just forget about what happened tonight? After I had expressed my intentions, I quietly waited for Nansan's words. Nansan stared at me for a few moments, and letting out a small sigh, she smiled. I understand. Let's both forget what happened tonight. Yes. However, After telling me that she agrees with my suggestion, Nansan shyly blushed and bringing the tip of her index fingers together, she whispered. I may never be able to completely forget about this. And so, if I can't forget about it, and if I didn't become anyone's wife, will you take responsibility for me? Yes. Then I guess I won't be forgetting about this matter, huh? I didn't say anything. If that time comes, I will be in your care. Since Nansan has an old-fashioned way of thinking, it was a very important matter for her to be seen naked by me, someone of the opposite gender. We came to the conclusion that we would forget about this matter for the time being. But I wonder why. I feel like I've gotten closer to Nansan more than ever before. Before I knew it, I found myself standing in the premises of a Shinto shrine. The sky was dark, indicating that it was nighttime, but there were many lanterns with pale orange glows around me. The scene of many stalls lined up along a cobblestone street made the place look like a bazaar. Strange as it may seem, what would normally be a lively and noisy scene seems completely different when there are no people around, and the light from the lantern only made it seem rather lonely. While I was puzzled by the somewhat nostalgic scene, I suddenly heard the sound of something being cooked and smelled the delicious aroma of sauce wafting through the air. The sounds and smells led me to one of the stalls. Welcome, my child. Its mother, and the melancholy I had been feeling earlier was instantly erased as I saw the person, who for some reason, was wearing a twisted hakimaki and a happy coat, cooking yakisoba. Thereupon, I suddenly remembered her name. The name of that person with one wing of iron and gears is Makina-san, the god who created the world I was in. This is amazing. It's true that she did explain to me before how I would forget Makina-san except when we meet in my dreams, but I really did not remember her at all until just now. If Makina-san is here though, does that mean that I'm currently asleep just like before, and only my consciousness was brought here? Well, putting that aside, why the heck are you sautéing yakisoba, world creator? My child, do you also want to eat some yakisoba? It's mother's home-cooked food, filled with her love and green dried seaweed. Thank you. Dropping the word majesty in her dictionary somewhere behind, the god in a happy coat handed me yakisoba noodles and disposable chopsticks in a plastic container. It looks delicious. It does look delicious, but I wonder what this incomprehensible feeling is. Makina-san, why are you making yakisoba? Also, isn't the atmosphere here too different from before? That's a rather difficult question. It would take a while to explain this, but it may have been because of my desire to go around the festival with my child. That explanation looked rather short though. Her answer was straightforward and even graceful. Everyone had it nice. I wanted to go around the festival with my child too. I wanted to lick my cute child in his yukata. However, I held myself back. A mother who interferes when her child is in the midst of fun with their friends is the epitome of a mother who isn't well liked. Instead, I've decided to recreate a bazaar and invited my child to join me. I see. It's that, when it comes to this person, let's just not bother getting in too deep. With her talking about licking me as if it's a matter of course, I tried ignoring her words. At any rate, I have a bad feeling about continuing to expand on this topic. Or rather, I feel like such would be an act as if you were stepping into a bottomless abyss, so let's switch topics as soon as possible. Speaking of which, I'm changing the subject, Makina-san, but thank you very much for your advice before. Thanks to your words, I have successfully resolved the issue. No, that's because my child did his best. I didn't really care what happened to those talking lumps of flesh, but I'm glad it turned out well for my child. Did this woman just nonchalantly say something scary like talking piece of flesh? I feel like I kept a straight face for a moment, but how should I say this? I could really feel something dark from her. Well, my intuition tells me that I shouldn't think too much when it comes to Makina-san, so I just let things go with the flow and ate my yakisoba. Makina-san, who is eating her yakisoba with a smile on her face, doesn't seem to have any evil intentions. She does have a very mysterious atmosphere around her though. That's right, my child. Yes, the next battle is slowly beginning to unfold. And this time, your battle will be completely different in scale from the past. It could be a battle involving the three realms, the human realm, the demon realm, and the god realm. What was told to me, as if she was just having small talk, was a shocking story. It was supposed to be a shocking story, but somewhere in my heart, It felt like what she said was something understandable. Does it have something to do with Shiro-san? Exactly. Makina's words, which she easily affirmed with a smile, really made me feel like my guess was spot on. To begin with, there are only a limited number of situations that can involve all three realms. The God realm especially wouldn't move without Shiro-san's direction. I think the cause of this matter that Makina-san was talking about was that ordeal Shiro-san said she would give me before. Now then, my child, here's my advice this time. Makina-san's bright voice interrupted my thoughts, and seemingly drawn by it, I looked at her and my eyes met her rainbow-colored eyes. Her eyes that seemed to see not only those before her, but everything in existence. Even though she appeared innocent, I felt that she still had majesty befitting a world creator. Shallow Vernal will give my child several ordeals. As for the content of these ordeals, only Shallow Vernal would know what they were. But on top of all these ordeals lies a question. What does victory for my child mean? The victory for me? Is it your victory if you get through Shallow Vernal's ordeals? Is it your victory if you defeat Shallow Vernal? Or perhaps, do you have to accomplish something else to acquire that happy ending? When I heard those words, something came to mind. In the first place, why was Shiro-san trying to put me through these ordeals? Shiro-san did ask me to show my worth to her, but is that really the only reason? Another thing that comes to mind is the way Shiro-san was acting back then. Just after I went to Rigfoshia with Sayaka-san, Shiro-san was in an unusually brooding mood. At that time, Shiro-san asked me if it's wrong to seek something you can't have. I thought about this at that time, but what is it that Shiro-san can't have? That's where I felt like I had the answer to this matter. Well, you don't have to rush yourself to think about it. I think my child knows when the battle between my child and Shallow Vernal is going to happen, along with the aforementioned matter. Right? You still have time. Shiro-san's ordeal will be given when a year passes in this world. This would originally be the time when she returns the person who plays the role of hero to their original world, with their changes reverted a year, to how they were like before they were summoned. That being the case, it certainly means I still have more than enough time to think about this. Whether it's something that can be answered by thinking about it is another matter though. I'll try to remind you again this time when you need it. You understand the situation, right, my child? Shallow Vernal too has a heart. It is obvious, but she has her desires and wishes for something too. Surely, you'll get enough material to notice that wish of hers more than anyone else in this world. That's why. Think hard. What is that the being named Shallow Vernal thinks? What is it that she desires? That would surely be the key to reaching true victory. Makina-san, do you know the answer to that question? I wonder, what could the answer to that question be? If I did have the answer to that question, would my child want me to tell you? No, I will figure it out myself. Makina-san said that she is an omniscient and omnipotent god, and since she's giving me advice like this, I guess she knows the answer already. However, as to what Shiro-san's wish is, hearing someone just telling me that somehow feels different. Shiro-san is someone very airheaded who can come up with crazy ideas. I have been pushed around by her many times, and I'm sure I will continue to be pushed around by her in the future. However, if you ask me if I dislike Shiro-san, without even needing to think about it, I would shake my head in denial. She is a peculiar person. But I really enjoy talking and hanging out with her. I found her smile, which I have only seen a few times, to be very beautiful. That's why, I'd like to think and arrive at the answer to Shiro-san's wish on my own. However, to be honest, I don't have enough sources to arrive at the answer at this point. But just as Makina-san said, there's no need to rush, and it would be best to try to get closer to Shiro-san without thinking too much at this point. It looks like you've got your answer. Well then, let's do it this way. Just like before, I'll have you forget what happened here when you wake up, but I'll try to remind you of my advice when my child gets a clue to help you get to that answer. Yes, Makina-san, thank you for everything. Fufafu, I think you looked a little more mature than before. They did say that children grow up quickly, and as a mother, I'm very happy to witness this moment. My child in his usual state already has very high likable points for me, surging with cuteness overload, but such a dignified expression on your face now has a different charm. I think your face seen from the 37 degrees angle to the right is especially very cool, possessing both cuteness and dignity. This is a precious moment when a child grows into an adult. Of course, Appearance is only one of my beloved child's charms, and I don't think I need to speak about how wonderful my child is on the inside, but as a mother, I couldn't help but want to praise you in many ways. However, regrettably, the time I can call my beloved child here is very short, and that is a negative not only for me, but also for my beloved child, who will not be able to spend much time with me. Would it be good if I stretch out time here? No, as expected, doing that would make it easier for Shallow Vernal to notice something amiss. I want to shower my beloved child with love as much as I can, but the dilemma of not being able to do so as I would like is very painful. Still, I want to do everything I can. In the meantime, how about some wholehearted licky, Makina-san, who started talking in a rather glazed voice with crazy eyes and completely insane lines, suddenly gasped and slammed her fist into her own face. The impact erased all the scenery behind Makina's back, but just like a video played back in reverse, it was soon restored to its original state. Phew, that was close. My love for my child almost got out of control and caused a big bang. Can I just throw it, Tsukumi here? Is all that just happened something on the level of almost? In that case, how dangerous would she have been if she actually went out of control? I shudder to think, once again, that I had caught the attention of such an outrageous person. I mean, when she rambled about that long speech of hers, her eyes were completely dyed in madness. That wasn't just on the level where I felt like I'm in danger. Well, let's get back on track and have a nice chat for 18 minutes and 52 seconds until my child wakes up. I guess so. Well, how should I say this? I'm really grateful for all the advice she gives me, but I wish she would hide the madness that oozes out of her a bit more. There's an unpleasant tension in the air, making me feel as if I were facing a hungry predator. If that switch of hers won't just flick on, she would have been a normal, easy-to-talk-to person. I mean, I can't remember who they are, but I'm also acquainted with her over there when I'm awake, right? Seriously, would I be alright with her around, with me forgetting all the memories I had here? Wouldn't something outrageous happen here? Let's just try not to think about it. The third day of the Six Kings Festival. It's currently 5 AM. And I have about 4 hours before I meet up with Dr. Veer and Nunt-san. Waking up early in the morning, I used my teleportation magic tool to return back to Lilia-san's house. The reason was, come now, Belle. Don't move. Lin, thanks for the help. Guu Kai-Uyui. Yes, it was to bring my pets, Belle and Lin, to the Six Kings Festival. This is because pets are allowed on the third day of the Six Kings Festival. The festival was hosted by Magnoel-san and it was apparently about interacting with monsters. That's why I came back to pick them up, and while I'm at it, I came early to brush Belle's fur. While I was at the Six Kings Festival, I asked the servants I was close with to take care of Belle and Lin. Of course, they brush them every day, but I still want to do it myself. The key to brushing Belle well is to use several brushes needed for each area and to thoroughly wash her whole body. First, use a coarse brush to remove the dirt from between her bristles, and then wash her entire body. Use a shampoo for monsters that contain a special blend of several ingredients, and wash thoroughly, down to the smallest detail, so that it would be silky smooth when it dries. Then, after drying her fur with a wind-generating magic tool, I used a fine brush to arrange everything. The important thing here is to brush her fur when they're slightly damp, not when it's completely dry. Otherwise, strange curls would keep popping out. Belle seemed to love my brushing, as she looked very comfortable, making spoiled purrs, which were very cute. Perhaps because she is a behemoth, one of the most powerful high-ranking monsters in the world, Belle has a lot of pride. Even though she is friendly to the people in the mansion, partly because I tell her so, but the only ones I've seen her act spoiled around Sayag-san and I. Alright, finished. Well then, I'm gonna dry you off now, so sit still. Gao. As I was thinking about random things, I finished brushing Belle and let her whole body completely dry off. Belle's silky fur is something that I'm secretly proud of. I wonder if there are any hair masks made for monsters. If there is, I'd certainly like to have them. I would like to add some finishing touches on Belle's fur, to give them a bit more shine. I would also like a finer brush, so that I can brush her fur for the third time, giving her fur a more beautiful finish than they are now. I really feel like when it comes to Belle's fur, there's still room for improvement. Well then, let's go to the Six Kings Festival. Wait, Lin, what's the matter? Kayuki. As I finished brushing and was about to lead them to the Six Kings Festival, Lin suddenly snuck into my clothes. Lin then wriggled around in my clothes, before only her head out from my chest, looking satisfied. She's more pampered than usual. I guess she was lonely because I was only taking care of Belle. Not pulling Lin out of my clothes, which she had completely crawled into, I gave her a pat on her head with a smile before activating my teleportation magic tool. When I arrived at the festival venue, I could see people with their pets here and there. It was now 7 o'clock a.m., and we still had about 2 hours before meeting up with Dr. Veer and Nunt-san. As I was thinking that it might be a good idea to take a stroll around the area since Belle and Lin were curiously looking around, I suddenly heard a familiar voice. Oi if it isn't Mama-sama. Good morning, Chris-san. Good morning. Looking back in the direction of the voice, I saw Chris-san, dressed in a men's suit. She looked like a cross-dressing beauty just as usual, though at a quick glance, one might mistake her as a normal, slender, prince-like young man. Behind Chris-san, there was a black horse. And it was about twice as big compared to usual horses. Chris-san, is that horse the one you were talking about in your letters, your pet named Niver? Yes, this is my favorite horse, Niver. A monster of the grateful horse species. I know about Chris-san's favorite horse because she had mentioned her in her letters. Chris-san seemed to enjoy horseback riding, and she seems to take great care of her favorite horse, Niver. In fact, since it's a common topic between us, we have talked a lot about our pets, things like high-end pet stores we visited before and the like. Chris-san lightly introduced her favorite horse, then turned to Belle, who was with me, and smiled. Mama-sama has a white dragon and a behemoth. I've seen this behemoth with you before. But isn't her fur more magnificent than back then? She looks lovely, isn't she? As expected of an emperor, it seems like Chris-san has a keen eye for great things. Wow, Mama-sama, please look here. Isn't she silky smooth? I've been brushing her with a lot of care, you know. Why, you're right. You're too close. You surprised me a bit. Look here, her fur around this area really likes curling up a bit, so I need a special brush to get them nice and neat. Why are you touching my shoulder? Please wait for a moment. Well, I did speak to you with an ulterior motive in mind, but this was so unexpected. Aren't her horns beautiful too? With Belle's horns being black, dirt would really stand out from it. So, I make sure to wipe them at least twice. Are you listening to me? I'm the type who is rather susceptible to surprise attacks. So this feels very embarrassing. I'm also very particular with the shampoo I'm using. You're not listening, huh? Yes, I understand. I'll make sure to not speak with Mama-sama about your pets. I'll thoroughly remember that. Wait, like I said, your face is too close. I feel so happy that she praised Belle, my pride and joy, that I talked about her and Lin to Chris-san for over an hour. I felt really glad to hear someone praise my cute pet, making me feel very enthusiastic. I've never had a pet back in my previous world, but if I'd known that they're so cute, I wish I had kept one sooner. I was just so happy that she complimented Belle that I even bragged about Lin, and we ended up talking for quite a while. I'm sorry, Chris-san. I got a little heated and became a bit enthusiastic. I also got a little heated, though in a different way. No, don't mind it. I was just saying that I got a bit careless. I apologized for making her stay with me for so long, to which Chris-san, for some reason, answered me, breathing heavily with her back turned towards me. Mama-sama. My apologies, I'm afraid I will suffer serious psychological damage if this continues. No, I remembered that I actually had something I needed to do now, so please excuse me. I'm sorry for taking up too much of your time. No, something like this isn't so bad. Please excuse me, my mind is still a bit confused. Well then, till we meet again. Why yes, see you later. It seems like Chris-san was in quite a hurry, as after she said goodbye, she quickly walked away. I've done something really bad, haven't I? I really tend to talk a lot when it comes to Belle and Lin. I'll try to be even more careful from now on. After seeing Chris-san off, we decided to take a quick walk around the area since we still had a little over an hour before our meeting. If I knew someone, I could kill some time talking with them. But I guess you can't just meet someone you know that easily. My lady, please stop. What do you think you're buying with such an amount of money? Please let me go. It's a limited edition model. If I miss this opportunity, I might not be able to get it, you know? This is difficult. Siag 2, can you not watch on the sidelines and help me out here? Lily, as expected, this isn't something you should waste your money on. Please reconsider it. Just one of them is already equal to my and Luna's annual income put together, and there's also lots of types that you're trying to buy. Most of all, aren't they too large? When I turned my head to the direction of the voices I heard, I saw 3 people having a dispute in front of several huge Dragon models, each of which was several meters tall. It's alright. I have enough personal assets. Please let me buy everything. You can't. I mean, where the heck are you going to put these things? They won't even fit in my lady's hidden room. In that case, I'll place them in the garden. Lily, you'll end up scaring Belle-chan and Lin-chan, so stop with that plan. Anyway, could you just calm down for the moment? I guess it's that I thought I knew who they were, but they ended up just being strangers. I wonder if they didn't notice that they're gathering quite the crowd? Anyway, I didn't see anything. Quickly averting my gaze, I somewhat forcefully pulled Belle and Lin away from the scene. This city sure is big. I've walked for quite a while already, but I can't find anyone I know. You just insulted Mama-sama, didn't you? Does that mean you want to die? Wah, Pando, gacked. Don't you dare speak my name, you filthy walking subordinate. It seems like you need to be disciplined. Agak. Why your chains are. Gah. Go on, scream out like the pig you are. Oh, don't worry, you won't die. I'll just torment you until you're on the verge of dying. I wonder who they are. Nope, don't know them at all. Totally don't know them at all. The stranger just gleefully tied up someone with chains that appeared out of nowhere. But since I don't know who they are, what they're doing is unrelated to me. Even though I don't know who they are. As expected, I can't just ignore their situation. Alice, go. Yep. At any rate, I decided to just leave it to Alice and departed from that scene. It's kind of strange though. Why is it that I keep running into strange situations? For the time being, let's just pretend we don't know them and avoid the trouble they bring. Getting involved with them would definitely be a really bad idea after all. Thinking about this, I moved quickly and let out a sign when I managed to get as far away from them as I could. If I'm this far from them, it should be alright. If it isn't my child. It's over. It's totally over. Just when I thought I had averted several crises, I ended up stepping on a huge landmine. Eden-san, good morning. Good morning. I am so happy to see my beloved child's face early in the morning. Could it be that you've come to see mother? So that's how it is. That must be it. As expected of my beloved child, you know exactly what mother wants, don't you? How wonderful. However, didn't you sleep for only 4 hours? 52 minutes and 23 seconds? This won't do. My child should get a good night's sleep, you know? It might end up being detrimental to my child's body otherwise. Yes, that must be it. My child was lonely, wasn't he? I'm sorry, all I've been doing is spreading the word about how wonderful my child is. I really should look after my child even more, shouldn't I? Yes, it's alright. It's alright now. Mother will sleep with you, my beloved child. I will envelop you with my endless love, making sure my beloved child sleeps in peace. Scary. This person really is scary. Why the heck does she know how long I've slept down to the smallest second? Moreover, she started rattling about without letting me speak. Eden-san, with black hearts forming on her eyes, began nudging closer and closer. But at that moment, Kuro's uppercut immediately appeared, striking Eden-san's jaw. Kuro's uppercut. It was a strike so powerful that it even cleared up the clouds in the sky. However, even though she was hit by a fist with such power, it only managed to make Eden-san's head a slightly turn. You just keep popping out every single time. How dare you interrupt my conversation with my child? Even this mild-mannered me has limits, you know? Objection. Which part of you is mild-mannered at all? I mean, shouldn't you rather describe yourself as a berserker? That's my line. How many times should I warn you before you learn to restrain yourself? I am the pinnacle of a world. The word restrain doesn't exist in my vocabulary. Geez. You're still as ill-natured as ever. You better cut it out or I will crush you where you stand. If you can do it, I'd like to see you try it. Sparks began buzzing between Kuro and Eden-san. Thereupon, a vortex silently appeared above Kuro, and both of them disappeared within it. How should I say this? It isn't on the level where I'm saying that I'm feeling anxious about the future. I still haven't met up with Dr. Veer and Nun-san yet, you know. And yet, why are troubles appearing, one after another? After meeting Pandora, Eden-san, and other powerful people, I returned back to the place where I first saw Lilia-san and the others. For some reason, I felt like I would encounter disastrous people every time I moved, so I thought it was best if I just returned back to Lilia-san's group. Please let me go. Stop it. It's been about 10 minutes since I moved away from them, but it looks like they're still at it. As I approached Lilia-san and the others, Luna-san was the first to notice me, and with a relieved expression on her face, she spoke. See, come on, my lady. Mama-sama's looking. Please let. Hearing Luna-san's words, Lilia-san turned her face towards me, her eyes opened wide and she stiffened. Then, after a bit of silence, she began to flusteredly straighten up her hair with her hands. You're right. No matter how wealthy I am, I'm still the head of a duchy. I can't afford to waste money. That's right. Well, in the first place, even if I buy a model, I have no place to put it. I can't even display them in the mansion. Yes, as expected of my lady. Could it be that Lilia-san thinks that I haven't found out about her secret room yet? Lilia-san, I'll have you know that the person next to you who's trying to talk you out of buying those models is a traitor who told Aoi-chan, Hina-chan and I all about your secret room. Well, the dragon models in front of Lilia-san and the others are certainly so big that it's almost 10 meters long, so it seems like it can't be placed in any room. Good morning, everyone. That's a big model, isn't it? Is it a sculpture made by someone famous? Good morning, Kaito-san. Yes, these are Ondo-sama's works. She's a legendary model maker who has created several sculptures that are highly regarded as works of art. When I regained my composure and asked about the model after a greeting, Lilia-san spoke with a gentle smile on her lips, and Luna-san added a supplementary explanation. However, this legendary model maker, I wonder if it's Alice again, messing around like usual. I guess I'll ask her next time. Sayaka-san, good morning. Good morning. Good morning to you too, Bell-chan and Lin-chan. Kai-ue. Since I often brush and feed them together with Sayaka-san, Bell and Lin are also very fond of Sayaka-san. Lin was a bit timid around her for some time, but now, she is getting along well with the people in the mansion. Bell is very prideful though, and she isn't very close with lots of people. The only people Belle is friendly with outside of Sayaka is her godmother, Alice. You brought Belle and Lin with you, huh? Guru. Hey, stop that, Belle. Why is Belle always growling at me? Incidentally, of all the people in the mansion, Belle hates Luna-san the most, as she snarls at her every time she encounters her. She had apparently witnessed Luna-san playing a prank on me and recognized that she was a bad person. Well, I guess she isn't wrong with her recognition about her. I wonder why? I kind of feel like you're speaking ill of me in your mind. Might just be your imagination. Briefly telling Luna-san, who was tilting her head in wonder, I then spoke to Lilia-san and Sayaka-san. Even so, you're all quite early, huh? Yes, Sayaka had been hurrying us. I've always been looking forward to the third day after all. I see. Sayaka-san is a staunch animal lover. For such a Sayaka-san, today's festival must be like heaven. According to Phantasmal King Sama's book, there's going to be a monster market today. I've brought all my savings in preparation for that. Is that so? Yes. I also want to get a cute child like Bell-chan and Lin-chan. Lili gave me permission to get one, so I brought the money I've been saving up to get a pet. I think I have about 3 gold coins. That's about 3 million in Japanese yen. Quite a lot of money considering Sayaka-san's age. Sayaka-san is someone who got herself together, so she must have been saving up for a long time. Thereupon, Luna-san looked like she was thinking for a bit before she called out to Sayaka-san. However, 3 gold coins wouldn't be able to buy a good monster, right? Monsters are expensive after all. Monsters are apparently more expensive than ordinary animals. Belle was also several billion yen, and the rarer the monster, the more expensive it will be. I could buy it for her, or I could even get it for free if I used my black rank invitation. But with Sayaka-san's personality, I'm sure she will adamantly refuse. Incidentally, what kind of monster are you trying to buy, Sayaka-san? I'm feeling indecisive. Magic beasts like Bel-chan are cute, dragons like Lin-chan are wonderful, while the small ones are just so irresistible. I see. For ease of raising, it would be better if I raise a dragon from its egg. But dragon eggs are very expensive. It's easier to grow dragons if you raise them from their egg. Ugh, that imprinting stuff, huh? Looking at Sayaka-san, who was unusually passionate about monsters, a smile inadvertently rose from lips. When Lilia-san cleared her throat before speaking. Well, I'm Sayaka's best friend. Depending on the situation, I'm willing to lend you money. My lady just wanted her to buy a dragon, right? That's not it. All I want is to help my best friend. It seems like dragon-loving Lilia-san wants Sayaka-san to buy a dragon. It's true that she would sometimes whisk Lin away and affectionately cuddle with her, so I guess she really likes dragons. After chatting with Lilia-san and the others for a bit, I decided to head to where I would meet up with Dr. Veer and Nunsan. If I headed there now, I would arrive 20 minutes before our meeting time, which should be just the right time to arrive. As I was leisurely enjoying the scenery, together with Belle and Lin, I suddenly spotted something. No, someone strange. Holding a large wooden staff in hand, they slowly doddered, looking as if they were about to fall. It's hard to tell if they're male or female because of the dark green robe they're clad in. Anyway, they were behaving in a way that didn't seem right, so feeling worried, I approached them and called out, is something the matter? You've come at just the right time, young man. You have a virtuous heart. Splendid, I commend you. If it's possible, I would appreciate it if you could help out this foolish me. Yes, if it's something I could do. When they turned towards me after I called out to them, I saw the person's face. She was a girl with orange hair, though I couldn't tell because it was hidden under the robe, and green eyes. She is very short, only about 130 centimeters tall, but in this world, I couldn't tell a person's age based on their appearance. The fact that she calls me young man also indicates that she must be quite old. Well, living beings are born unequal with each other. Some species don't require to orally assimilate other beings, while others will collapse after a mere 10 days of fasting. Well, I'm talking about what happened to me. Please don't misunderstand. It's not like I'm a weird worshipper of religion, nor am I a pervert who likes hurting oneself. No, all scholars and researchers are perverts of some sort, so I guess that makes me a pervert too? Well, whether or not I'm a pervert is an interesting topic, but it's not relevant today. What do you mean? I've been so absorbed in my research that I haven't eaten anything for a while now. I tried to find a stall to eat something, but this place was too big and I got lost. I'd appreciate it if you could show mercy on this poor me and give me some food. What a convoluted way to talk. Why is it that there's always something strange with the people I know? Anyway, to sum it all up, it seems like she's saying she's hungry, so feed her something. So I took some food out of my magic box and handed it to her. Thereupon, the woman took off her hood and began eating with great gusto. The face that appeared from beneath the hood was definitely that of a beautiful girl. Her deep orange hair is short, but her bangs are long and droop down her eyes, giving her a slightly gloomy look. She has distinctive long ears, so I guess she's probably an elf. The woman finished eating the food I gave her in no time, and after drinking the tea I gave her, she smiled. Well, Tilda, you really helped me out here. I give you my thanks, Mama Kaito-kun. You are indeed a very nice young man. How did you know my name? The food you gave me tasted great, and this tea is also delicious. Fumo, I wonder if the quality of a food's taste is affected by one's personality. I can't say for sure because I don't have many examples, but don't you think that people with good taste often have good characters? No, rather than that. Yes, you're asking why I knew your name? Well, it would be more strange that I wouldn't know about you. Don't you think? You're quite famous after all. Well, in my case though, I heard about you from my people and my friends, so what I heard might be a little different from the rumors circulating around you within the general public. She sure talks a lot. It's as if she's a machine gun. I can't keep up with what she's saying at all. Who are you talking about? I knew you would wonder about that. Don't worry, I'll courteously explain to you. First of all, the people that I call my people are the elves of Rigfoshia. Despite my appearance, I'm actually the elven elder. Well, I prefer secluding myself, So we've never met. I've only heard rumors about you. I see. Even so, don't you think it's ridiculous to appoint a social recluse like me as the elder? I'm better suited to hiding myself in a dark room and doing my research. Well, I guess it's something I can speak well about since this happened because of my research. Amazing. What an amazing person. Her conversation skill is through the roof. For every word I say, she's saying 3 times more. I can't keep up with the conversation at all. And then, there are my friends. Hikari had. Oh, right. Didn't she say she's calling herself Nun now? Anyway, Nun and Laguna told me about you. Wow. Listen. The reason I'm here today is because of Laguna. She arranged my invitation, forcing me to come. Good gracious, what a troubling woman she is. As for me, I just wanted to hasten the development of magic that makes monsters' fur grow longer. That I'm currently working on. But they had to rub the fact they're my old friends on my face. I couldn't ignore them, so I came out. Beneath the annoying sun, like this. Please stop for a moment. Even so, the sun just has to shine its light too much, huh? I feel like melting. What is it? It feels like she would talk on and on if I let her. So I interrupted her and decided to ask about the most shocking thing that I had just heard. Also, that weird magic is the reason why you have to fast for 10 days? You are acquainted with Nun-san and Laguna-san? Right. How rude of me. I forgot that I still haven't introduced myself. Please don't think I'm intentionally being rude. I'm still trying to be polite, and I'm certainly thankful for your help. This won't do. I'm getting off topic again. My name is Fuzz. I also have the unworthy nickname Sage of the Forest, but let's put that aside for now. As you may have guessed, I was part of the journey of the first hero. Well, I'm just a third-rate magician you can find anywhere. Hearing the words she said with a slack grin on her face, my mind went completely blank. The person I met by chance was Fuzz-san, the Sage of the Forest, one of the legendary party members who once traveled with Nun-san. No. I'm really surprised. What's going on with my encounter rate? No, I guess I shouldn't be surprised with all the people I've already encountered. Seriously, why the heck is this happening? I'll ask this just in case. But are you the same Fuzz-san who traveled with Nun-san? Yes, the same one. Well told. Even so, how nostalgic. I haven't seen Nun for a while. Meanwhile, stupid Laguna often comes and drags me out of my home. What do you think? Should I be happy that I had a good friend who cares about me? Or sad that I was being dragged around just because she wants to run away from a troublesome meeting? Friendship is quite a difficult thing to understand, isn't it? Especially for the shy and quiet me. Being forcibly dragged around is troublesome. I think I heard something impossible just now. Who did she say was shy and quiet again? I guess I was just hearing things, huh? No, it's nothing. More importantly, aren't you supposed to be meeting up with Laguna-san? Speaking of which, I really am supposed to do that. However, I'm sorry to say, but I'm lost. No, I didn't really know this place right from the start, so I guess it was inevitable that I would get lost. I certainly may be blamed because I didn't think of the possibility that I might get lost beforehand, but I don't think I'm going to make it to the Central Plaza at this rate. The Central Plaza, like its name suggests, is in the middle of the city. And it's a place one can easily reach if they just walk towards the central tower. What time are you going to meet up with Laguna-san? Time? I'm supposed to meet up with her at 9 o'clock a.m. Well, given my current situation, it's unclear to me how the time would have any significance of some sort. I'm just on my way to the Central Plaza, so if you want. Do you want to come with me? Are you a saint? I've heard that the number of young people who have the compassion to reach out to those in need have been declining. But I guess not everyone has lost heart. No, please excuse my rudeness. I guess it's not a good idea to use statistical information to measure someone. Forget what I said. Why yes. Anyway, we can just continue talking as we move. If I just let Fuzz-san keep talking like a machine gun, we'll end up late for our meetup, so I thought that we should start walking already. However, there was a difference in stride length between Fuzz-san and I, so I made sure that I didn't walk too fast, keeping my pace the same as hers. Good gracious, I'm sorry for always troubling you. I'm trying to be polite. I'll also make sure that this debt of gratitude is returned. In the meantime, what do you think about eyeballs? I know a good place that serves very good eyeballs, so how about I bring you the next time? Just the thought is enough for me. I wonder if young people these days don't like eyeball cuisines? Sorry about that, I'm not very sensitive to trends. Well then, how about I bring you to a restaurant that offers a wide variety of insect cuisines? No thanks. It's not like I helped you because I wanted to repay your gratitude, so just a simple thank you would be enough. That's not expressing gratitude anymore, that feels more like you want me to receive punishment, you know? Eyeball cuisines and insect cuisines. They're things I don't want to eat from the bottom of my heart. I mean, does Fuzz-san usually eat such things? No. Well, they say that everyone has differing tastes. But unfortunately, the day when I will be able to relate to her tastes will never come. With this in mind, I tried to gently tell her that there was no need to thank me, to which Fuzz-san's expression changed to one of admiration. What a humble young man you are. This may just sound like common compliments to your ears, but you're really splendid. Even so, my pride will not allow me to just let things go without even being able to thank you. That said, I can't immediately think of a way to express my gratitude that could satisfy you though. I'm sorry, I'm going to need a bit more time for that. I'll think of something really special to express my thanks. I understand. That reminds me. I once did some research on magic related to cooking. Until we reached the central plaza, Fuzz-san's machine gun talk went on and on. When I reached the wide central plaza, I moved around my gaze, but I couldn't find Laguna-san. I did easily spot Nun-san and Dr. Veer though. Fuzz-san was also acquainted with Nun-san, and since she mentioned before about how she hadn't seen her in a while, she approached Nun-san and Dr. Veer first before worrying about Laguna-san's absence. I'm sorry, Nun-san. Dr. Veer. I've made you wait. No, it's just that we arrived too early. So these are Mama-kun's pets. Tilda, they're quite cute, aren't you? Good morning, Kaito-san. Who's the lady with you? When I called out to them, apologizing for making them wait, Dr. Veer kindly replied first, and Nun-san followed with a greeting of her own before turning her attention to Fuzz-san behind me. Nun. It's been a long time. Was it 30 years since we last met? I'm glad to see you're doing well. Who are you? Fuzz-san greeted Nun-san with a bright smile, but Nun-san tilted her head in genuine wonder, and her unexpected reaction caused Fuzz-san and I to tilt our heads as well. They're friends who travel together, aren't they? With Nun-san's personality, I'm sure she isn't joking. What the heck is going on? Those words are making me sad here. Even I'm going to be shocked hearing you say that. To be forgotten by the comrade you traveled with and suffered with. Humans certainly are forgetful creatures. The act of forgetting could probably even be said as something that makes many living beings what they are. But even if that's so, there are certain things that shouldn't be forgotten. Don't you think? That hair over your eyes. And that convoluted way of speaking. Could you be, Fuzz? What there? So you still remember me, huh? I see that you'd have gotten a bit meaner. I remember how you also used to make jokes like that. No, are you really Fuzz? Who else do you think I am? It seems that Nun-san remembered Fuzz-san, but it kind of feels like the Fuzz-san in her mind is different from the person next to me. What does this mean? Why did you shrink? Shrink? Fuzz-san did? Why do you look that surprised? No. I mean, isn't Fuzz taller and had bigger breasts than me? Why do you look like a child? Speaking of which, that certainly was how I looked back then, huh? I completely forgot. I think it was 15 years ago. You see, in large groups of people, there would be that one person who isn't anything special and has an awfully thin presence, right? Using that as reference, I thought of creating a drug that shrinks down a person's presence. After that, interestingly enough, rather than my presence, my body ended up shrinking instead. That's no laughing matter. Why are you taking such an incomprehensible drug yourself? What are you saying? I'll have you know, I'm a humane researcher. Isn't it obvious that if I want to experiment on a human, it would basically be done on my own body? Well, they sometimes end up in failures. That obviously doesn't apply with life-threatening drugs. I mean, I don't make such things. I finally understood why Nun-san was surprised. Apparently, Fuzz-san was originally an adult woman who was taller than Nun-san. It's been a long time since they've met each other, and they now met. With her being around 130 centimeters tall, I guess she would obviously not easily know who she is. Or rather, 15 years ago. You didn't find a way to return back to your original form? I did. I've kept all the recipes for the drugs I've made, so it's easy for me to make a drug that returns me to normal. Then, why is it that? It's just that this form is convenient. I only need to eat a small amount of food for me to maintain a really energetic body like this. What's amusing is that the drug didn't make me younger. The magic power I had grown for years is still the same. Rather, with those obtrusive 2 lumps of fat gone, my stiff shoulders were healed. The only problem now is that it's hard to get things that are high up, but that can be easily fixed with a stepladder or using magic. In the end, my body is just a vessel made of flesh, and I don't really mind swapping out vessels at all. You really are. Looking like she got really tired of caring about what Fuz-san did, Nun-san's shoulders slumped. It's no wonder, Fuz-san's character is just far too strong. Dealing with such a person would certainly feel tiring. However, Fuz-san is the same as usual. I've only known her for a short time, but I know that she's the type who doesn't read the mood. Come on, Nun, you should calm down. Surprise is just a temporary emotion, and humans are creatures that easily adapt. Soon, the sense of unease you're feeling will disappear. No, well, you're still the same as usual, huh? Did you know? I heard that there's a saying in another world about how leopards can't change their spots. I don't really know what this leopard is, but I heard that it means that one's personality formed at a young age doesn't change even when you get older. Even if hundreds or 1,000 years had passed, as long as I'm me, my personality won't change that much. Well, let's just forget that. I give up. It's unusual for you to go out, isn't it? Since you're with Kaito-san. He probably helped you when you got lost or something like that. Perhaps understanding Fuz-san's personality due to their long relationship, Nun-san quickly gave up and switched the subject. And from what Nun-san said, I guess Fuz-san has been quite directionally challenged. You aren't too far off the mark. He had certainly helped me, and I certainly was lost, but the reason he helped me was slightly different. Well, I suppose that's not what you were really asking about. The reason I'm here is because I'm meeting up with Laguna. Laguna? I'm supposed to be meeting her at 9 o'clock a.m. But what I'm troubled about is that I'm late. Just thinking about Laguna's reaction is making my head start to hurt. Hearing what Fuz-san said, not only Nun-san, but Dr. Veer and I also tilted our heads. After all, it's currently 8:50 a.m., so she shouldn't be late yet. And yet, Fuz-san said that she was late for the meeting. She also wasn't saying that she might be late, but that she was already late. I wonder why? Just as I was about to ask her why, I saw Laguna-san dashing towards our direction. Oh, Laguna. I'm glad that we've safely met up. When she saw Laguna-san, Fuz-san waved her right hand towards her with a bright smile on her face. However, Laguna-san didn't respond to her greeting, and leaping towards Fuz-san, Laguna-san slammed her knuckle on her head. What the heck are you doing, you BTCH? Get. Fuz-san, who was struck with a strike that held a tremendous force, was slammed face first into the ground. What the heck happened? What's going on? As I was stunned by Laguna-san's sudden action, Fuz-san slowly looked up while holding her head with both hands. Aoki, what are you doing all of a sudden, Laguna? I'd like it if you won't attack me. A rearguard, with a physical attack. I could feel killing intent from that strike, you know? That's because it was loaded with killing intent. Oi. Well, considering the circumstances, it was certainly my fault. But I'm not mistaken that we're supposed to meet at 9 o'clock a.m., right? 9 o'clock a.m. on the first day of the Six Kings Festival. I said you should come before the opening ceremony. 9:00 a.m. on the first day of the Six Kings Festival. 3 days had already passed. That can't even be called late anymore, you know? I see. It's no wonder she was angry. I finally understood what Fuz-san meant when she said given my current situation, it's unclear to me how the time would have any significance of some sort before. She was late not just by the time, but even by the date. It's good that I've been coming here every day, around 9 o'clock a.m. just in case. And here you are. You've got to be kidding me. I see, Laguna's anger is indeed understandable. In fact, I'm the one who was late, so I'll just obediently apologize. No, I'm sorry. However, this may sound like I'm just making excuses, but I'd like it if you hear my side as well. What is it? In the first place, isn't it a mistake to let me, who has been called the most directionally challenged person in the long elven history, come alone? I can certainly understand that you've been so busy as the king that you haven't had time to pick me up, and that's a primary factor why I pity you. but the Flying Dragon services directly flying towards the venue is set up on the gate to the demon realm, which means I would have to reach the gate by myself. Incidentally, I'll have you know that it took me 2 days just to get to the gate near Rigfoshia. Listening to Fuzan words after apologizing for being late, I whispered to the nearby Nunsan. Nunsan, was Fuzan really that directionally challenged? Yes. To be honest, it was so bad that I once thought that she might have been getting lost on purpose. When I heard what she just said, what I'm wondering is that how in the world did she get to the gate? It seems that Fuzan is so directionally challenged that it's a bit dangerous. When Nunsan told me about it, I looked back at the two and saw Laguna-san collapsed to her knees, with her hands on the ground. It's my fault. It's alright if you understand. However, it still was fundamentally my fault. Even though I was lost, now that I think about it, I still had a way to contact you. This won't do. Maybe it's because of my temperament as a researcher, but when I concentrate, my thoughts become narrow. I'll reflect on this. By the way, I actually found some interesting plants on my way along the Rigfoshia forest. I was so excited harvesting them that I couldn't help myself. UBTCH. Doesn't that make it the reason why you're late? No, that certainly might be one of the factors, but calm down, humans are beings capable of discussion. Put down that raised fist. If you hit me any harder, I might lose my memory. Hearing Fuzan's words, Laguna-san looked exhausted, her shoulders slumping down. As I watched their exchange, I called out to Nunsan again, who was now standing next to me before I knew it. Fuzan is an amazing person, isn't she? In more ways than one. Yes, it's just that. Well, there's still someone worse among my party members, so I got used to it. Someone worse than her. There is. Hapti was quite an amazing person. As soon as we arrived at a city occupied by demons, she went around steal from the flame-ridden houses without a care in the world, negotiated with the inhabitants who had escaped behind our backs for a reward, led us to some ruins with treasures in it, saying that it was some demon stronghold, and when we arrived at the demon lord's castle, she tried to ditch all of us and headed straight to the treasury. She was a money-grubbing troublemaker. We reassured of her abilities, but about half of the shambles our party went through was because of Hapti. After listening to the story, Nunsan said with an amazed expression on her face, I quietly left her side and called out to a certain someone behind me. Come out here, money grubber. What could you be talking about? I'm just an extremely beautiful shopkeeper of a general store, so I don't know who this transcendental beauty phantom thief Hapti-chan, Majiwa. It seems like Alice was hiding it from her, so I won't tell Nunsan about Hapti's true identity. But that being said, I think I still need to punish her on behalf of Nunsan and the others. With that thought in mind, I turned towards the pale Alice and slowly raised my fist overhead. As she disappeared from sight while watching Kaito as he walked back to Veer and Nun again, Alice pondered. There's no sign of movement yet. No, I suppose it's not decided that something will happen at the Six Kings Festival. While enjoying the Six Kings Festival, Alice continued to be on the lookout for certain things. For before the Six Kings Festival, she heard a story from a certain person. The time goes back a few days before the Six Kings Festival. Alice's clone, who works as the storekeeper of her general store, is visited by an unexpected person. This would be the second visit to this store. Yes. Eden-san, Kaito-san isn't here today, you know. I know that my child is not here. The reason I'm here is that I want to talk to you. Alice. Seriously, what turn of events could possibly? A barrier? You're talking about something that you wouldn't want others to hear, huh? Eden's words came as a surprise to Alice. Alice had thought she understood Eden to some extent. However, she couldn't understand why she would go to the trouble of visiting Alice, as she should have been someone who perceived all beings other than the ones she called her own child as trash. Even though I am such a person, I have some evaluation for you. You are worth far less than my child, but you are still someone worth remembering your name. You are far better than any other talking piece of flesh. Well, thank you for that. So, what do you need? Shallow Vernal will soon make her move! Hearing Eden announce the name of the god of this world with a serious expression on her face, Alice looked astonished. Beware of Shallow Vernal's movements. That is, if you don't want to lose my beloved child. What are you? I can tell you nothing more. It goes against the contract I had with Shallow Vernal. I can't speak directly to my child about anything regarding this matter, but I'm sure Shallow Vernal thought that I perceived all the inhabitants of this world as nothing but trash. There were some holes in our contract. Making use of that, I'm conveying it all to you. Contract? I can't give you the concrete details, but in the not-too-distant future, my beloved child will have to face a god. Wow! The words Eden said without hesitation were something that Alice could never ignore. However, she couldn't talk about the details. As if to say that she had said what she needed to say, Eden turned away and began walking to the exit of the general store. Alice, still feeling dumbfounded about what she heard, only watched her departing back. But Eden suddenly stopped in front of the door and muttered without turning around. What an interesting turn of events. She was once called the destruction god of the apocalypse, but now, she's being called the creator god. What the future holds really is unknown. But even with that change in name, does that really change her nature? She still stands at the end of the story. What do you mean? Epilogue, the end of the story. That is what the being named Shallow Vernal is. I don't know her true motives either. However, I guess it's just like that question. Which do you think came first? Was it the chicken or the egg? What exactly are you talking about? Did Mama Kaito come to this world because of the hero summoning, or was the hero summoning created in order for the being named Mama Kaito to come into this world? In the first place, who was it that made the magic circle for hero summoning in the human realm? I think that would be something worth investigating. My child, oh my beloved child, are you really a being of miracle that everyone just so happened to meet, or are you a being that someone who could see the future wanted to meet? I wonder which is the true prologue of the story. Telling these words to no one in particular, Eden left the general store, leaving a big question within Alice's mind. After leaving the general store, floating far above in the air, Eden, Makina, who was operating Eden, was lost in thought. To be honest, this is as far as I can go. If I could, I would have told her I'm Makina, and helped her with more things. But that would be difficult. Makina came to give advice on the matter between Kaito and Shallow Vernal, but she was limited to giving hints in a very roundabout way. The reason is that, in the event of a fight between Kaito and Shallow Vernal, Kaito's side will definitely need a cornerstone. The brain of operations, which would be Alice. In addition to her battle capability as an individual, her intellect, which is second to none, would clearly be a target of caution for Shallow Vernal. Yes, Shallow Vernal will definitely be wary of Alice's future movements. This being the case, Shallow Vernal will complain if Eden cooperates with Alice too much. It's necessary for her to keep her actions within the limits of her contract with Shallow Vernal, all for the sake of her beloved Kaito, whom she dearly calls her own child. Well, even with just that few hints, Alice should be able to arrive at the correct answer with no problem. After thinking that much, she quietly moves her gaze. The God realm, which should have been so far away that one can't possibly see it, and the being at the center of it. This matter involves not only my child, but also those around him. I have a feeling that this is going to be a big event for Shallow Vernal herself. As for whether this battle involving the whole world could end with a happy ending, that would depend on my child. After pondering on her thoughts, a small smile appears on Eden's lips as she disappears from that place. Still, there's still some time before the beginning of the end. That's why, you must nurture your wings well while you still can. Do your best, my child. Mother will always be rooting for you. It happened in the 1020 years after the signing of the Treaty of Friendship. The year of the 102nd Festival of Heroes. The summoning of someone from another world has already been repeated more than 100 times. Each country does this on a rotating basis, and this year, where the Archlesia Empire was the one in charge, the first irregular summons occurred. 2 other worlders appeared from the hero summoning, which would normally summon only one person. One of them was definitely this year's hero, but the other one was an irregularity in every sense of the word. Since the signing of the Treaty of Friendship, the hero summoning a magic circle has been adjusted to summon other worlders close to the age of the first hero when she was summoned, so the other worlders who visit should have been in their late teens. However, the other person who appeared was 23 years old. A being that was originally shouldn't have been possible to summon. His name is Mama Kaito. The first clear irregularity since the Treaty of Friendship. The Marquis of Archlesia Empire, who was in charge of the hero summoning this year, was puzzled by the presence of this Mama Kaito. This was an unprecedented situation, and he didn't know how to deal with it. Even though he was an irregularity, they couldn't treat a person from another world, someone from the same hometown as the first hero, without respect. However, they didn't know how to treat this being, which is clearly unusual. As a result, Kaito was prudently sheltered by that march as if he was some sort of tumor. It may sound good when one hears how he is being cared for. By no means did they treat Kaito unfairly, rather, he was treated so hospitably to the point that it felt like Kaito was an important patient in a hospital. Perhaps, was that the reason why? He was suddenly thrown into a strange world, and suddenly being treated like a tumor deeply hurt him. He isn't being treated unfairly, but that doesn't mean they welcome his presence. This environment, which made him aware that he was an irregularity, made the loneliness in his heart grow larger and larger. The most ironic thing is that he had a great talent for a magic called sympathy magic, even though he didn't realize it yet. And even though he was unaware of his magic, he still found out that he wasn't welcome here. He found out that they're not happy with his presence here. He found out that he had no place here. As a result, Kaito confined himself to his room in the mansion and rarely went out. The Marquis, who was in charge of him, pretended to be unaware of this matter, thinking that it would be better if he could live through this year without any trouble. Just like that, Kaito endured and spent the year with painful loneliness. Isn't what happened? Yes. There was a being who found Kaito, who had almost already become a hikikomori in the march, and took an interest in him. It was the creator god, Shallow Vernal. She took an interest in the irregularity, Kaito, and invited him to her sanctuary. Or rather, she forcibly kidnapped him and drank tea with him. Then, perhaps on a whim, Shallow Vernal made a suggestion to Kaito. If you wish for power, I will give it to you, she asked. In response to this suggestion, the weak-hearted Kaito reached out his trembling hand, turning his imploring eyes to Shallow Vernal. But still, he refused her suggestion. He himself didn't know the reason, but somehow, he felt that if he accepted it, he would never be able to get what wanted. However, the change that the answer brought to Shallow Vernal was dramatic. Shallow Vernal, who liked the way Kaito's mind worked, made another suggestion to Kaito. Why don't you stay here in the God Realm? She asked. Although her suggestion was sudden, Kaito accepted. At first, Kaito was puzzled by Shallow Vernal's lack of expression and intonationless voice, but for better or worse, he thought of Shallow Vernal as an airhead. The unreserved way in which she stepped into his mind was extremely comforting to him, who had been treated like a tumor. And then, since he began to stay in the God Realm, Kaito has gradually started changing. As someone invited by Shallow Vernal herself, the gods treated Kaito with a certain amount of courtesy, but it wasn't excessive. The three supreme gods were especially concerned of him and were friendly to him as he was caught up in the hero summoning. And above all, in the days he spent with Shallow Vernal, who was somewhat absent-minded, but showed straightforward affection for him, Kaito's heart, which had been stuck in his shell, was saved. Shallow Vernal became more and more fond of the changing Kaito, and when she was alone with him, a smile would sometimes appear on her lips. At some point, Kaito became special for Shallow Vernal, and Shallow Vernal also became special for Kaito. Kaito, who had completely blown off all his worries and regained his original strength of mind, also came into contact with the Six Kings and the human rulers through Shallow Vernal's introduction, and began to bring change to many of them. Even though the number of people who liked him increased and the days he spent in this world became full of happiness for him, Shallow Vernal's presence still remained in the deepest part of his heart. And, standing next to Kaito, who had decided to stay in this world after conveying their emotions with each other, was Shallow Vernal, who had a soft smile on her face, as if the fact that she had been expressionless before was all a lie. This is the future that they should have arrived at. The future that someone had wanted to arrive at. Originally, this was what should have happened. She should have moved to reach such a future. However, destiny moved the needle forward through the intervention of a third party. The misaligned cogwheels changed the future they were supposed to arrive in, derailing to a future far different from what it should have been. First, Mama Kaito wasn't the only irregularity, but one of the three people caught up in the hero summoning. The fact that there are others who are in the same situation as him brought great relief to his mind. Second, Lilia Albert, the one who happened to summon him, was a noble who doesn't act like one, but a kind-hearted woman. She never treated Kaito as a tumor, but took the initiative to talk to him like a friend, confronting him with sincerity. This greatly alleviated the loneliness he felt. Third, the one who saved Mama Kaito was Kurumi Ina, not Shallow Vernal. There was nothing she could do. That's because when Shallow Vernal finally noticed Kaito's arrival in this world, he had already been saved. The central tower standing tall over the city, the venue of the Six Kings Festival. Standing at the top of it, Shallow Vernal gazed at the figure of Kaito walking towards the central tower. She wished for it multiple times. She wished for it a hopelessly large amount of times. She had been moving to make her wish happen. She wanted to become Kaito's dash. However, everything is too late now. The future that Shallow Vernal wanted left her hands. Kaito-san, why can't you just appear? 20 years in the future, muttering in a voice that no one could hear, Shallow Vernal disappeared. The future she saw wasn't all that different from the future they'd arrived in. In fact, even in this future they've arrived in, Kaito still won Shallow Vernal's interest. However, there are some things that are definitely different, and for Shallow Vernal, it's something she can't give up. No one noticed it. No, there's no one who can notice it. This is because she had only spoken those words to Kaito. Kaito couldn't notice it either. No. He wasn't able to understand what Shallow Vernal had always been telling him. The nuance of her usage of the words just Kuro is unfair, and how she had only ever said it when Kaito appeared in this world. Yes, Mama Kaito has become Shallow Vernal's dash. However, Shallow Vernal couldn't become Mama Kaito's dash. For standing in position she wanted to be in, was her own half-body. Volume 13 End. For picking up the 13th volume of I Was Caught Up in a Hero Summoning, but that world is at peace. Thank you very much. The Six Kings have finally begun. The Six Kings Festival arc is the longest arc in the web novel, taking up about 200 chapters. For this volume, I have included the first half of the arc, from the first day to the beginning of the third day, but because of certain circumstances, the story that was on the fourth day in the web novel has been changed to the third day. The Six Kings Festival is really very long, and I wanted to summarize the 7 days of the festival in 3 volumes, but if I didn't include the second day and third day in this volume, this arc wouldn't be able to fit in 3 volumes. So, the plan is that I would divide this arc into 3 different volumes, the first 3 days for volume 13, the continuation of the third day to the 5th day for volume 14, and the 6th day and 7th day for volume 15. In addition, since there are so many new characters introduced in the web novel version of the Six Kings Festival arc, I have been gradually introducing them in advance in the previous 12 volumes. From this point on, it seems that Shallow Vernal is starting to make her move. Though I say that, there's almost no serious development. Well, there may be some serious-like atmosphere in this arc. Incidentally, just as she proclaimed, Shallow Vernal is the last boss of the first part of the story. Yes, the first part. She's the last boss of the first part only. Currently, in the web novel, this matter with Shallow Vernal is already finished, and the story has moved on to the second part. Well, as I'm sure the readers know from the development of the story so far, after saying his salutations to the people who had been taking care of him back in his original world, Kaito will move to Trinia. In the second part of the story, after moving to Trinia, the 1-year limit is no longer in effect, so there's not as much seriousness as the first part. Well, I will tell you more about the second part after the story has progressed that far, but in this Six Kings Festival arc, there aren't so many additional stories, but there's that story related to Funf. Funf is a character who hadn't appeared in the web novel at this point, so the majority of the stories related to her are original ones. Incidentally, characters such as Ozma and Illness, who have been in the series for a long time, originally made their first appearance at the Six Kings Festival, so it can be said that this arc has the most differences from the web novel so far. Of course, we will do our best to make it enjoyable for those who haven't read the web novel, so we hope you will look forward to future volumes. Thank you for reading to the end. I hope to see you again in the next volume. Taodai. Today, in the usual waiting room, Sirius Senpai is reading the 13th volume of I Was Caught Up in a Hero Summoning, but that world is at peace. A little further away from her, was relaxing with a cup of chalky milk in hand, although it was unclear how she drinks it in her stuffed costume. After concentrating on the book for a while, Sirius Senpai closed the book with a grim expression on her face. Sweet, spicy. But what's most terrifying is that we have yet to hear about his lovers among the Six Kings yet. It rather feels like things are going to accelerate even further from here on out. Of course, it would. I mean, the Six Kings Festival was originally planned with Kuro-san wanting to go on a date with Kaito-san as a motive, so of course, there would be lots of flirting scenes incoming. This sense of hopelessness from knowing what's about to come. While Sirius Senpai looked up to the heavens, concerned about the future developments, placed a cup of chalky milk in front of her. Sirius Senpai isn't very fond of sweet stuff, but when offered one like this, she feels uncomfortable refusing. So she holds the chalky milk in hand and drinks it. Of course, knew that Sirius Senpai would have a hard time rejecting that chalky milk given to her, so she made it as sweet as she could. Sweet. By the way, the schedule, or rather, the order for the events in the Six Kings Festival seems to have been changed from the web novel. If I remember correctly, the third day of the festival was originally Ice's turn, right? Yes, that's right. The Six Kings Festival arc itself is the longest arc in the entire series, so it seems that they were finding it difficult to find a place to divide it. I see, it would be difficult to cut Ice's story in the middle and continue it to the next volume. Other than that, there's also that reason for moving Isis Sans arc to the next volume. If they're going to publish Isis Sans festival date, I'm sure the readers would want illustrations included with it, so it seems like they're making adjustments for that as well. I see, I guess that's the only thing they could do when it comes to the light novel, which has page limits. After continuing their leisurely conversation, Sirius Senpai suddenly looked as if she had just thought of something. That being said, a nice Sirius flag has been erected. I like the feeling that the last boss finally making her move, conducting secret maneuvers behind the sight of others. Isn't that still quite a while away? Time-wise, that would be the end of the year, right? If so, that means we're getting closer and closer to the precious seriously serious content. I can feel my expectations rising. No, I'm just wondering, for argument's sake, if there really were seriously serious developments. What will you do at that time, Sirius Senpai? The moment she heard S words, Sirius Senpai stopped moving. You're seriously gonna ask such a philosophical question? Philosophical? No, it's just a normal question. Of course, if things get serious, the incarnation of seriousness, will be busy, won't I? Hearing Sirius Senpai's answer, put her hand on the chin of her stuffed costume and tilted her head. But Sirius Senpai, what? There have already been a few serious developments in the past. In the end, you were just complaining in the waiting room when that happened, and weren't able to go outside this room, right? This room, where Sirius Senpai and is currently located, is the waiting room for the children treated as unwanted in the main story. The fact that she hasn't been able to leave this room in the past even when serious development has occurred proves that even if the main story turns out to have serious development, Sirius Senpai's situation won't change. You talking about realistic matters like that? Stop that. Sirius Senpai's agony still continues.